Yo, you hear me? Hello, hello. Am I coming through? Hear me, dude?
Yo,
Hello?
you hear me?
Yeah,
What's up?
what's up?
Rolling up.
Low down.
I got the package finally from the guy.
Hey. Was it that night that you played
No,
Warzone with him?
he sent it. I'm pretty sure what day was that? Was that Tuesday? Because he sent it on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Tuesday.
he sent it Tuesday, and it was supposed to come overnight. But I'm assuming since it was like Thanksgiving, it didn't come till today.
That's what's up, though. Hell yeah.
So I'm gonna go to the store and get something to.
Steak sealer, baby.
Yeah, yeah, no, I need to get the steak sealer so I can send something to you, and then I need like a big ass mason jar or something because my other one broke.
Yep, mason jar in a dark, dry place.
Keep it. What is it? Why can't I keep it fresh? I couldn't think of the word for some reason.
Yes, fresh.
Some people say to put it in the freezer. Have you ever heard of
Ooh,
that?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I was skeptical when I heard it.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
But yeah, I know dark and dry, like super dry, like dehumidifier dry type deal.
No, I think it just needs to be like a little below nominal. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
because
what is like
if
the
it's really,
average?
I mean, if it's in a mason jar, like
It
really
should be
sealed
okay.
up, almost
Okay.
airtight, it should be fine. Just I wouldn't put it in direct sunlight or anything like that.
He said it was exotic, but I don't think it was exotic.
I
But
have some shit that is pretty mind blowing from
really,
my guy, but yeah,
so well, you'll be able to compare it then. And
yeah, hopefully so.
usually when it's dark, I feel like it's not that good. Do you agree with that? Or
No, it really depends. I mean, it
okay,
depends on the trichomes. It depends on the percentage of THC to cannabinoids or cannabinoids. I can't remember. And
cannabinoid, I think.
cannabinoids, I think, yeah, are separated into the CBD and the THC. Uh,
Yeah,
so
like
you,
the
I mean, you don't,
percentage
yeah,
of
you don't
it.
know the percentage on it, so who knows?
Isn't 50-50 pretty good for CBD to THC?
hmm I think so.
That's I think what like the health experts say is that because a lot of people like to like just do pure THC, right? Like we all like to do pure
hmm
THC, but they say you should pair it with the CBD aspect of
That's
it,
why the flower has both. So
right?
do it like that. Do it like that. Um, we'll wait for old Scott to show up. He's coming. He just texted me.
Is Mesa's show still going on?
I'm not sure. Hope I didn't cut the end of his off. Um,
Well, you can have two at once, can't you?
yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me if there's only like 4 people in here, and I'll still go on with my show.
Yep. You gonna talk about Lucian at all?
So I don't know if I'm going to cover the history of it tonight.
Got
We'll
it.
probably do that. We'll either
Some
do that
modern
next week.
skepticism or so.
Yeah, I mean, we're of course when we get to the history episode, we're going to go through the ancient Greeks, all of them. We're going to go all the way up to Western philosophy in the 20th century, right?
Okay, so question, was Epicurus Greek or Roman?
Greek, as far as I know.
Because, okay, so is
Uh,
skepticism, Epicureanism, and Stoicism, are those Roman philosophies or Greek philosophies?
Greek philosophies, they're Hellenistic philosophies.
Okay, alright. Because Sugru referred to them as Roman philosophy. I think maybe just because he was talking about Marcus Aurelius, though, since he was
hmm
Roman king.
Yes, Marcus Aurelius was basically the last Stoic.
Got it,
The first Stoics were much earlier in Greece.
got it, got it, got
Uh,
it.
yes.
Right, yeah.
We'll be getting into. I mean, tonight I may touch on a couple of the history ofs, just so that we can, just just so that we can have an idea. But I'm just going to save most of the history for next episode. All of ancient Greek and Western philosophy, all the way up till now.
So you're going to talk about Descartes again? Probably.
I mean, he will be mentioned a couple of times. I know what I'm going to read. I have notes and I have paraphrasings and everything. I'm just waiting for a few more people to roll in. And
don't spill the beans just yet.
Yep, I've got it all together.
I still gotta kind of shape up my very rough notes for tomorrow.
I shall be there and be square simultaneously. Drum roll. All right. Well, Scott will be in here in a second, so we'll just go ahead and start with my notes. Nivik's ass needs to be in here because he was asking about this shit earlier.
Let me go on mute real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Boy, his crickets were loud. I didn't even realize that.
Wait, me? You actually heard my crickets?
Yeah, I didn't even realize that. I was like, it just sounded pleasant. It's just a pleasant noise, and I was like, oh yeah.
Damn, my mic picks up a lot, I guess.
Yeah, it's not bothersome at all. It's actually kind of nice, like a little waterfall.
Soothing.
Yeah. Let me see here. Let's go ahead and start because Scott and all them can show up when they feel like it, and this is for people in the future anyway. Anyway, welcome, Pangburn family, and other family members not yet joined. We are going tonight to talk about philosophical skepticism. This is just an overview, so we're not going to get too crazy into it. Me and Perry were talking about next time. I'm going to get into the history of philosophical skepticism from the ancient Greeks all the way up. And then we may even talk a little bit about Eastern skepticism and a couple of the people associated with philosophers associated with skepticism in those cultures. Hinduism, Jainism, Sikhism, all of those different types of... Oh, there's a few of them. We'll get to them. But anyway, philosophical skepticism basically is just a doubtful psychological attitude towards commonly accepted knowledge claims, right? So if you're thinking about philosophical skepticism in terms of like sets, philosophical skepticism is the family or the overarching views of all different types of skepticism. So, in general, philosophical skepticism is the overarching category of all skepticism that questions knowledge. So, if we're talking about it in general, skepticism in general is just a questioning attitude towards all kinds of claims, right? In this wide sense, it is common in everyday usage, linguistically. So many people, assumingly, are ordinary skeptics about ghosts, the paranormal, astrology, you name it, because they doubt the claims made by those people in those fields. They don't believe it. But the same people may not be skeptical about other knowledge claims like the ones found in textbooks or academia, right? So philosophical skepticism differs from this ordinary natural language skepticism in that it even rejects knowledge claims that belong to basic common sense and seem to be very certain. So for this reason, it is sometimes referred to as radical skepticism. In these cases, in some of these cases, it is even proclaimed that one does not know that I even have two hands here sitting in front of my face, or the problem of induction, that the sun will come out tomorrow, these kind of things. In this regard, philosophical skepticism, the radical kind, is not a position commonly adopted by regular people in everyday life. You're not going to, find radical, strong skeptics in everyday life. Philosophical skepticism, the denial of knowledge in philosophical skepticism is usually associated with the demand that one should suspend one's beliefs about the doubted proposition, whatever that proposition may be. This means that one should neither believe nor disbelieve, but keep an open mind without committing oneself to dogma. I am trying to avoid dogma, at least with skepticism. So philosophical skepticism is often based on the idea that no matter how certain one thinks that they are about a given belief, one could still technically be wrong about it. So that's, fallibilism. From this observation, it is argued that the belief does not amount to knowledge. Philosophical skepticism follows from the consideration that this might be the case for all beliefs. Okay, so I'm going to read that part again. Philosophical skepticism is often based on the idea that no matter how certain one might be about a given belief, one could still technically be wrong about it. So from this observation, it is argued that the belief does not amount to knowledge. Philosophical skepticism follows from the consideration that this might be the case for most or all beliefs. Because of its wide-ranging consequences, it's the central interest and questions the very foundations of knowledge. And this is a school. Philosophical skepticism is a school in epistemology, just like pragmatism or rationalism or empiricism or whatever else you want to get into, all the little small ones like social constructivism and shit. But which we can talk about later. But according to some definitions, philosophical skepticism is not just the rejection of some forms of commonly accepted knowledge, but the rejection of all forms. This would be radical skepticism. So in this regard, we may have relatively secure beliefs in some cases, but these beliefs never amount to knowledge. That would be like almost the epistemological nihilist, So let's see. Basically, it's whether knowledge is certainty or knowledge is not certainty. We talked about standards for knowledge, whether it has to be certainty or whether it can be almost certainty or whether it doesn't even have to be anywhere near certainty to be knowledge. We covered that in previous episodes, so I don't think it's important to go back over again. But there are only a few defenders of strong philosophical skepticism in terms of like radical, which is doubt everything. In this regard, it is much more common. So since there aren't really defenders of the most radical kinds, like Cartesian and Pyrrhonistic skepticism or Pyrrhonian skepticism, which is, they believe that we'll get into that. But so regarding philosophical skepticism in how it's used in philosophy, is that it is a methodology that can be used to probe a theory or a model to find its weak points, either to expose it or to modify it in order to arrive at a better version of it, right? So skepticism involved with the scientific method is this ratcheting down closer and closer and closer to truth. However, some epistemological theorists distinguish philosophical skepticism from methodological skepticism. We're still kind of in the realm of metaphilosophy here. So you've got philosophical skepticism as a methodology, as a philosophical methodology, and then you have people who are proponents and say philosophical skepticism can also be broken into methodological skepticism. So methodological skepticism is an approach that subjects all knowledge claims to scrutiny with the goal of sorting out true from false claims. That's how they basically, it's basically scientific skepticism, you know what I mean? Rooting out pseudoscience. Whereas philosophical skepticism as a methodology they're very similar. Philosophical skepticism as a methodology and methodological skepticism are very, very similar. But the takeaway here is we're trying to ratchet down tighter and tighter to that truth, to knowledge, with the philosophical skepticism. So, did you want to say anything, Perry?
So, if I heard this correctly, are you saying that the methodological skepticism that kind of breaks off of the philosophical, is that what had now turned into science? Or
yeah, I'm because it's basically scientific skepticism. It's Philosophical skepticism is the approach that questions the possibility of certainty in knowledge, right? That we can know anything at all, or that it just depends on the level and what type of skepticism we're talking about. Whereas if you're considering it as methodological skepticism, you're approaching the subject, it's an approach that subjects all knowledge claims to scrutiny with the goal of sorting out true from false. Basically what science does, right?
Like falsifiable. That's where the word falsifiable comes from, in a sense. Like doing
Okay.
it in a way that can create the subject to be true or false.
It's just giving it a lethic functionality, a truth value. So I'll read the sentence again. Methodological skepticism is an approach that subjects all knowledge claims to scrutiny with the goal of sorting out true from false claims. That's what science does.
Okay.
So yeah, you could associate methodological skepticism very closely with science. It could be, like I said, philosophical skepticism is a family, an overarching category of all skepticism. Philosophical skepticism in that way is considered as a methodology in which you can use to make better models and find weak points and expose weak points, whereas methodological skepticism seems to be like a little bit of an evolution from philosophical skepticism, more towards the scientific version of skepticism. Does that make sense? We're trying to root out pseudoscience with methodological skepticism. Yeah. That's at least from what I understand in the reading. And remember, there's going to be like 8 more different types of skepticism. So right now we're just separating philosophical skepticism, being very general about a few different kinds. So far we've talked about the radical skeptics, and we've talked about philosophical skepticism is the radical skeptics, methodological skeptics. Now we're going to talk about epistemological skeptics. Okay, so skepticism as an epistemological view calls into question whether knowledge is possible at all. So this is distinct from other known skeptical practices, including Cartesian skepticism or academic skepticism, as Cartesian skepticism targets knowledge in general instead of the epistemological skepticism, which targets individual types of knowledge. This will all become very understood by you in just a second, Perry, because you'll remember all this shit from older episodes. Epistemological skeptics argue that belief is something that does not justify an assertion of knowledge of it. In this, epistemological skeptics oppose foundationalism, right? They oppose so the skeptical response to foundationalism could be many different approaches. I could claim that there are self-justified basic positions or properly basic beliefs, properly basic justifications that don't need any other beliefs or justifications to exist. If I were to claim that, then that basically amounts to the logical fallacy of the argument from ignorance. I don't know how there couldn't be something besides foundationalism, because there has to be a final link in the justification chain. Well, that's an argument from ignorance. How do we not know it's infinite? And then it goes into the logical fallacy of slippery slope as well, when we're trying to argue against foundationalism in epistemology. So, among other arguments, epistemological skeptics use the Munchausen trilemma or the Agrippin trilemma, as we've talked about. The foundational, the chain that ends with a piece at the end, a foundational piece at the end that doesn't need any other justification. Then there's the infinitist, where the chains of justification and belief go on forever. And then there is the circular, which is the coherentist model of justification. So, that the Munchausen trilemma and the problem of the criterion basically claim that no certain belief can be achieved. So what they're talking about is no certain belief, right? Not no certain knowledge, but no certain belief can be achieved. This is basically just fallibilism. And the problem of the criterion we'll go into maybe on this episode later, but probably on the meta-epistemology episode. So here's the weird one. This one is so found. The funny part is epistemological nihilism. It says here. I have a little bit of a different interpretation of this, but it says epistemological nihilism rejects the possibility of human knowledge, but not necessarily knowledge in general. As far as I've read in other places, epistemological nihilism basically says that there is no meaning, there is no point in trying to find knowledge because it doesn't exist. There's no possibility for it. There's no meaning in the search for knowledge. That would be my take on epistemological nihilism. But you guys read and see what you think. I don't want to be dogmatic. So that pretty much sums up epistemological skepticism. There are some who separate it even further in epistemological skepticism. So they have two categories called mitigated and unmitigated skepticism. They're contrasting and kind of lower down on the sets. They're subsets of philosophical skepticism and epistemic skepticism. But mitigated skepticism does not accept the strong or radical knowledge claims, but does, however, approve of specific weaker ones. So these weaker claims can be assigned the title of virtual knowledge, quote unquote, but they must be a justified belief. So some mitigated skeptics are also fallibilists, right? We've been talking a lot about fallibilism, that no belief is certain, arguing that knowledge itself does not even require certainty. Which I would say that we can be reasonably certain that knowledge exists, but we can't absolutely, absolution. I don't play in that area. But mitigated skeptics hold that knowledge does not require certainty, and that many beliefs are in practice certain to the point that they can be safely acted upon in order to live significant and meaningful lives. Now, unmitigated skepticism rejects both claims of virtual knowledge and radical knowledge. So radical knowledge is just the opposite of skepticism, which would be trivialism. All things are true. So characterizing knowledge as strong or weak it can be determined differently depending on the people, right? It's all about their characterization of knowledge, the philosopher talking about it. But an unmitigated skeptic in terms of epistemological skepticism is going to say they believe that objective truths are unknowable, and that man should live in an isolated environment in order to win his mental peace. This is because everything, according to them, is changing and relative. A lot of this is from Hellenistic philosophy and Pyrrhonistic philosophy. It's basically the refusal to make judgments of any kind whatsoever, withhold judgment forever. That there is no knowledge, only probable opinions. This is all mixed in with epistemological nihilism and a few other views. A lot of this stuff blends together. We just have to kind of separate it and try to understand it the best we can. What did you think about epistemological skepticism? Any comments, Perry, or anybody else?
So the unmitigated or mitigated, I forget which one, is pretty much a fallibilist, right?
Mitigated is fallibilist.
And then unmitigated would be the absolute?
Unmitigated skeptics believe that objective truths are unknowable and that man should live in an isolated environment. So, yeah, mitigated skepticism does not accept strong or strict knowledge claims, but does, however, approve specific weaker ones. Mm-hmm. These weaker claims can be assigned the title of virtual knowledge, but must be associated with a justified belief. It says some mitigated skeptics are also fallibilists.
What do you mean virtual knowledge?
That's just what it says on the Stanford Encyclopedia page. That's why I said at the end of that, it has this sentence at the end on this paragraph. It says, characterizing knowledge as strong, weak, or virtual can be determined differently depending on a philosopher's viewpoint, as well as their characterization of knowledge and their understanding of knowledge. Hmm. So if you want to go read more about mitigated and unmitigated skepticism, I don't think it's a terribly important distinction. But if anybody wants to go deeper into it, by all means, jump in. I don't think it's necessary to understand epistemological skepticism, mainly when we're talking about it in epistemological skepticism, we're talking about justifications and beliefs, foundationalism versus coherentism versus infinitism versus foundationism, the justification and belief arguments, right? So that's basically the the overview and idea of skepticism in general. You can look at skepticism in different lenses. You can be like a locally skeptical about like morals or specific semantics or anything like that, whereas like a radical skepticist to the maximum claims that we can't know shit,
Right.
even including that you can't know that you can't know. You know what I mean? So it's just like paradoxical. That's you get a lot of that with you get a lot of that with Piron and his schools. Piro and his schools. But did you want to say anything, Perry?
The
Any ideas?
meta-skepticism.
Yeah,
Is what I think of.
meta-skepticism.
Yeah.
Yep. Skeptical of your skepticism. We have to think about that every now and then, but I think if you question that all the time, you're gonna not believe that knowledge is possible, and you're gonna fall into epistemological nihilism in some shape or form.
Well, that's why I'm curious about like this mitigated and unmitigated, because I feel like I fall under that category for that reason, because I mean, you can't just constantly be super radical about your skepticism, right?
No, because you would question everything all the time.
Right. So you have some sort of mechanism to kind of to hedge that skepticism in a sense.
This sentence right here says it best. Mitigated skeptics hold that knowledge does not require certainty, and that many beliefs are, in practice, certain to the point that they can be safely acted upon in order to live significant and meaningful lives.
Yeah. Yeah, that does sum it up pretty good.
I figured that's what and that's just those are just two distinctions under epistemic skepticism, right? They're not super important differentiations from regular philosophical skepticism or Cartesian and academic skepticism. And all of these, of course, we'll go over in the history of it. It's important to learn all of it, but we're just covering the concepts right now. We want to understand the main concepts of philosophical skepticism. So, real quick, I'll tell you this. You can also, philosophical skepticism is a methodology. So, in Western philosophy, you've got two different types, like Cartesian skepticism and the Agrippan skepticism. Focusing on the belief and the justification chains and stuff, rather than doubt or things like that. So we'll get into what Cartesian skepticism and academic skepticism is when we talk about the history, because academic skepticism is the time between like 213 to 129 BCE, and it was mostly Augustine and the Platonic Academy. That's interesting. I didn't know. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll definitely get into that. I haven't read about the Platonic Academy in a while, so I'll have to read up on that before I can give a good rundown of it. I'm going to cover a few more things. We got a few more things to cover, but I was just saying that academic skepticism is a period in history, in Greek history, of a certain type of skepticism. And then, of course, there's the ancient Greek skepticism, which is Pyrrhonism and Heraclitus and Parmenides and all these other thinkers. Demas, I can't ever pronounce that dude's name. Sextus Empiricus, Augustine. We'll get into all those, but let's talk about, since we've done all these classifications and talked about how philosophical skepticism has about 8 to 10 different types underneath it, and a lot of different ways to look at it. Like you can look at it epistemologically, like we talked about, or you can look at it in different lenses. It's just a methodology that we use, the philosophical skepticism anyway. It's the family of views. I know I'm beating that into people's skulls, but it's really important to understand that when somebody just says skepticism, You're not just talking about doubting something. Philosophical skepticism is very rigorous. So what's up, Perry?
Nothing. I'm
Oh,
good.
who? Scott?
Oh, I was getting teed up. I thought you were getting close to being done here. Sorry, I hit unmute, and I think you heard that or something.
No, it's all good. I'm still covering some stuff, but we're not too much longer on the
no,
lecture.
Yep.
We can cover what I can cover is the global skeptical scenarios or radical skeptical scenarios, and I can cover some criticisms of just in general of what people say about skepticism and philosophical skepticism. So other people on other shows have talked about this, but I want to go. We could go in deep to each skeptical scenario. These are all hypotheses, hypothetical situations. But it's, a global skeptical scenario, a radical skeptical scenario is a hypothetical situation which can be used in an argument for skepticism about a particular claim or class of claims. Usually the scenario posits the existence of a deceptive power that deceives our senses and undermines the justification of knowledge otherwise accepted and justified. This proposes in order to call in question our ordinary claims to knowledge on any grounds. So some of the most important skeptical scenarios that have received a great deal of attention in modern philosophy and history are going to be the ones that we all know about, right? Starting out with René Descartes' evil demon problem, the evil demon that is constantly tricking you, and everything that you think is up is down, and he's tricking you, right? And how can we know anything? How can there be any true knowledge? I would say in that thought experiment that there has to be, like Descartes said, there has to be something there to be deceived. And so there would be some form of truth in that, some kind of truth or knowledge in that scenario if we were being deceived in every possible way by some evil demon, right? Because Descartes was very religious. So then, of course, we know of Hilary Putnam's brain in a vat. Anybody not know of that one? I'm sure everybody in here knows of that one, right, Scott? Right, Perry?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We've talked about it many times on many different shows, but, you could explain it this way. It supposes that one might be a disembodied brain kept alive in a vat and fed false sensory signals by some machine or mad scientist or whatever. It asserts that since a brain in a vat would have no way of knowing that it was indeed a brain in a vat, you couldn't prove that you aren't that. Mm-hmm. So your actual knowledge of existence is just a fabrication. However, it would be real to you. So knowledge there is disputable. I don't really know if that's a defeater for all, a real serious defeater in terms of a skeptical scenario.
Yeah,
but
just like Descartes' demon, though, Descartes said there's still some truth to the fact that there's one being deceived.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
in
right.
this case, there's truth that there is a brain in a vat. And I guess how you would become more radical and even be more skeptical.
I would say it would even be knowledge that if you had the evil demon problem, that the evil demon existed, right?
Yes.
Well, yeah,
maybe you wouldn't know
would.
about it. I guess if
Yeah.
you didn't know about it, then it wouldn't be knowledge.
Well,
you just wouldn't know about it.
That's what they mean by truth, right? Is existence.
Yeah.
That's sort of the crux of the situation, though, right? Because the brain in the vat, the only thing like we have right now to go on is our sensory perception, right? So it's basically just saying, what if our sensory perception is wrong? Is the whole fundamental process, in my opinion. But I do think the fact that we know way more about evolutionary processes now, I feel like that's less of an actual issue. Like I don't think it poses as big of an issue as it did before people knew about evolution, right? Because we evolved for our senses to recognize the world around us to survive better.
I agree with you, but this is assuming that, that someone has put your brain or has grown your brain in a vat
Yeah,
and is feeding you all the senses. You know what
yeah,
I mean? But it would
exactly.
still be real to you, right? I mean, in that
Exactly. That's what I'm
Yeah,
matrix or
saying.
whatever.
the illusion is
It would
still
still
real.
be 100% real based on what you're
Hmm.
sensing, right? Period.
Unless it were like, but what if it were immaterial, for example? Like we, as you, me, and Thomas, I think, if I could speak for you guys, believe that thought and consciousness is material in some way. So would us, the
Ooh,
qualitative experience, be immaterial though? Could it be in the brain in the vat?
no. Well, I would say it's more an emergent property of material as opposed to being the material itself, right?
Gotcha.
Hmm.
Okay. So you'd
Yeah.
call it immaterial,
Well, it's like the software in a computer. Is that immaterial?
or is it still producing some kind of electric cloud that is,
Hmm.
moving the
Yeah.
I
chain
just
of?
think I just think it more goes to the position of what you think is material, right?
True.
It arises from material, whether emergently or epiphenomenally. It arises from the material, right?
Yep.
But even if it's something that we can't like measure and perceive, doesn't mean it's not out there. For example, it could be some kind of quanta that still, even though our perceptive experience doesn't allow us to see, the potential infinite amount of substance that is out there.
Hmm.
I mean, wouldn't that still be material even though we can't perceive it? Or would it just be, oh, we're monkeys and we can't perceive it, so it's
It might be just
immaterial
because
to.
we're monkeys. Yeah.
I think it would be something that you could say is born of material, right?
Yeah,
Like
but
like a car isn't necessarily material, right? A car is born out of material, but your notion of a
mm, okay.
uh, Nissan NSX is one thing, regardless of the material that's there,
I
right? So,
agree with that, but isn't
yes,
that final product of the birth of the car a material object?
it's born of the material, but I
It's born
think
of it, right, but the
I
final
think there's a
product.
concept. I think there's a concept that's immaterial that's
Hmm.
associated to a material thing, right? Do you know what I mean? If if nobody ever knew what an Acura NSX was, people would just be like, "Oh, that's an NSX," right? Like
Well,
so there
that's the name of the
something.
car. It's still a car, though, regardless of.
It is, but there's something that's born out of it, right? There's something greater in the chords being played in this song than the actual chords being played. It's how they're all being played together,
So
right?
let me just see if I can reconcile this with one question. Is the car material or immaterial? You can't say anything other than those two answers unless you don't agree with the premise of the question. But answer it for me if you can. Is it immaterial A or material B? The final
The
birthed of the car.
yeah, it is material, right?
Hmm.
But our concept of it is immaterial, is what I'm saying.
So with my language that you agreed to terms with, let's use it with the thought now, the thing that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Is the thought, which is birthed of an emergent property of us material beings, is that thought and consciousness and me thinking of what I'm going to say to you in the next 30 seconds, is that material or immaterial? Or do you not agree with the question
I
premise?
man, yeah, because I know this position.
Hmm.
I just don't think thoughts are material in the same way a car is material, right? So like that
Hmm.
was probably a bad analogy on my part.
No, yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, what are you
Yeah,
going to compare with consciousness to make it a good analogy?
exactly.
We don't even know if consciousness is an emergent property or if it even exists in the way that we understand it. We
Yeah,
just
that's
all
my
understand. We just all have this colloquial feeling that we do.
yeah, that's just my best guesstimate, right?
Hmm.
Like I'm not dying on a hill for it.
For sure. But you know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of the natural supernatural thing. Like anything that we find that we deem it to be with our language to be supernatural, it immediately becomes
That's
natural.
correct. So the
So,
supernatural is forever out of reach.
Yeah.
because there's going to be an infinite amount of things that we progress to learn, and it's just a never-ending journey. So there's always going to be that possibility that there's
just peeling the layers of the onion back, and the layers just get more complex the more you peel back.
Dude, just like ogres, man.
So there's another one besides the evil demon problem and the brain in the vat. There's the dream argument, which was mentioned multiple times in Indian philosophy, Western philosophy, but Rene Descartes basically, reality could be indistinguishable from a dream or a dream within a dream, inceptioned, so that's something, but I think that's a very weak one because we know what dreams feel like, and they do not feel like real life. To some people, they might. So I can say, to me, I at least when I wake up know the difference between dreaming and existence.
Yes.
So I don't know absolutely, but it's my best guess. Then there is, by Bertrand Russell, there's the 5-minute hypothesis. Are you guys familiar with that one?
I'm not.
Yeah, everything, like you were just born 5 minutes ago, and all your memories that you have from longer than 5 minutes ago has been implanted in you.
Yep.
Within that original.
The world and everything was created 5 minutes ago, and you were supplanted with all of the info and memories that you needed to understand that the world was 4.5 billion years old. However, it just came into existence 5 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a strong skeptical, and that's a hard one. What do you think?
Yeah, we wouldn't know though. That's the
you never would. you never would know.
That's the I guess that's the point.
If we've all got that's the point, is that you wouldn't know. There's the lack of knowledge in this instance, but if that's the case, then everything is just false, I guess. I don't know.
There's actually, I would say, some truth to that. So let's take the 5 minute and let's take it down to 0.03 milliseconds.
Mm-hmm.
And what I've heard or read is that you don't actually become aware of the truth, we'll call it in this sense, of what you're perceiving to be until a split second after you perceive it. There's always some
thoughts happen to us
in time. So whatever that time lapse is could be the Bertrand Russell problem.
Could be.
Sometimes, Perry, it might take somebody years to figure out what actually happened, though, right?
Yeah, for 0.1 second of truth.
You could have the 0.1 second hypothesis. You know what I mean? It's the same thing, or at the speed of light. You know what I mean? Like,
yep, there's always some time lapse.
Yeah, because neurons operate at the speed of light anyway. The electrical signals do.
Yeah, to me, I guess this is just where I separate things to saying, hey, I take it as an axiom that we've evolved in a way that we can perceive our outside world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is something that you just have to say, okay, this is just what I accept, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's no definitive answer. So something I was trying to tell somebody the other night, and they just didn't get my point.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely no definitive answer, I would say, with this knowledge.
Yeah, there's no definitive answer for me about knowledge at all. It's still in the air. The next couple of ones, there's more than the ones I'm going to read, but obviously everybody knows the simulated reality hypothesis, the matrix hypothesis, that this is a computer simulation or a virtual reality. In that case, it's still real to us, so it doesn't matter. Then one of the last ones, of course, is solipsism, that you're the only one that exists. Everything is a creation from your ideation.
Yeah, I mean,
that's fucking.
Yep. That there is no knowledge except you. You are creating everything.
It's a very egotistical view, and I will admit that I have that view. Not view, but just possibly, hypothesis. You think about it. And so if it were the case, and I'm just talking to these NPCs right now, and you guys are responding in a way, but I'm really the only one that exists.
How could you teach yourself new knowledge that you didn't know? You know what I mean?
You'd have to rely on the NPCs.
So to learn anything novel or to combine, you would have to assume that the other people were people.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's sort of the problem with that too, though, right? It's like everybody goes through being a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
You just grow out of it.
Right. Yep.
Solipsism.
Another
like when you're
another
a teenager,
evil.
like it's just me, man. It's
Yeah.
fucking me against the world.
Well, you know what that is, Scott? That's another evolved process of humans where we're naturally selfish.
Yeah.
So I mean,
No, because we're naturally altruistic as well. Like right? I mean, we're both.
I make a good argument
True.
for selfish altruism.
true. Yeah, but there's still some selfish. You're selfish because you want to survive, right?
Selfish because I also
towards
like the enjoyment of
surviving.
helping people.
Yeah.
I like the dopamine release. I
But
enjoy.
don't you think that their survival depended on them being beneficiaries to each other because that they realized that would help their survival? So
Yeah.
where does
Yeah.
it start? Does
Yeah.
it start with the selfishness, or does it start with me wanting to help this other person? Because
That's separating something. I don't know if that can be separated.
Yeah, and
I'm not
that's
sure.
that's the point that I was making. Like it's like you can't separate them, right? That's why most
Do you
people
want to
get
separate them? Which one
no,
would you
no,
prefer
I'm
to be?
just saying that if it is the same thing and you can't separate it, regardless, just to my main point is that is an evolutionary process.
It is 100% an evolutionary process.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I live my life in the altruistic way and should probably be more selfish for my own well-being. But
Well, you are whether you want to be or not. When we help people, we get all kinds of rewards mentally and emotionally. You know what I mean?
yeah, I just
So
envy
it behooves someone who is very selfish to be altruistic because it makes a better world for them to live in. That's
Well,
the selfish altruism argument,
So,
anyway.
so what about all these multimillionaires that manipulated? Obviously, it's a small percentage of the human population. Not saying that this is an accurate representation of humanity.
Right.
But think of all of the altruism that one could perform with such material and resources, and they don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So maybe I just am a glass half empty kind of guy, but I see a lot of evil, what I would subjectively perceive to be evil in the world, and
See, I wouldn't say it's evil. I would just say there's nothing in evolution that says you can't be a douchebag. Right?
true. Yeah, it's
That's
part of our
really all it
process.
comes down to.
Whether I like it or not, it is
Yep.
an empirical fact.
But in society, we all, because of evolution and the way we've spread our empathy from our tribe to
True.
our societies, we act in accordance with those ideas and not just like pure narcissism and natural selection. You know what I mean?
The question then, it begs the question: what side of the scale is it going to lean towards? The altruism or the selfishness? Because I'm given the arguments of the selfishness, and you guys are giving me the fair arguments of the altruism. And we have all this technology and intelligence because of that reason. So, but
Yeah,
what's the scale going to side towards?
Yeah, but what if a scale doesn't have to side? What if the scale is actually a teeter-totter and it just balances back and forth over time,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Like that's like to me that's way more intuitive than saying like things have to scale and weigh out and be perfectly even. Like, right, of course that's not going to be the case.
It probably depends on the situation.
I like to think of it as that, and that's best case scenario. My point that it's 50-50, like there's always a healthy balance to be had. Like if we were all just altruistic, maybe we would have died for whatever reason, or if we were all just too selfish, then we all would have died. So perhaps.
I mean, if you were absolutely altruistic, you'd starve to death.
True.
Yep.
I guess a meta altruism comes into place though, because wouldn't you want to stay alive so you could continue to help other people?
Right,
So that
but
would
that's
be-
the paradox of it, Perry.
Yeah, that's
That would be an amazing Monty. Just be like, no, you eat first. No, you eat first. No, you eat first, and they just both die.
No, I insist. No, please. Do go ahead. No, I insist. Please do go ahead. Just for like a week, and then they die.
Yep.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
I mean, they wouldn't have evolved to get to that point to even talk. Like, they would have died probably
I know you're just
eons
trying to
ago.
cover every possible aspect of
Yeah,
this,
of
but I
course.
mean, you can't. It's going to depend on the situation, which way the pendulum swings.
Yep.
Yeah.
So let's real quick. We're going to take callers here in a little bit. Let's talk about some just overall criticisms of philosophical skepticism as, an overall idea. So it's been criticized in many ways. Some criticisms see it as a self-refuting idea, while others, some philosophers criticizing it see philosophical skepticism as a self-refuting idea, right? Being skeptical of being skeptical kind of thing, while others point out that it is implausible, psychologically impossible, or a pointless intellectual game, right? So one of the strongest criticisms claims that philosophical skepticism is contradictory or self-refuting. This position is based on the idea that it not only rejects the existence of knowledge, but seems to make knowledge claims itself at the same time that there is no knowledge. Right? So, for example, to claim that there is no knowledge seems to be a knowledge claim. This problem is particularly relevant for versions of philosophical skepticism that deny any form of knowledge, like Pyrrhonism or radical skepticism, right? Because if they claim there is no knowledge, that's a knowledge claim, and that's infallibilism. So the radical global skeptic denies that any claim is rationally justified, but then goes on to provide arguments in an attempt to rationally justify their denial. So some philosophical skeptics have responded to this objection by restricting the denial of knowledge to certain fields without denying the existence of knowledge in general. So they're hedging their bets, basically. Another defense of philosophical skepticism consists in understanding philosophical skepticism not as a methodology or a theory. Not as a macro theory, but as a methodology, like we talked about earlier. In this case, it may be useful and fruitfully to reject and improve philosophical and scientific systems despite its shortcomings as a theory. Did you want to say something?
Sorry, I was just coughing.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it's all good. So that's just some main criticisms of the self-refuting idea. So we'll talk about another couple of ones. Another criticism from epistemologists holds that philosophical skepticism is highly counterintuitive by pointing out how far removed it is from regular life. Practicality, basically. For example, it seems very impractical, if not psychologically impossible, to suspend all beliefs at the same time. And even if it was possible, it would not be advisable, since the complete skeptic would wind up starving to death or walking into walls or out of windows. This criticism can allow that there are some arguments that support philosophical skepticism. However, it has been claimed that they are not nearly strong enough to support a radical skepticism. Common sense philosophers, or what's called OLP philosophers, ordinary language philosophers, follow this line of thought by arguing that regular common sense beliefs are much more reliable than the skeptic's intricate arguments. George Edward Moore, for example, tried to refute skepticism about the existence of the external world, not by engaging with its complex arguments from skepticism, but by using a simple observation that he has, in fact, two hands. For Moore, this is phenomenal conservatism, right? For Moore, this observation is a reliable source of knowledge, incompatible with external world skepticism, since it entails that there are at least two physical objects that exist. So Moore is just talking about phenomenal conservatism, with conservatism, basically saying that things are things. The way that things appear to us is how they actually are. So I don't take too much of a phenomenally conservative route. So one more. Let's talk about a couple more. Another objection sees philosophical skepticism as an idle academic exercise, waste of time, or what's called quietism, which is a school of philosophy to where it's basically just meditation and mental health introspection and just games for the mind kind of thing. This is often based on the idea, because of its initial implausibility and distance from everyday life, that it has no practical value. So in this regard, Arthur Schopenhauer compares the position of radical skepticism to a border fortress that is best ignored. It is impregnable, but its garrison does not pose any threat since it never sets foot outside the fortress. One defense of philosophical skepticism is that it had important impacts on the history of philosophy at large and not just among skeptical philosophers. I agree with that. This is due to its critical attitude, which remains a constant challenge to the epistemic foundations of various philosophical theories. We know this to be true. It has often provoked creative responses from other philosophers when trying to modify the effective theory to avoid the problems that skepticism brings into every possible scenario. So
I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, I like Arthur Schopenhauer's mention of it. So those are going to be the practical, pragmatic ideas about dealing with skepticism, and those are some critiques of skepticism. Next, we've pretty much covered the overview of philosophical skepticism, and we will go over the history of Western skepticism and then cover a little bit of the Eastern next week. But I think I've covered pretty much everything I want to talk about. Is there anything you guys wanted to add on before I start? If we have any callers, I don't know if anybody just waited. Looks like we've got Dale down there being patient.
I didn't know that was his name, George Edward Moore. I always heard G.E. Moore.
Yeah, G.E. Moore, yep.
That's all I've ever heard him be referred to as.
Yep. We've pretty much covered everything. I'll run over it real quick again. We covered philosophical skepticism as a family of philosophical views. We talked about the overview of it and the classifications like local and radical, Western and Eastern, Cartesian skepticism, Agrippan skepticism. We talked about the global skeptical scenarios. We talked about how skepticism is seen epistemologically with justification and belief. We talked about mitigated and unmitigated separations in epistemological skepticism. And we talked a lot about the critiques and criticisms of certain types of skepticism. So we've covered everything, guys. I really appreciate all of you listening to that. This is what this show's about. We're here for the torture. We're here to pound the railroad spikes of information into our brains together as we group study. But let's go ahead and, Scott, did you have anything to say? Scott. All right. So, Dale, come on in, bud.
All right, it takes me forever to get back to my screen to unmute. Now I'm good.
All right, man. All right, Dale's probably been waiting a while. He probably doesn't even. Dale, if you want to unmute yourself and talk, brother, we'd love to hear from you. I don't see your mute off yet.
What's up, Hohenheim? I see you jumping in here.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
It's going good. We just got done with my lecture, brother.
Damn, I will listen back. I wanted to go and help out Paul Mason, then I ended up getting a battering myself from Vlad and another Christian.
Oh wow, his
nice.
Still going.
Yeah, it's fun. What's going on with Dale? You there, Dale? Yeah, I was getting a battering, as Gator said. Yeah, it was fun. Oh my word! I literally arguing with two Christians about how they should kill people, and I think you shouldn't, and I'm the unchristian one. It's strange. Sorry, shouldn't bring it in here.
Yeah, no, I mean, what's Mesa's show about? Is it even about Christianity, or is that just something that always comes up?
No, I think it went to that because it's about what's worse, grievous bodily harm or rape, and then of course they were saying I think the death penalty should be given for rape and murder and stuff, and then it was the whole moral, objective morality and where you get your morals from came up, and
yeah, of course,
yeah. Oh, it's so much more chilled in here.
Yeah, we're just chilling. Like I said, I got done with all the stuff I wanted to cover on philosophical skepticism, and now We're taking callers, and Dale doesn't seem to be responding to us because he's been waiting a while. So I'm gonna take Gator in, and Dale, you can jump right back in the queue whenever you feel like it. We're in free for all mode, guys. So just as long as we don't delve too deeply into silly politics or anything, I'm willing to talk about whatever.
Hey guys, I'm sorry that I missed a lot of the beginning of this stuff, and
Oh, that's no problem.
and again, I'm not very well philosophically versed. What I was going to ask
Mm-hmm.
about though is kind of joining a little bit of the two, and also what Hohenheim's just been going through, right? Because this other room was basically sort of clickbaiting on triggering people on what do you think's worse. You know, essentially it started off with murder and rape, which is probably kind of an easy one to emotively answer, and then they tried to change it to something a bit more nuanced, like essentially battery or physical assaults versus rape, right? And then eventually it got into, and this is where I'm kind of trying to bring in a bit of the knowledge epistemology sort of thing. They kind of got into this biblical based argument around objective morality as defined in the Bible, and then ultimately how that can be enacted in law, right, in forms of law, and then it descended into much more biblical stuff after that, I think, and I kind of checked out a bit, and Hohenheim got sucked into it, right? Have you guys got a kind of a philosophical sort of stance, or are you aware of the sort of philosophical points about how we've moved from a biblical or religious based legal society through the knowledge aspects into a kind of a secular system? I know that's a very vague question, and it's very poorly put, but have you got areas of this that kind of cover some of this stuff?
Perry, go ahead, brother. I think you're about
well, we have to acknowledge that much of our political system, morality, even, all of this stuff originated from, I guess, in the West here, from Christianity, right? I mean, it was all Christian-based centuries ago or whatever. And what I think you were asking is how has it evolved to the point that it's at right now? And yes, it was through secular, I use the term secular science, right? Like science void of any kind of dogma, essentially, is what my view of science is. Like, there's no absolute truth because it's ever changing. And we get you're talking about laws. So, I mean, laws revolve around the well-being of the individual, and well-being is a term that I believe we get from scientific data. I mean, we try and allow well-being for everyone, which we can understand through science, neuroscience, your biochemistry,
evolutionary psychology,
what kind of hormones you need to regulate yourself. But to mend kind of what you were saying, Gator, is that it did originate, and who's to say that we wouldn't have got it without Christianity, right? Like, surely if things kind of went along the way that they would have just without Jesus coming down with revelation, I mean, it probably still would have occurred in some way, shape, or form. Maybe not. Obviously, that's somewhat of a dogmatic claim to make, but
how dare you?
Whether it originated from Christianity or not, I don't think matters too much, because now we have kind of a godless view on how to treat people well. I mean, spiritually, we can treat people well through, God or vicarious redemption, whatever, but the physical aspect that science gives us is good. Yeah.
Perry, you can actually make the argument that was all taking place even before Christianity, right?
Oh, yeah, in the Greeks and Hippocrates.
So at that point, if you can prove it happened before Christianity, then like the Christianity...
Thought it was Hippocrates.
Hippocrates,
Isn't that right?
yeah. Yeah.
Gator, come on up to speak, bud. I'll let you up here. We don't have a lot of people right now.
You know what I mean? It sort of negates it if you can prove that this was a way people behaved before Christianity. Then Christianity didn't add anything. It's just
with the politics more so is kind of where I was headed with that, because I mean, obviously, the Roman Catholics and everything, and how it was implemented, God, in God we trust or whatever, or on the Declaration or something. I mean, regardless, though, I agree with you that it would have probably came about scientifically without that sort of belief.
Well, you brought up "In God We Trust." I'm sorry, I don't mean to derail, but you know that like
It's okay.
it only went on money, and in like
The past 50 years, it
in
went
the
on.
1950s, yeah, in the
Yeah,
1950s.
but isn't it on the Constitution? Or no? I thought it was, okay.
No, it's in the Declaration of Independence. Is the only place that God is ever mentioned in the founding documents.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, I always hear like Christopher Hitchens and all these guys mention how you got to believe in a God to be president, right? I mean, doesn't that have some kind of notion that kind of refers back to Western culture and the belief in a monotheistic God?
No. Actually, in the United States, there's something in the Constitution that actually says there cannot be a test for belief to being a politician.
To be a politician. That's right. You're
So,
right.
I mean,
Like, do people actually hold to it? No, not really. But,
no, not anymore.
Well, if they want to get elected, they have to play to their bases, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, exactly, and that's also probably a main reason.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows the actual beliefs of the presidents in the past?
Who knows the actual beliefs of any of our politicians? I mean, most of it is just rhetoric, I would imagine.
yes, indeed.
Perry, that you're not bothering me, but that spit might bother somebody else. It doesn't bother me. It really doesn't bother me.
So
It's just
habitual, like
I don't even notice it, but I know Hohenheim gets worked up.
I was trying to be nice to him.
No,
and
I was
the
going to
listeners.
say. No, sorry, Perry. I was going to say actually, it's a lot better now. My mind since COVID, my mind was a mess, and it's come back now. So
yeah,
when
I can see that.
but don't worry, dude. I'm not like you. Go ahead. I literally had an argument with myself just after that spit. I was like, "Holy crap! Like, why are you getting us annoyed?" And I just had a discussion with myself. So
I'm glad
so
that I
you
could
don't
give
feel
you,
bad, dude.
I'm glad that I could give you that learning
My
experience.
question was,
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Extreme, call them extreme skeptics.
That drives me fucking
Do they
crazy.
consider
Far worse than a
themselves
spit. Yeah.
radical skeptics?
That-
Do they
that's-
consider
Oh
themselves
yeah, I mean that could probably bother
useful?
people too.
Do they
Like,
consider their
just launching on
philosophy
something.
useful to anything?
Yeah.
Right.
That's interesting.
And like, how do they
Radical skepticism.
how do
Yeah.
they deal with things like
Yeah.
like things that work, right? Like
That's what we were talking
when you
about.
can
Based on
prove
practicality,
gravity. How
no.
do they deal with that? They just say,
I mean,
well,
I guess maybe
yeah,
they
it
do.
works in this
I don't know
reality,
anybody
but
that
this
holds to
reality is
absolute
fake.
radical
Is that how they
skepticism that
approach it?
knowledge is impossible and we should withhold our belief and judgment forever. You know what I mean? I don't know anybody that holds that. Hmm. Most of these epistemologists, they want knowledge to be certainty. They want it to be certainty so bad they can taste it. You know what I mean? And gravity obviously exists, but we don't have a full understanding of it. You know what I mean? But to be skeptical that you even exist, or that these global skeptical scenarios that I brought up, these radical hypotheses and hypothetical situations, they're not practical at all. You know what I mean? They're basically unimportant if you're talking about just everyday life, but philosophically we can't ignore the skepticism. So I would say healthy skepticism is questioning anything as it comes along, but not all the time, and don't ever question everything all the time. That will lead you to a bad place. So yeah, I hope that gave something. You guys go ahead. We're in free for all mode. I don't have to control the
I mean,
the topics.
I feel like that's where the kind of paradoxes come in too, because if
Yeah.
you're depending on how radical, which I think is what North was trying to say, like what a radical, like how radical could it even get? What does radical mean?
Well, that's
So
what I was describing, that you could doubt your own existence, you could doubt
yeah,
everything. You know.
but what you were saying earlier is that even to make the knowledge claim that there is no knowledge, or that you are doubting your existence, isn't that a knowledge claim?
Yes, that's what when we talked about the criticisms a little while ago, I mentioned that very thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and what I was going to say during that is, like, I guess Socrates kind of said it because he knows that he doesn't know. I mean, he knows is the knowledge claim, and that he doesn't know is what
He admitted that.
proposition.
You know what I mean? Yeah. He admitted that. I don't want to stop anybody else from talking. We got a lot of good speakers. All you guys are my buddies. We got Owen down here in the callers. We got a couple of other callers here waiting. What's up, Owen?
How's it going? Oh, I just
Chilling.
wanted to ask, just to throw this in here when it comes to like, I guess like skeptics. Would you or anyone else on the panel see ideologies that are, how do I say this, go against the grain of a society? Would those people with those ideologies be defined as skeptics?
No, that would be a more colloquial, like general term. Like, you know, I'm a truther. I know what's really happened. I got the inside scoop. You know what I mean? I know, I've got knowledge of information that nobody else has, that kind of thing, you know. Not necessarily labeling it conspiracy, but just in that general realm.
So that is your definition of a skeptic?
No, that would be the
Okay.
opposite. A skeptic
Opposite,
is someone who, skepticism, like we talked about earlier in the episode, philosophical skepticism is the doubting of all information, even common sense information, knowledge, the idea that knowledge could exist at all. There's weak skeptics and strong skeptics, and we went through all that. So I don't know if that answered any part of your question there, but
It did. I just originally asked that first question, kind of leading into what everybody else was previously mentioning, and I just wanted to ask, I guess, everyone on the panel, when it comes to certain ideologies and or beliefs that people have, at what point do they become skeptics? Is it when they start, I guess, like having their own beliefs that are contrary to actual, what we would call as like facts, or would it come to the amount of things or facts that they reject, like what was previously mentioned? If that makes sense.
So let's do this.
I think it's.
Yeah.
I think it's more of just like setting up like a framework, right? So like I will only believe this thing if I have specific enough information to me that shows that this is the credible explanation. This is the more valid explanation for something else, right? Because like Thomas mentioned, or I think where you're going, just because you disbelieve what the majority of people believe, but you believe something else, is besides the fact. It's the reason why.
yeah, that's a colloquial definition of like a common everyday usage of the word skeptic. You know, you have understanding that is different from the norm, and you're skeptical of like everyday life and things like that, or your society or your government. But skepticism as a methodology is like how we would do science. You know, skepticism is questioning. To say something like the sky is blue, you would want to question that one or two times maybe in your life, but you don't want to question it all the time. And you know what I mean? Like, there are some things to be skeptical about that don't matter, but then there are things that are to be skeptical about that do matter, like dark matter and shit like that. You know, people throw in wild theories at the wall about what dark matter is. As a scientist, you have to be skeptical and withhold judgment until you see the evidence show you where you need to go. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it actually does. And I apologies for, I guess, tiptoeing around this. I guess I was just originally asking or referring to religious skepticism, which is something that's kind of interesting that I've looked into, because religious skeptics, depending upon what type of religious skeptic they are, it seems like they would be in the traditional form of a skeptic, which was referenced before, or they would be in like the literal form of a skeptic, like interestingly contrasting with their ideology slash religion. But that doesn't matter. But thank you guys for answering my questions.
Yeah,
I
Owen.
appreciate it.
I would say, like, I have a hard time imagining anybody being anybody that's religious.
Well, I was
skeptic
actually
in
going to
any
ask.
way, right? So
Scott, you're breaking up a little bit.
I actually have something pretty cool to say, guys.
Just before you get to that, I was going to ask.
Sure, man. What's up?
Could
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
could Josh?
Wait.
So
We got a little bit
when
of
it comes,
Hang on, guys, real quick. We got
Go
a
ahead,
little bit
go
of a
ahead.
delay here, so let's let North go first, and then Dale, you'll jump in right after, okay?
sweet, thank
Could
you.
Josh, the guy who does the Atheist Nightmare, could he be
Got it.
considered a version of a skeptic in that he believes that like you can't understand or you can't know anything except with the existence of God? That like
no.
Yeah, that's like anti-skeptic.
I mean, like it betrays the idea of skepticism for him to say, like, I disbelieve everything except this one thing that I believe truly.
Right, yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Like that fundamentally makes him not a skeptic,
So
right?
I mean, the idea of basing your foundational beliefs. I'm sorry, Dale. I'll let you go 1 second. The idea of basing your foundational beliefs on a God, as in nothing can work or be reasonable without God, that is the opposite of skepticism. Now, if he were to turn skepticism on that, he would ask the questions that we all ask him all the time, and he would ask that about himself, and be skeptical about, do I really know the laws of logic? Do I really understand what God wants or does or thinks? These things that we would all ask him. That would be the skepticism. So, is trying to get closer and closer to the truth by throwing out the bad information, bringing in the new good information.
Yeah, and skepticism is not something that's done like the same way a ladder is, right? So it's
there was
like,
one point
I'm just
that I
one
really
step
wanted to
more
make
skeptical now. I only believe
about
this one thing now.
the main topic
Dale,
of
get
the
in
show
real
right
quick,
now.
guys, and then I'll
That
let
is,
Owen jump in.
when Moses saw the burning bush, that was obviously a whole plant of cannabis. Moses smoked a and then wrote the 10 Commandments. Because how else could you sit there and chisel 10 Commandments in one sitting? Marijuana. Right? You guys with me on that? Yeah, thank you. That was well received.
No,
Yeah, well,
High as a
salvia,
mug.
it actually wasn't
Yeah.
cannabis. It was
Yeah,
salvia.
he was high as fuck. It could have been,
If it was
peyote
a
or
salvia, oh my God,
Moses had to be
then
high as
Moses
fuck to
was in
do
another
that.
dimension.
One
That would
evening.
make sense, honestly.
I do.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Wow.
We
I guess
we don't have any evidence for a person
For
ever
real.
named Moses existing.
But
as
we
far
have
as I know,
we have
so.
evidence that Jesus is a real dude, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Moses doesn't have any archaeological evidence to back him up, sadly. Mm-hmm.
Not really.
I would say I would
think,
lean towards mythicism, but
from my perspective,
there are some proponents who
from
do
my
believe
personal
through
perspective,
historical
I think
criticism that Jesus
it's totally
was a real
possible.
Person, yes.
Siddhartha, the Buddha, was a real dude and just like a really cool person, and Jesus, the same thing, like just a very cool person. Son of God, I think that shit's twisted. I don't trust the Bible. I don't trust 2,000 years of powerful people controlling what can and can't be in the Bible. That's where I separate myself. That's where I become not sorry, not
Mm-hmm.
that's where I become agnostic, not anti-theist, just but agnostic. Thanks for my turn.
Atheist.
Any
Yes.
questions?
Yeah.
Any questions? Any questions you might have for me? Or
Gotcha.
should I just...
Yeah. Dude, you're welcome. More than welcome. Anybody? I don't have any specific
Well,
ones.
I mean,
Anybody?
Siddhartha, for example, and the same can be said about Jesus. It could just be a long line of charismatic people that had the qualities of Jesus, and that story was put into one guy. And I mean, it could have just been a generational type of qualities that people found to be
Right.
good and
And it got
whatnot.
telephoned and it got
It doesn't even
twisted.
have to be that, Perry. It could be like Jesus could be a story of like some kids who were on a playground in middle school. This dude named Jesus did something
Yeah.
really fucking cool.
Yeah.
Like, dude, he did like a triple kickflip.
Right, exactly.
It
Yeah.
it
This
definitely
dude-
got telephoned, Dale. You're right
Some
about
kind
that.
of charismatic idea of a person.
Yeah.
All right, well,
doesn't
thanks
need
for
to be
letting
a
me in the
long line.
conversation.
There just needs to be a story to be told, right? And if
Yeah,
the
yeah, I'll
story
be
is
around.
told-
I do my own show. It's called This Is Where It's At. If you ever see it,
Yep.
come and join.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Dale,
Dale.
you're always welcome.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, I'll
Thank
put
you.
myself on mute unless I have something awesome to say.
Okay, thank you. I will check into that. You're good, brother. All right, I'm gonna invite the next speaker, but you can jump right back in, if you want to.
It's Joe.
All right. Let's
I
see
jumped
what we
in.
got.
I was going to respond
Oh
to
yeah, Hohenheim,
Owen,
did you
although
want
he's
to? I
gone
forgot
now.
that I was going to let
I'd
you
say
say
that
something. I'm
having
sorry.
skepticism in regards to religion, and because it has such close links to morality, and then the people who are in charge of a lot of the governments in the world ascribe to some kind of religion. I think having skepticism in regards to religion is really important. And then it's summed up in the words of the great Dale that just came by as that shit's twisted, and religion has been twisted by shed loads of people for hundreds, thousands of years actually. and it's evident in the views of many people who propose to be, say, Christian, say, well, not Buddhist, I'd say, but Islamic, and all of these different religions. They use their faith as a way to do all the horrible things they've done. Hitler included. They had on their chests, I think, or their belts, "In God we something." Yeah, so I think that
God meant
skepticism
Scoots.
is really important, and I think it was either Sam Harris or Hitchens that said there's no community or no society, government, country that has been too skeptical. I know there's an over-skepticalness, but too skeptical, constructive skepticism, I think, is really, really important.
Yes. Agreed. Joe, what's up?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Hey.
What's up?
Oh man, shout out. I love following up after the last dude speaking. But in the general conversation, I feel like everybody is missing the basic tenets of humanity and like
Okay.
healthcare, just community, your job. Everything is so centered around that. I feel like everybody is going into wicked deep, like, a lot, you know where I'm going, they're going into a lot of places, but they forget the basic tenets of the humanity, your family, your healthcare, your community, your childcare.
Day-to-day stuff.
Honestly, no, not day to day. Like your total existence. It's not day to day. Like it can't be passed off as that, right? Because your parents aren't worth nothing. Your community isn't worth nothing. For real. It's like this community is like the thing that I find like what we're missing in this conversation is about it's not a displacement of like deep concepts. It's about the basic approach to living your community, your elder care, your child care, all these things. Like if you're a religious man, you're going to step up to the pump. You're not going to back down. If you're thinking, man, like, don't give me like the 75th chess move. give me the basics, right?
All right.
Yeah, I got a real problem with that. Like with most of the people that are speaking tonight, like it's not about the intellectualism; it's about the approach. You know, to where we're going.
So what we talk about on my show is epistemology and linguistics and psychology and all these things, because that's what
Yeah,
I'm obsessed with. So there's a lot of other people on a lot of other different shows on the Pangburn Hangout that have plenty of political stuff and talking about the day. I won't say day to day. I'll say the things that you consider extraordinarily important. They're talking about them.
yeah.
But in this room, we just usually specifically talk about the dynamics of philosophy.
Well, I mean that's fine, but I mean like you still have to have like a foundation to the philosophy. That's my point, and that's why I tune into your show. You know,
Well, thank you.
yeah, no. I specifically, you know, wanted to be alerted when you guys were going live. So,
Yeah.
yeah. With that being said, like it's just like I feel like, you know, in order for us to advance, we've got to acknowledge, like, you know, a lot of the foundational aspects. That's my criticism.
Okay. And these foundational
I'd push.
aspects are healthcare, childcare, education,
Humanity, the
all that
the
stuff.
basic. No, it's not stuff. It's the basic approach to living. Your family needs it. Your any aspect, you as a human will be surrounded by that central problem. That, you know, and like us as a community, we come together in a call-in program, and you know this is a central problem for everybody. You know, if listen, man, if in the United States, like if 80% of the people are living paycheck to paycheck, who's got a problem? 80% of the people, right?
Yeah, I live paycheck to paycheck, so I feel
Everybody does. You join the crowd.
it.
Everybody.
Yeah.
You're not in some obscure crowd.
No, for sure,
Yeah,
for
no, no,
sure.
no. But that's the problem that we speak to, and like I feel like a lot of people are just like coming in with like deep conceptual and not even like it's not lost on me. It's like they're like what I
Yeah,
appreciate about this crowd is there's a lot of deep thinkers, but we've lost the foundational approach to where we need to be,
Let
like at a basic sense.
it
That's my.
let's
it
let's let
sounds like
North and Scott. Yeah, let's
Go
let
ahead.
North
Go ahead.
respond.
Go ahead. Thanks.
it sounds like the problem that you have is that you think that this particular show is trying to be like a find solutions for something. That's not what the show is for. Like it's not preaching to do anything.
What is it? What is
This
it?
is just a discussion.
What is,
It's just a discussion about a very specific topic.
what is it?
Yeah, it's just academia. This is what you would be taught
Okay.
in,
Yeah.
All
in
right.
academia.
Like if we were having a math class about advanced rocket, you know, physics,
Yeah.
like you wouldn't walk in and be like, you know what's more important? Kitchen table economics.
I mean, maybe that's funny, but you know what do you mean? Like when you say that, like what is tonight's topic about? Like I hear a lot of like deep esoteric solutions, but I hear no like foundational things.
So
Like
I haven't
you're in a.
provided any
Go
solutions.
ahead.
That's
Yeah.
not what this is about. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I haven't really necessarily provided any solutions. This is specifically the first hour of our talk was about the epistemological skepticism and philosophical skepticism and the overarching category and branches of what that is. I have no agenda or any ideologies that I wish to profess. I just like to study with people in
Point
group study.
taken. But I mean, like if we,
yeah,
point
Joe.
taken, and not lost on me. But if we were looking for like a foundational, like if you come from biblical beginnings, like you know, it's originated in suffering and the alleviation of suffering, and like you can't show up to this discussion without like having a foundation of like what we need, and then when we go into the deep space, like let's go there. I'm with you, but don't have like this like dismissal attitude of like the I don't have to sit in on the suffering of the basic human. If 80% of the humans are living paycheck to paycheck, like, dude, there is connectivity to where we're talking about, when we get into the esoteric. But tell me about the foundational suffering of like where we're, there's a lot of things going on.
Let's see what.
Go ahead.
Let's see, I think Scott had something to say.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just trying to
I'll
get everybody a
mute.
chance
Yeah,
here.
I was going to say, Joe, like we're not even we're not even talking about that, right? And I get where you're coming from. You're talking about like where the rubber meets the road. What are we doing in this situation where we find we find certain acts that we disagree with in life? That's not what we're talking about here. That right? Like we're just talking about being able to actually understanding, right? So the only thing we're doing is having a discussion about the topic of what we know.
Yeah, I've had an entire series on epistemology, so this is like the episode 21 or 22, and we'll have probably about 5 or 6 more to end it out, and then we'll be going into, as I've said before, linguistics, semantics, and formal systems of language.
What's the foundation of it? Like, if I were to show up like as a suffering human being, like what's in it for me?
I don't know. You would have to answer that for yourself.
Well, I mean,
right?
but can you establish like where you're at? Like, if 80% of the population is like living paycheck to paycheck, and you have like this performance kind of model in front of you that you have to live, it's like you can't sit here and show up like a fake character and like not have like economic awareness to what you're talking about, and like to have this esoteric conversation. It almost gets like childlike, Really?
No. So we're not here trying to pose solutions to the world's problem.
Okay, but like help a human being who is experiencing a dilemma. Like, if 80% of the people are living paycheck to paycheck in this, like, this escape. If you want to like paint childlike pictures, like, and like let's
It's
delve
not
into
childlike
things that
picture.
aren't real.
Hold on, Joe.
No,
Hold on, Joe.
Go.
Can we talk about art?
Art,
like
art
right
or
now,
reality, art or economics. I mean, what suffering? How did Jesus weigh into suffering?
Joe,
you're not even listening to what I'm saying now at this point.
I'll mute myself.
Joe, literally, you've come into a room where there are guys who are literally talking about the academics of philosophical topics, like how do we know stuff, right? And how do we, or what is skepticism? It's not a general conversation room about sociological problems or even the application of these academic topics to necessarily any bigger human pragmatic
Dude,
human
isn't
problem.
that the?
It's not one of those places.
Isn't that the essence of Jesus? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, but these guys have just sat here in a classroom. Effectively, it's like a bunch of guys who've just talking about it. Sat in the library reading about Aristotle and saying, "What does that mean?" Or Plato, what does that mean?
Tell me about.
Right? It's nothing more than that. So debating them on health.
No. Tell me about the morality of humanity and
okay,
like
so
the
Joe,
decency of
I'm
like
obsessed
what
with
we
these
should
things.
be advocating
in the room,
for.
I'm obsessed with morality.
Like what we are.
I would call myself a Christian,
Go ahead.
and I would say that these
you may respond,
discussions
Hon.
and what we're talking about now here are directly applicable to life in general. We can understand ourselves, we can understand the world, we can understand our own understanding, and we can apply these directly to real life situations, and I do daily. So this is really important.
I think so. I do as well. I think it's very helpful. I agree.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same
If we
time,
want
we're
to talk
not
about,
giving a
and
solution.
that's really interesting.
It's more.
You should maybe give a solution
thought,
too, Joe,
right?
and we could talk about
You see what I'm
solutions, because
saying,
then solutions
Joe?
are subject. Like We're literally talking about
Uh,
the inner workings of the mind and how to find the solutions. So I think we're getting exactly what you're looking for.
yeah, solutions are
All right.
my, my yeah, my no. I'm not looking for anything. I'm asking you to clarify what you are for. Like if you are sitting here telling me about the aspect of the human experience and suffering, like what is the solution? Like mine that address that, and like let's get into your weirdo
I do.
esoteric
I have a show directly about that.
discussions, like, but you don't have any like
Okay.
universal press suffering, and this is my central wait wait, this is my central criticism of what you guys are talking about. Everybody has an esoteric like deep space argument, but what are your like the coverings, the basic,
Yeah.
just how do you step up to the pump for your parents? How do you step up to the pump
Yeah.
for your no. You guys are you're ready to go into some argument. Tell me your central like coverings of like the human experience and how people, if you've got 600,000 people going bankrupt in the United States and you can't speak up and you're ready to go into deep space nine arguments, like
Deep
come on,
Space
we're not
Nine.
getting shit done. We're not getting shit done, guys. That's
Yeah, yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
But
I'll
but
mute
hold on,
myself. I'll mute
hold on.
myself and thank you.
Hold on. Even with you talking about all these things that are going on with the current fucking society and politics, shit still isn't changing, right? The shit still is just being what it is. What we're doing here is we're just having a discussion, and like and basically what it sounds like is you're coming in and saying, "Well, I want you to have the discussion that I want you to be having," as opposed to the discussion.
No. You're saying you're deep, bro. You're saying you're deep, and I'm saying that you guys are like getting into weirdo esoteric discussions, and you're leaving everybody
When
behind.
did I say I was
Oh my
deep?
god, dude.
No, okay,
Joe,
go
you're
ahead.
completely
Go ahead.
misunderstanding
I'll
everything that's being talked about. You're completely misunderstanding the place. You're actually really grossly miscategorizing this. Bear in mind as well that I'm actually like very much an outsider here because I don't really have much of a philosophical background or education, and I've only been to a few of these things, and I'm trying to get to. I'm learning what the point of this conversation room is about, right? And because I'm only a couple of steps ahead of you, I'd definitely say you're completely misunderstanding this because you're coming to the room saying, hey, basically, this is how I'm interpreting what you're saying now. You're saying, hey, guys, if you're such a bunch of smart asses that you want to hang around and talk about philosophy, why aren't you smart enough to practically apply that to a sociological problem like mass poverty or or bankruptcy in Detroit?
Dude.
Right?
No,
Come on, give us a solution to this. Why haven't we got
You're
universal healthcare? Are you dumb enough? Are you so dumb that you can't do that? Right? That's what
you're dancing. You're dancing. No. Listen. Don't tell me what I sound like, that. Tell me who the fuck you are. Tell me what you stand the fuck up for. If you're going to be real, stand the fuck up and tell me what you believe in for the average human being and the people that are suffering under your systems as you dance around in celestial aspects. You're way the fuck out in space. You sound like a fucking weirdo. Go ahead.
No, Joe, you just sound like some kind of like massively radically aggressive. You're an aggressive, completely.
You're
Don't. Hey, don't break down. Don't break down. Please don't break down.
Go.
Chill, bro.
I won't break down. Go ahead. You're right.
Well, if Jesus were here, he would say that we should all enter into intellectual conversation. And Joe, this is not a good representation of Jesus, I must say.
Yeah, but listen. Tell me your defense of the human experience.
Even if I told you, Joe, you would just say it's too esoteric.
Wait,
and just because you can't understand.
Joe, you gotta let people speak, man.
You couldn't wait to jump on me. You couldn't wait.
Yeah, because we've heard you repeat yourself 8 times, and I'm telling you, just because you can't understand what we're saying doesn't make it esoteric. There's 8 people talking. I mean, he's not in here.
No, he's in here. He was running over people, and I need everybody to cooperate and get along and talk in the good dialectic. So I'm gonna bring it back on. Try this again.
I mean, if it goes in another circle, we got to just get Dale in here. And
yes, I understand that, but I'm trying to give
it's-
people chances. I don't want to be dogmatic and ban people just for having opinions. You know what I mean?
Joe,
So
what's the title of the show?
Title of the show
Or
is
are you
like
just gonna repeat what?
explain your basic defense of people who are suffering under your esoteric weirdo.
See, I called it. I
Go
said you
ahead.
just repeat
No.
yourself.
Yeah,
I'm serious. Like you don't like it. I use words
me
that
too.
you don't appreciate, but you guys are.
I
you
don't
guys
not
are
like
going
it. I just
deep.
know that we could be spending our time.
Go
better.
ahead. Go.
We could.
Yeah,
Joe, I
if
think
it's
I think you don't.
It's
I
here
think Joe, I
for.
don't think you don't know what esoteric means because this is kind of anti-esoteric.
Well,
What's going on
no.
here?
You
Like
guys
the full other end of the stick.
of weird esoteric discussions. But you don't have any basic defense of the human approach to like what we deal with in an everyday life. You guys are dismissed from that table. This is weird.
No, we're just not talking about it now. That's all.
All right.
Joe,
All right.
Joe, honestly, it's like you're like this hyper aggressive. You're a little bit like Brady, right? You just got I want to talk about this, and I want to force you all to talk about this. And if
No,
you're not
but
fucking
you can't
talking about
define.
this, there's something wrong with you all.
You can't define.
Yeah.
That's what you sound
You're
like.
not manning up.
It
You're not
is
manning
true.
up and defining.
No,
what you're
Joe,
saying.
wait.
You
We
don't
have
speak for the average
defined what we're
man.
talking
You
about,
don't
right?
speak for that.
Now,
One
wait,
thing real
in
quick.
fairness, Joe, right, you can come and project at all of
You
these
don't
guys,
speak
right?
for
Because
that.
it's their room, it's not yours, and it's not mine, right?
No. You don't speak for.
Joe,
You cannot,
Joe.
dude. You can't.
Look, I'm gonna have to keep muting Joe.
So I would just
go
say
ahead.
to the guys on the panel
Order.
now, whilst
Yeah,
Joe's
but hang on,
silent,
you're not helping by being loud,
I
brother.
think Joe has had a
Gator,
good
what's up?
old go at all of you, trying to pigeonhole what you're talking about, and he's basically complaining that if we're not prepared to address any of his emotive topics, of which seem to be things like, the sociological problems that he doesn't like poverty, healthcare, and political problems, right? And he doesn't like people talking about philosophy because for some reason that's like, hey guys, if you're so intellectual and smart, why can't you turn your brain to these things I give a shit about? I think that for a few minutes, we should tell him what
Yeah.
he sounds like to us, and he sounds to me like a guy who's got a completely solo-minded agenda of what things should be talked about, and he's just come across as hyper-aggressive in failing to understand that this room is not about that at all.
So
It's not
we
even
want we want the dialectic here. Go ahead, Travis.
Well, I was just going to say that I kind of do agree with Gator in that he does sound like, quote, Scott has an axe to grind. So, I mean, what is the? I think what we should do is try to get down to what that axe is, and we could take that on as a intellectual challenge with people and see what it is we are actually getting at here. I heard Joe bring up
Sure.
and suffering and
Travis, give it a go. I'm just.
what
I
is
just
this?
want to listen.
What is
So.
this? What is this really about, Joe?
He's not
You,
gonna
the floor is yours.
I mean, go ahead through criticize, but you haven't told me your found.
Oh, you're breaking up for me.
No. Just go ahead and rip through me. But you guys have not explained the definitional. Just speak to the poor man, speak to the poor
Are
family.
you?
Speak.
Can I ask if you're
the
asking for us
person
to
who would
colloquialize the
Go ahead.
lexicon? Are you asking us to colloquialize the lexicon a bit in these conversations? Make it use more plain language when we're talking about these concepts. Would that help?
Yeah, no. Speak to populism. Speak to the populism.
Oh,
Of,
okay.
no, hey, can you shut up for a second?
Hey,
Is it
chill out
cool?
with that, Joe. That's
No,
not
no,
going to
no,
be tolerated
You
here.
know what? Hey, can you shut up for a second? You guys have been
No,
You're gone.
you're done, Joe.
Goodbye.
You're done,
good.
Joe.
Fuck off.
So
Hell.
I could still hear him when he was out of the.
Yeah, I could
I
too.
think he said "fuck off." But Joe, man, think about the anger.
He's out of here. I
There's a
banned
lot
him
of
from the
anger
room.
there. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Well, Joe, if you listen back to this, you know, it's okay. I know we all get frustrated when engaging in conversations. You know, people aren't wrestling with the topics that we think are really important,
Well, we
and it
kept
feels
giving
like
him
you want to get
chances, Trav.
frustrated. And yeah, I know, and I think you handled that perfectly, Thomas. But you know, I just think, you know, I wonder. It always baffles me when people come into a room. It's like there's a very clear description of the topic. Your description is beautiful. I read it, Thomas.
Thank you.
And then people are still confused, which I don't think he's confused about the topic. I think he sees that it's a topic he can't really understand or doesn't really know about, and wants to like gear it towards something he might know something about.
Do
you think he's saying that it's not thought through? It's fully thought through.
I feel like this.
What's that?
Do you think he's saying that it might not be fully thought
Great
through what is
breasts.
being
What?
talked about?
What are you gonna do for the 80%
He just
people
asked me
who
what I
can't
think,
pay
and then
their-
just
their
say what I
bills?
think for a second.
Sorry, Nivik. North doesn't know that he's not muted, I think. Go ahead, Nivik. Don't get triggered already. See, Joe got Nivik worked up. So fuck Joe, because Joe got Nivik worked up, and now we have to deal with worked up Nivik.
No, but you just asked me something, and I was answering you, and it's like, fuck this guy.
Well, don't get mad. Don't be a Joe tonight, okay? I'm sorry, Joe. I just, I'm picking on you a bit because you had your thing. But
No, I'm just saying, you think he's saying that whatever was discussed wasn't fully thought through, but he's not really being clear.
no, I don't think that was it at all. He wasn't critiquing the topic at all,
No,
like
he was
anything
not.
about the topic. Yeah, he didn't know
He
what
was talking
going on.
about something completely different than the topic. He was referencing political issues and socio-political problems and geopolitics.
Well, you guys,
and all
we
kinds of
could
stuff.
try to crash the app a little bit if other people want to turn their camera on. We are still testing the beta video function on the app here, so if you do feel like you want to turn your camera on, go ahead. Sorry, Thomas, I just wanted to come in.
Brother,
and say
you're
hi.
good. You can always interrupt. There's another caller, but I don't know if there's any other, we can go over the topics again if anybody wants to go back, rehash some of the stuff that we've talked about earlier. If we need to go back over anything in epistemology, I'm down to answer questions. I've been studying this a lot recently. I'm trying to do my best to understand it, to the fullest extent that I can. I'm not perfect at it, so I hope it's been as easy to understand as I can make it.
Thomas, I missed the first half. Remember when you said you were going to talk about skepticism, and I was saying, is there an opposite to that you?
Yeah, the opposite is trivialism. I read about it earlier. So you're going to have to turn yourself up, Nivik, or get closer because I can't hear anybody.
How about dogmatism?
Dogmatism is just an ideological attitude towards anything. You can be dogmatic about eating ice cream.
Well, no, I mean, like I said, opposite of skepticism would be being gullible, right?
I disagree with that because today I read specifically after we talked that trivialism is the opposite of skepticism, philosophical skepticism. So trivialism says that everything. Dogmatism is not the opposite of skepticism, no.
How so? You mean like when you're skeptically dogmatic, you just believe, right?
So
Regardless
skeptically
of truth.
dogmatic is an oxymoron.
No, I mean, no, I didn't say skeptical dogmatic. I said you say skeptical, and I said like in when you're questioning, but dogmatic is where you just believe, right? And you're saying that's not the opposite. If
Trying to think of the best way to explain this.
Then you're not. If you just believe and you're dogmatic, you can't be skeptical.
So dogmatism, like I said, is an attitude, a psychological attitude that you can have towards things. So you can be skeptical about your dogmatic beliefs. But the opposite of skepticism, and I can show you the citation, is trivialism. Skepticism is saying there might not be any knowledge at all, or that we should question knowledge. And trivialism is saying everything is true, there is no need to question anything.
So okay, so skeptical in where you're questioning things, does that mean that you don't believe in everything? Just like since trivialism is that you do believe in everything?
So trivialism is just basically the fact that every proposition is true. Skepticism in general is the doubting of knowledge claims, like, I doubt the sky is purple. You know what I mean? That's just general skepticism. But philosophical skepticism is talking about it could be a radical approach to where it's
Okay, I see.
Okay.
So everything could likely be this way is trivialism, and it's least likely to be this way would be the opposite of that. Skepticism.
Least likely to be that way.
Well, no.
Maybe you could put it that way. I'm not sure.
Actually, I didn't say least likely. You said you believe. So the opposite of believing would just be doubting. And doubting is being skeptical.
Yeah. It's just the general idea of,
no, not doubting. That's not believing.
Yeah, philosophical skepticism is just a doubtful psychological attitude towards any commonly accepted knowledge claims. That's all it is.
But the opposite of believing is not believing, and being skeptical is not believing. Skeptical is just doubting. Doubting and not believing are two different things.
Okay.
So like being skeptical isn't. You said trivialism is believing, so the opposite of believing would be not believing, and skepticism isn't not believing.
So skepticism is just, in some cases, is the withholding of judgment indefinitely until empirical evidence is provided, and in other cases, there is no such thing as knowledge. But I know what you're saying. You're saying the opposite of believing is not believing, and not believing is not the same as skepticism. I don't know how to answer that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't know a good answer for that. Does anybody else on the panel can help me out with a description?
I'm just trying to find a good balance between both.
It's not really a distinction made in epistemology. That's why I'm not really equipped to answer this, because belief and non-belief has to deal with belief in epistemology, whereas we're talking about knowledge, which is a subset of belief.
What about being tone deaf? Like a person is like, I don't really think it's this way. A tone deaf person would be like, well, I don't know, I don't really see what you're saying is the case, and you could be pointing out something that you could be questioning something in a way where you have doubt, but a tone deaf person would be like, I don't see. I guess. I mean, that's why I was saying gullible or naive, but
It seems like you agree. It's like when Thomas said a dogmatic skeptic is an oxymoron, then you're kind of saying the same thing. Nivik's saying that skepticism and dogmatism are almost opposites, not direct opposites, but they are very they're not the same. So
I never said dogmatic skepticism, though.
So
I know. I just said I didn't say you said that. I said that that Thomas said that dogmatic skepticism is an oxymoron, and Nivik, you're saying that dogmatism and skepticism are opposites. So kind of saying the same thing. It's just that dogmatism and skepticism are opposites to the same stick. They're just quite different things.
They're associated with each other, but they're very closely related. They deal with each other, but I mean,
yeah.
Non-belief, non-belief in something. Hey, Scott, mute yourself, Scott.
But you said, but you said that the opposite of skepticism isn't dogmatism, and you say it's an oxymoron. So it is the opposite then.
Okay.
You said, I said when I said is opposite dogmatism, you said skepticism, dogmatism, and oxymoron.
Yeah,
I said, no, I'm not saying. No, let me finish. I said, no,
All
I'm not, I
right.
didn't say skepticism, dogmatism. I just said dogmatism. And if both the, I didn't say those two things together as one. I said the other one as separate on the opposite side. And you said that the opposite side is a dogmatism, and you said skepticism, dogmatism is an oxymoron, so it is the opposite side. Then you're saying that because those two things clash. I wasn't saying skepticism, dogmatism. I was just saying dogmatism as the opposite of skepticism.
Okay.
I'm not trying to like confuse shit.
I did get confused, but I am trying to follow. So
I just want to know what the opposite. I like to
Is
see
it
the
okay if I
opposite
talk
of
now?
things. I just like to see the opposite of things and to weigh both sides.
So dogmatism is the tendency to lay down principles as certainly true without consideration of evidence or the opinions of others. So dogmatism is specifically about certain beliefs that are certain. Skepticism is about doubting knowledge. Okay? It's not a belief system. Skepticism is not a belief system. Dogmatism is a belief system.
Mm-hmm.
So I am trying to wrestle
So
with
is it
your opposite.
So is it being gullible?
Hang on, Nivit. I am trying to wrestle with your opposite of not believing and associated with skepticism. I'm trying to find a way to answer that for you in the best way that I can. So if you
I
don't
mentioned
believe
gullibility, but you said it's not that either. But I think like gullibility would be leaning towards buying something, and skepticism would be leaning away from buying something, leaning
Guys,
away
right,
from.
Nivek, what you're not doing though is you're not really creating or being clear about the distinctions of the mode. Wait.
I know I'm not articulate, bro.
You're not being clear about the
So don't tell me
mode
about I'm not
of the
being
words
clear.
that you're using. So there is a form of skepticism, and there is also a form of philosophical skepticism, right? They're not the same thing. Do you understand that?
Correct.
Well, have you read
how so?
The Wikipedia page on skepticism?
Yeah, that one will help you a lot. Or the Stanford Encyclopedia page on skepticism, which I used mostly tonight.
Yeah,
Very
but there's
helpful.
no point, is there? Like, because what's happening now is this. You continuously question people without actually them understanding exactly what you mean. So they give the best interpretation that they can, assuming that you mean philosophical skepticism. But when you then move to dogma, or you even go into a more basic linguistic error, which is gullibility, you immediately betray that you are not sure yourself whether you are talking about the linguistic form of skepticism or the philosophical form of skepticism. And that fucks the entire conversation up because nobody knows what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. So skepticism and philosophical skepticism are different.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, that's what I mean by that's what I was asking.
Right
so
now,
I guess
to answer your specific question.
Well, I mean, dude, look, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
He did miss the
now
first
to
part of
answer
the
your
show, so it's
second
okay.
part of
I
your question,
understand
which
that.
you're getting at, is that, well, if and I understand the logic, I understand why you're coming at this in this way. You're saying that if skepticism is the tendency to doubt stuff, then is gullibility an opposite? Because gullibility would just be believing things without question, right? Now, I would say no, because gullibility is not a philosophical concept, right? Gullibility is just a word that, that describes a mental behavior, right? That's not philosophy.
Yeah,
right?
it's just a mental behavior.
However, you could say linguistically, purely linguistically, not philosophically, that a guy who was skeptical was very unlikely to be gullible, right? Or you could say that there are two people and he's, if you were a salesman, you'd say, fucking hell, that guy, you're never going to sell anything to him. Why? Because he's skeptical as fuck. That guy, you probably will. You could probably sell him anything. Why? Because he's gullible as fuck. You could linguistically do that, right? And they would appear to be opposites.
I think that's a good take. Yeah, that's a good I like that.
But that's linguistic, not philosophical.
Correct. We will be getting into linguistics. Thank you, Gator. That was very well said. We will be getting into linguistics and semantics and formal systems of language after my next probably 5 or 6 epistemology shows. And that's going to be the real meat of everything, because everything relies on our linguistics and our language and our ability to communicate with each other and have these utterances and this syntax and these phonemes that actually mean things to other people. And that's how we communicate. It's a brilliant topic, and I think we're going to really get a lot of good conversation based on it.
So making sense of a person's being skeptical or gullible, that in itself is philosophical, isn't it?
Gullibility isn't a philosophical concept.
I would say gullibility is the psychological
trying to make sense
attitude.
of things is philosophy.
In a general way, yeah, I agree with that. In a very general way. Yep. So maybe it's better to not just look at things as opposites here, because it doesn't really matter. Maybe you're right, and that those things are opposites. That doesn't necessarily help us. It just shows us a dichotomy or a duality. So what we really want to understand is the different types of skepticism and how they apply, like local skepticism or radical skepticism, or methodological skepticism or philosophical skepticism, or, like we talked about earlier, Cartesian skepticism and Agrippan skepticism. So there's many different schools and many different ideologies. The next episode will be about the history of skepticism. We're going to go through the ancient Greek culture and the Western culture, and then 20th century. And hopefully that will round up and explain a lot of things and how we got to where I explained all the stuff that was on this show. And I'm just paraphrasing from Stanford and from Wikipedia on the notes that I've written down. So.
You ever clash with somebody when somebody was saying something and you looked at it and it wasn't quite convincing, and you were with another person and they were kind of like buying into it, and they're like, yeah, I believe what he's saying.
You did not like me agreeing with Gator? Is that what you're getting at?
No. I'm just saying, like, have you ever gotten into a situation where you were clashing with another person on buying what somebody was trying to convince you of, and another person was convinced and you weren't, and you were arguing back and forth between that person, and where the person is like, that's you said bullshit, and other guys, one person will say, well, I think what this person is saying is true, and then you think it's bullshit. You know what I mean? And you have, and it's either one of you are probably right. You know what I mean? You maybe it is bullshit, but maybe what the person is saying, it is it's believable.
Are you literally asking, have we ever been in a disagreement with somebody where it's, even though initially we disagree, it's possible that the other guy's right? Is that all you're asking?
Yeah. I'm just talking about like
yes.
which one between you and the other guy is all I'm saying. Between you and the other guy you're disagreeing I'm just saying. Sometimes it's not easy to tell who you should more lean towards: the person that is skeptical, or the person who is not is buying what the person is being. The person is that's being convinced. If
you've got to realise something about what you're asking, right? One, the nature of the question you've just asked is so ridiculously broad, and you've not tried to narrow it down at all, that it's almost impossible to answer and very easy to answer at the same time. Because you're asking, have you ever disagreed with somebody? Yes, all the time. Who should you believe, you or the other guy? Well, it depends on what the disagreement was, right? I'll give you an example.
It doesn't matter if they're skeptical or dogmatic, which is what you added, Nevik. Like, do you choose the skeptical side or the dogmatic side?
Exactly, but it totally depends upon the scenario, doesn't it? And the information you've got and the objectives of what the conversation are.
You don't want to be adding a bias for no reason. You got to be listening to what they're saying and then interpreting however you rationally and critically think based on your critical thinking, not based on past experience that you've had with a person who has similar characteristics as this person that you're disagreeing with. You just have to listen to what they say. Otherwise, you're artificially putting in bias toward your toward whatever side you're going to eventually choose.
You got to steel
I like
manifest.
that you mentioned bias. I like that you mentioned bias because
Nivek,
probably the person that
right,
is believing what is said,
you're
they're just
literally
biased.
what I don't understand.
And the
You
guy
don't
that's
seem to
skeptical
understand.
isn't
Certainly, from
biased.
how I listen to you and hear you, is that you seem to be asking us the question, such a generalized question, as if there's some kind of like relatively consistent rule that in a general disagreement scenario or a general ambiguity of decision scenario, generally one should trust the skeptic rather than the dogmatic guy. I mean you're asking us for like almost a generalization that can't be made. Do you see that?
Yeah.
If
It is. Yeah, it's hard to answer. A
No,
question
I didn't
like
say that
because
at all.
It is so general.
You're saying
It's bizarre.
I'm saying
This
to
is
trust
really
the
quite
skeptic
bizarre.
instead of the dogmatic?
No, you're missing the whole point. You have to trust based on your own rationality that you create with your critical skills, independent of anyone that you deem to be subjectively skeptical or
In every
dogmatic or
sense,
whatever.
yeah.
I mean, the fact that you're even worried about labeling someone as skeptical or dogmatic in order to determine of what the truth that you want to hear is, I mean, that's what the herd. That's the herd.
The sheeple.
Yeah,
I'm just
I mean,
playing.
it's like saying, like, do I trust the black guy or the white guy more so? Like, those two things have nothing to do with whether or not what they're saying with their own rationality is to be believed or not, to take the side or not. I mean, the labels make no sense.
Maybe the other guy,
religious
maybe
person.
the other guy is not being biased. Maybe the person that's that's viewed as being skeptical is just being cynical.
But he could be being biased and he could be right. So that's one.
Correct.
These are two things that you can't correlate with each other. Otherwise, you're going to be on a path, on a critically thinking, fallacious.
But try and give us a
Yeah,
more
I mean,
specific
like, I
scenario.
understand you could be
Try and give us
biased, right?
an actual situation here, mate. Because all
you
you're
can be
doing is just
dogmatic
asking
and
such
right.
grossly general, weirdly generalized statements, right? Or that it's impossible to answer.
Okay. I get what you're saying. I should use examples. Like
Sure.
if a person is saying, this person isn't really that good at baseball.
Sure.
And the other person is like, I don't see what you're talking about.
And then you empirically see for yourself, independent of what those two people think, and come to your own conclusion based on what you empirically see and critically think to be true. You don't go back to the two people and then now try and delineate which of them were right based on skeptical characteristics or attributes that you may see from them. You look at the empirical experience that you just witnessed. Well, he hit the ball over the fence. Like, okay, so you're going to come to the conclusion that he's a good ball player. It has nothing to do with the two people even.
Well, I mean, like, probably what I'm seeing is that maybe how I'm observing things is just I'm being cynical, and the person that is being biased, he's being more, he's being more objective in seeing things for what they really are. But maybe he is not, and he's just saying that guy is good because he's his brother. And he's being biased, and I'm just looking at both sides, and I get what you're saying. You figure it out, which is which.
It all comes down to like probability.
Think things through.
Like, what's the probability that you've seen this guy hit a ball over the fence, and you and then 5 other people agree with that, but then there's the one person. The one person could be right. Maybe he hit a home run, but he bats, like 160 on the year or whatever, something terrible. I mean, those are possibilities. You're right. But again,
skepticism could be dogmatism.
You have to use a probable kind of hedging system on whether or not your critical thinking skills and your empirical data is working properly. I mean, sometimes you see things that aren't actually there. It happens to all of us, you know?
That's why we need science, gentlemen.
Your skepticism could be a bias. It could be a potential bias, and
True.
you're questioning because you just bias against.
Yeah, we covered that in criticisms earlier, that there is some dogmatism to extreme and radical skepticism. That's why I think a more moderate approach, a healthier approach to skepticism is better, especially in terms of talking about philosophical skepticism, where you could question the source of all knowledge. I would remain agnostic about knowledge. However, I'm going to live as if those certain things are knowledge. You know what I mean? I can philosophically say something and then realistically act a different way. So
that's a comfortable position to be in.
So let's do the math. The guy hits the ball over the fence. He catches very well, and he hits a lot of he hits a lot of home runs, and he catches a lot of outs. So probably the guy is probably prejudiced against him in a biased way, and that's the case. And
I mean,
it's not the opposite.
We'd have to determine what you mean by good, and we can take averages amongst the other players in the league, and statistically speaking, if his numbers are higher than the others' numbers, than the average, then we can deem, depending on how you deem what is good or not, you know, I mean, we can make it objective, and we can
or we can have the opposite. The guy can't catch worth a damn, and he every time the ball's thrown, he's struck out, and he's very slow. He's very obese. He's like 500 pounds. He's always struck out because he can't run to first base. Probably the guy is not good, and the person who's his brother is just being biased.
But you're not being biased towards that if you constantly see empirically and are able to. I mean, you can be biased towards data if that's maybe what you say.
No, I'm saying the guy that thinks that is good is just
guy. In the two-person analogy.
No, I'm just saying the guy that thinks that's good and he happens to be his brother is just a biased guy.
True.
Probably.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. All right, forget about it then. Okay.
No, you're good, dude.
I like that we thought it through. That's what I just wanted to think it through. So
yeah, that's good. Okay. All right, we got Vlad. I know you've been around, brother, and you've been super patient. We've got Jenny as well, and Hohenheim and North haven't spoken in a while, so I don't want to ignore them either.
How you guys doing tonight?
What up, Vladdy?
Everybody stuffed themselves with lots of turkey in hand? Or did you get their stuff? Or did you get your turkey stuffed?
Stuffing, Vlad.
I do have a feeling maybe Vlad
what
got
the hell?
another way.
No, sorry, it doesn't happen like that. I threw it in there because I know there's two special guys in there, and you know who you are.
Vlad.
But anyway, what's up, bro? Vlad.
Stuffing is my favorite.
I know, I wouldn't doubt it.
You wanted to go there, man.
I know, I brought it. I threw the rock. Ditch it back. No, anyway, guys.
This just sounds like we've just gone into a prison canteen.
Here,
like we've just into the prison canteen.
Gator, what did you want to say real quick, bud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, basically, my question was more. I know, Nivik, and I'm not here to judge you, bro. I've heard you before. Kind of know where you stand. I know you don't believe in God, but I sometimes you worry me because I remember we were in that program with Joe. God doesn't exist or all that, and I heard him arguing, and I know that Joe said that he's an agnostic atheist, and with little information, Nivik just jumped on board without even knowing what a Gnostic atheist is. And I was like, wait a minute, that's got to be truly gullible to just label yourself a Gnostic atheist, agnostic atheist, without really doing the homework to arrive there to see if you really are an agnostic atheist. And I don't know, bro. When it comes to beliefs, I'm very careful.
do remember that theism and atheism deal with belief, and
Yes, of course.
and Gnosticism and agnosticism deal with knowledge.
Hmm.
So one can be a Gnostic atheist and state that some people call it anti-theist, and take the positive on the claim that no gods exist, right? They affirm the
Correct.
positive and they say that is true. That's an anti-theist
True.
or a Gnostic atheist. But for someone to say they're an agnostic atheist, at least in my interpretation, it's someone who does not know if there is knowledge of the divine, and they do not believe that there is a divine so far.
What
Yeah,
was that
but
gullible about?
the question is that you're easy to run to label yourself on any bandwagon without doing the proper research and homework to arrive to there. You just hear someone that sounds very nice, that is an atheist and kind of sounds your way, but also I too am a agnostic. You haven't even done the homework to get there. I understand Joe has. That's why he brings out the program to challenge everybody. And I was one of the first ones. That's why when you asked me a while back, you DM me and asked me, hey, Joe's on here. He's attacking Christian. I don't mind talking to him, but it's going to be the same thing. It's kind of repetitive what he says. And I know he's talked to other Christians and stuff. But when it came to you just jumping on the bandwagon, I saw it very gullible. You haven't even done the homework to
So you think
arrive
I
to
don't
the
believe in
position.
God because I'm a
No, no,
bandwagonist?
no, no, no.
You're
I
saying
didn't
I
say
don't
that.
believe in God because I'm just a bandwagonist, is what you're saying?
Well, that in a way, that's what it sounds when you jump on board with anybody. You haven't even done the homework. That's what I'm
I
saying.
don't think
The
that's
I don't
research, the
need.
thought.
Hey
I've
guys,
always said. I've always said I never was given a reason in why it's necessary for me to believe in God to function.
one sec,
Yeah,
Vlad.
but there's also
So
reason
I
to
mean, does
believe
that
that
sound
there
like
is no God.
you
Guys,
did? If I was a bandwagonist, I wouldn't give an explanation at all. I just go yes, I agree,
okay.
I
One
agree.
sec.
That would
Okay,
be
One
my only.
sec.
That
okay.
would be
One
my
sec.
That's
only.
I know.
Excuse me. One
Nadic,
second, or I'm
That'd
gonna
be
have
my
Nadic,
to
only
mute
words
people.
coming out of my mouth.
One second, or I'm gonna have to mute people, guys.
No, you're going to
Honenheim
have
had
to
some.
mute people
Nivik,
because it's
please,
going to go. I already
please,
see where
brother,
this conversation's
please,
going.
Nivik. I'm not muting either one of you right now. I'm just asking you nicely,
It's just,
please.
I'm just letting you know, Thomas.
Okay, I'm not
You
gonna do
know who's in
anything. I
here.
just
It's Vlad that's in here, so I'm just
Nivik,
letting you know it's
please,
gonna.
Nivik, please. Hohenheim had something to say, and I was trying to get him in. Okay, so go ahead, Hohenheim.
very rude.
What's
Sorry. I'd say that I don't think that's the meaning of gullible there, Vlad. I think it's just maybe misinterpreting, or maybe just I don't think that's gullible. Gullible is when you're kind of being fooled. Like, I'm really gullible. You tell me that there's some sweets or sandwiches around the corner, let's go and eat them, and I'll fall for it. I'm the most gullible person you'll ever meet. Maybe a bit naive too, but I don't think that was Nivik being gullible there. That's what I was going to say.
There you go. I just want to give everybody their chance to talk.
but anyway, no. Look, I was there that day. That's why what I saw. I'm here. I'm not putting it as a gotcha. All I'm saying is normally when you join the
Let's
band,
not jump on the hate Nivik bandwagon right now.
yeah,
You know
I
what I
know.
mean?
Okay,
Let's
I
okay,
don't
yeah.
care. I don't care,
and
Vlad. You
okay,
can go
but
ahead
again,
and
I'm just using it as an example,
get it off
David.
your chest, Vlad.
And the thing is, when I see people just jump on board on whether certain philosophies, certain movements, like you're very woke. You've expressed that. I don't agree with it. I don't abide by it, but that's you, not me. I normally check myself out whatever belief systems I'm going to abide by. That's why I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. And I'm not a
Okay.
person that's woke. And I'm not politically correct. I'm very craft, bold, and I could be quite an a-hole. And
Okay.
By
that's
the
why
way,
people love me.
Let him
Thomas.
respond.
By the way,
Let Nivik
this
respond real
So
quick. Go ahead.
the
go ahead.
discussion that we had. I think that was the deep. I think that like when we were talking about like when we were using the baseball analogy too. I thought that was decent.
Okay.
You gave it. I didn't really see anything wrong with with the type of discussion that we had. You do you? And I was just
Um,
saying like I wasn't really sure about like if
Vlad,
we're
we got
gonna
a lot of
weigh
background noise, brother.
one
Vlad,
side
yeah.
or the other, like in fully thinking things through, and where if a person if they're skeptic, if a person being skeptical is valid, or a person belief is valid, and I was just trying to use an analogy because Gator's like you should use an example, and I used an example, and I was kind of like weighing both sides. And me and North, I think we had a good discussion, and where North was like, well, I guess if a person is skeptical and you see this guy doing everything perfect, he's running fast, he dives very good, he pitches very good, he catches like 100%. And you know what I'm saying? And he's the fastest guy. I guess
You don't need to relive the details of it. Just say you had a good construct.
No, I'm going to go over the details because
that was useful for you. But I would ask you this:
Jesus Christ,
was it
man.
good for us or was it good for you?
I was talking to Thomas, and I was asking him what he thought about the conversation. If it was
if you want my honest truth, and I don't honest opinion, and I don't think this is worth me bullshitting
or ask North. He was.
I think that is a bunch of guys explaining stuff to you because you haven't.
What you were thinking the whole time, Gator? This is bullshit.
Read or looked for answers and questions before you've asked people. Like I was literally running in the background, just checking shit on my own. Right, I was reading stuff on the internet whilst you were talking about what your issues were, and that allowed me to give you the answer that I gave, which was one: you haven't defined the nature of the terms that you're talking about, or the mode, right? Which is, are you talking linguistically or philosophically, right? Therefore, and because you're not doing that, you've got this problem. That's what I was doing in the background because I was prepared to read stuff, right? You don't seem to do that, and so my truthful answer to you is I think that the conversation was only good for you, and I don't think it really helped anything for me, and I don't.
Okay, so you said that go just saying I'm trying to reason out if something is gullible or not, and you're saying that it wasn't philosophical.
This is another thing that you do.
Anyways, I don't want to argue with you again, because I mean Thomas did say what I said was philosophical, and I wanted to get North's take on the discussion that we had since it was between me and North.
I'd definitely say Nivik's not gullible.
North, are you there, North? By the way, or did you
people are definitely gullible? Like if you came in and accused Nivik of being gullible, I'd say anyone who has
I reason quite a fucking bit. I don't just sit there and nod my head. So I don't know what is he talking about. I mean, a lot of people they don't think I'm gullible. They think I'm
Do not have the background that Joe had.
They think I'm cynical. A lot. I get accused of being cynical a lot, and I say, well, no, I'm just questioning. And
well, I understand.
And people say I get accused of being too untrustworthy of people, and I mean,
I'd say 90% of people who believe in God are gullible. Like that's dogmatism is a gullible kind of. Yeah, I'd say that. Sorry.
It's all right. We
Seems
looked up
very
the definition of dogmatism earlier.
similar
it is
to
the tendency to lay down principles as certainly true without consideration of evidence.
Yeah. Like kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Gullibility would just be believing things naively. You know what I mean? So they all tie together. They all tie together, and of course, skepticism is philosophy.
My reasoning is based on evidence.
That's good. That's a good thing.
So it's the opposite of gullibility.
Yeah, we're not perfect. I mean, I'm gullible about some things. I don't know shit about like finances or taxes or anything like that. Somebody could probably bamboozle me pretty good on that shit. So, are you gullible about anything, Nivik?
Well, I would like to. If I am, please tell me what that is, and
well,
tell
I don't
me
know. I was just asking.
And I'll be open to accept it, but you have to explain.
I don't know what that would be. That's why I asked you. I was just asking for your opinion.
You yourself, Thomas, will tell me that I am not that, I'm actually too, sometimes you come off and say that I'm kind of cynical, I see things that aren't really there in being too doubtful when it comes to things and others.
Okay. I don't mind
somebody can be
talking about.
cynical.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say somebody can be cynical and gullible at the same time, though, right? These aren't mutually
That's true.
exclusive
Yeah.
designations, if you will.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
Jenny.
Go ahead, Honheim.
Oh, Jenny's there.
Oh shit! I didn't even see Jenny. What's up, Jenny?
Nothing much.
Jenny from the block.
Sorry you had to wait so long. We just got, Vlad Nivik, the epic battle of the century.
Yeah, it was fun to listen to.
Oh yeah.
I grabbed a clip from a new documentary and put it on my Substack. It's about 10 minutes of what some scientists believe the vaccine have been doing to pregnant women. And I'm a childbirth educator and a birth activist, and I've been talking about these things for a long time. And so it was with great interest that I listened to their testimony. This documentary is kind of whipping around the internet right now. Maybe you guys have seen something about it. It's
I'm not sure if I have.
Stu Peters produced, and Died Suddenly is the name. And on their Rumble channel alone, they've had 8 million views in the last 2 days. So it's definitely tearing around. They've got it on YouTube and a bunch of other channels for free. Anyway, in this clip on pregnancy, which was more towards the end of the documentary, and if you decide to watch the whole documentary,
I don't know if I could stomach. Is it got a lot of lady parts and stuff, and like
No,
all the
not at all.
juices?
No.
Okay.
Not that.
Please, no, thank you on all that.
Not that.
Like watching somebody have a real birth would probably make me pass out.
You probably don't want to be eating anything if you decide to watch the whole documentary.
Yeah.
It does get into some grisly sides of what's going on. Anyway, I'll share the link if anybody's interested in watching this pregnancy clip, because what was so telling to me is the cover-up that's going on around the real numbers. And where certain hospitals would have one baby die, and they call this a fetal demise, meaning the baby dies in the womb. They would have a fetal demise at their hospital maybe 1 every 2 months. They said on certain days they were seeing 10, 12, 15 a day. And it's the numbers that are quite staggering. And they're
Where are
being
you? What are the numbers again? What?
once every 2 months, a miscarriage,
okay.
spontaneous abortion. They call it a fetal demise.
Okay.
And now they're seeing, 15 a day.
I understand very little about this stuff, so I'm just soaking it
Well,
up here.
it's a tell of what's happening. Last year in Canada, doula, who's a birth assistant, reported that in one hospital in Canada, there were 13 stillbirths. And what was amazing to me was how quickly the media machine, stepped into gear to squash the story. And Pierre Toliver, I think is how you say his name. He's a Canadian politician, stood up in their parliament and said, "What's going on? 13 babies dead in 1 day, 24 hours? Who's covering this up? Who's tracking this?" And he was shouted down. And you're hearing stories like this from around the world for the last year. And for me, it's the numbers that are the sobering part of the story. That if it's true that the COVID vaccine is causing spontaneous abortion in this large group of moms, that's a story that should be told. That's a story that should get out there. That's where we should suspend disbelief and do some digging. And the government agencies have done just the opposite. Safe and effective, safe and effective. That's all you hear in the media. And so I'm someone who, because I'm a birth activist and I have been for decades, I always follow these types of stories very closely. In 2009, when the H1N1 flu virus came around, there were some of us who knew that they had put something nasty in that H1N1 vaccine that would be harmful to pregnant women. And here you had the Health and Human Services people coming out and saying, we want pregnant women to get the shot first. Pregnant women and children, step up. And so I organized a national rally protest in Denver in 2009. It just happened to be today, Black Friday, 2009. And a few of the top vaccine abolitionists flew in and were the keynote speakers at this event. And I had invited every media, alternative and mainstream, in Colorado to come cover our event. Not one of them showed up. We had a few guys from We Are Change, Colorado. They came and videotaped everything. And Len Horowitz, who's the keynote, gave a press conference. And it was like spitting in the wind, you know, trying to warn people that this was before the vaccine came out. This is going to cause miscarriage. This is going to cause problems with pregnant women. Don't get the shot. And it was so frustrating to then follow up and see all of these stories again being reported from all over the world of moms who got the shot, sometimes that day, sometimes a week later, 2 weeks later. Here we have this baby dropping and it's dead. So from that day to this, you know, it's been what, 13, 14 years. I've been watching it all very, very carefully. And it was so sobering to watch this documentary 2 days ago and just, again, be reminded of how horrifying this shot has been for pregnant women. And so for all of you who call yourselves skeptics and willing to suspend disbelief, but also are into the science, I'm into the science too. I want to know the facts.
Yeah, man.
I would challenge you to go watch the documentary and just see what you think. You could watch. I'll drop the clip I shared on my Substack in the
you can drop it
in the chat. If anybody wants to look at just the pregnancy side of it, it's 10 minutes.
Yeah,
That's
but
okay.
you recognize that documentary is not facts. You might say this is what constitutes a fact for you, but
Have you watched it, Scott?
Anybody, I've watched many a documentary.
If you haven't watched this one, then I don't accept your skepticism. You need to watch it first, and then we can have an intelligent conversation about what you saw.
Fair enough.
I mean, I haven't watched it either, but I
An
mean, I go based
intelligent
on
conversation.
Vlad.
So,
Hold up.
go ahead. Oh,
No, it's okay. I don't mind you talking. You just jumped in. It scared me. I had it loud in my ears. You know my position, Jenny, and I understand you. I'm always going to follow mainstream science, at least in terms of medical science, because it's so important to me for everyone to have herd immunity and things like that. Or herd immunity, reach that critical mass to where we get herd immunity. I'm not saying that there isn't any. I can be skeptical and say maybe there is some kind of conspiracy going on with vaccines. I need to look more into it. But at a certain point, there's going to have to be some really serious empirical evidence as to why that this is the case. And I've seen many documentaries on why vaccines aren't problematic. You know what I mean? So I haven't watched one yet on why they are. But many documentaries on.
Thomas, guess which group they interviewed for this documentary. Just take a stab at it.
No idea.
Embalmers, undertakers, people who run funerals, people who drain the blood out of those who have died, people who conduct autopsies. These are the people they interviewed. And again, that's their job. That's their job. They're
you're talking about, okay, I got you now. Okay.
So, again, these are not doctors necessarily. I don't know what embalmers need to do to get their job title.
Yeah, I don't
But
either.
people who have 30, 40, 50 years experience working with dead bodies. And that's the whole first part of the documentary. And again, I would just challenge everybody listening to go watch. It's free. It takes an hour.
Yeah.
And then let's come back and talk about it.
I would also challenge people to go study a little bit about epidemiology and immunology and virology, just to understand all of that specific information that adds credence to either one side of the argument or the other, depending on where you stand on vaccinations. But immunologists, epidemiologists, virologists, All of those are important to study because they all deal with our bodily health, our biome, our everything about our medical health. So
Thomas,
it's all the study of
when
viruses and how they
when you
transmit and
see
all
the
that shit. But
film,
anyway, I was just
if
throwing
it's
that
the
out there.
same
Go
one
ahead,
that
Vlad.
Jenny, I believe, died suddenly, there's no there's no refutation. I saw it the other day.
Yeah, it
The
just dropped
things
two
that they
days
do
ago,
with the
Vlad.
bodies, the why they died, as they're doing the forensics, the embalming, they bring out like a plastic rubbery thing out of your vein that looks like freaking calamari. It shouldn't be there. And these were all ex-vaccinated people that died.
Ew.
Now, if the government doesn't want to look into it, media wants to put a blind eye and that bullshit, that's being gullible, really. That's being intentionally evil and gullible. You don't want to believe. Honestly, the proof is in the pudding.
Okay, I see what you're saying, Vlad. You're saying some people that are in the ground
Is that
probably
what
died from the
Jenny's been saying? I'm
vaccine,
on board.
potentially.
And I'm not basing that on lack of fact. The science, yes, it's a yes.
That's a
A
that's a
lot
yes.
of people died out of that. Some died much quicker than others.
You think there's some people in the ground? You think that there's some people in? Do you think there could be a potential of some people in the ground and where uh evidence was skewed and where they died of COVID and it wasn't taken into
Well,
account as well? Because
well, yeah,
there could be
but
there could
but
they, what you're
uh,
saying could be true, but
but
there
here
could
in
be the opposite
America,
of that as
the
well.
way they did it was, even if the person died, and as long as they did a PCR test and they found a trace of COVID, despite that the person didn't die of COVID, that's good enough to consider it a COVID death. That's never been found in medicine to the point where they lie. That is horrible. Imagine they detected a little bit of cancer on you, but you
No.
died because of an aneurysm. Therefore, you died of cancer.
No, that's not the way. That's not the way those things actually work, though, right? And I know you can go and read plenty of things on the internet that talks about here's how it really works. Those people don't know how it really fucking works, right? Like that's just like when somebody dies, it's actually put down. This person's 90 years old. They have a greater risk of cardiovascular disease. They died of this. What you're referring to is what any person has to put down on like a death certificate of what is the preceding factor of this death, right? So like you could have different comorbidities, but you get this virus and you die of pneumonia, right? But doesn't matter because somebody who's 20 and got pneumonia wouldn't die, but somebody who's 85 and they have all these other health issues, they get pneumonia and they die on their
You hit the
deathbed.
nail on the head, Scott.
It
They
shows
have
that they died of
comorbidities, and
pneumonia.
COVID is what would increase
Yes.
the risk of those comorbidities.
Yes.
And
Crazy.
they say they didn't really die of COVID, but if they didn't get COVID, then they wouldn't have died of those comorbidities that
Okay,
they have.
okay, hold on. How do you explain then what the testimony that William's been giving me? A perfectly healthy 54, 56-year-old male. He took both shots and died on his second shot out of a nasty heart attack. And
Yeah.
the guy was perfectly well, no comorbidities.
Yeah.
38-year-old,
Vlad,
future,
Vlad,
hold
Vlad,
on,
Vlad,
38.
just real
Let me
quick,
finish.
real quick.
Okay.
So you mentioned a 50-year-old who got his second
Yeah.
shot and died. How many 50-year-olds who are in that exact same situation didn't die? Right.
Okay,
So
I would
it's
compare
just,
those.
this is the
If
math.
you're going to do the science, I would compare side to side how many have actually died, have actually developed myocarditis and pyocarditis, which is just going to get worse, and others that will be developing if they haven't developed already to cancer. What about the 38-year-old of niece of William Bonatati?
Yeah, but
She took both
myocarditis.
shots, 38-year-old, and she
Yeah,
dropped dead, and
myocarditis.
she was perfectly fine.
Hold
That's
on.
what I'm telling you.
Myocarditis has been
There's a
shown to.
lot of questionable things, and all they do is suppress the people that want to talk about it.
No, it's not that they're suppressing people that want to talk about it. Like you right now, it's not that you just want to talk about it. It's that you want to push this position that
No,
vaccines
but I'm talking about men like I think it was Dr. Malone. I think it was Robert Malone, the
Yeah,
creator of the
but
mRNA.
no, he
So,
didn't create it, dude. No. Because
no,
he
there were several people. No,
hold
hold on.
on,
There was okay, okay.
Vlad. Nope, Dr. Malone was not just several people. The antibody shit that he worked on went back literally like 80 years from the time he ever worked on it. The only thing he did was added an ionic charge to a fat particle on the outside of an mRNA vaccine.
Yeah,
So
but still, that still doesn't, Scott. That still doesn't undo the many doctors that they threatened to take away their licenses if they didn't comply with the CDC. Many of them that came out on Twitter, they were banned.
Yeah. Are you
Their
talking
video
about
was
like
banned.
Doctor
Their video
Doctor
was on Google. They
Gates?
were banned. So the doctors that could debunk, and scientists, medical scientists that study all this, immediately threatened. Why do you
No,
threaten them? If
no,
there,
no,
if there's always been, hold on, if there's always been a dispute and a difference of opinion, bring it up, challenge it.
no.
Don't just close it up.
Hold on. There has been a dispute and a difference of opinion.
No, there
But that
hasn't.
doesn't.
Not a true one.
Hold on, Vlad. Let me finish. But that doesn't mean somebody who comes selling you snake oil is within that
Yeah,
same.
but that's quick. That's quick to just throw them under the bus and say they're snake oil. No, be careful. These are people that are credible. They have a
The
credible.
like the
Okay, right now.
Dr. Andrew Wakefield, not credible to the fucking least, right?
Okay.
Do you know who Dr. Andrew Wakefield
No, I
is?
don't know. I don't know
Yeah,
who is.
Dr. Andrew Wakefield is the guy who started the anti-vaccine movement
That's correct.
in like roughly like the late like 80s, early
Yes,
90s.
mid 80s, somewhere in there, mid to
And
late
you know
80s.
what happened to him? His license to
Yes,
practice medicine
medicine.
was taken away because he was shown to be grossly negligent.
Hmm.
Not just out of nowhere. Like
Yeah,
this
but there's been other people that have come around just recently. It doesn't have to be him that you don't agree. There's many
Well, he was
countless other
just the
doctors.
progenitor. He was just the
Okay,
progenitor of
but
it,
but
is all
then
Scott was
but
saying.
then there's frontline doctors, the America's frontline doctors. That was a whole bunch of them. They were
No,
the ones writing
it
ivermectin.
wasn't. It
Then you
wasn't
had
just
Dr. Vladimir Zelenko.
no, but it
Unfortunately,
wasn't.
he died at the end of
Hold on,
June. Go ahead.
hold on. It wasn't a bunch of them. Like if I asked you to name me 20 doctors, 20 legitimate doctors who are against the vaccine, I think you would have a hard time. Now, do you know how many doctors there are in the United States?
Well, I'm pretty sure in the
Far more than
millions.
20. Far more than
Yeah,
20. I promise
yeah.
you, right?
And
So
how many out of those thousands, hundreds of thousands they shut down? They didn't want to deal with this discourse. Immediately, it was conspiracy theory, or they
no.
didn't they didn't comply.
Hold on. Maybe it's the really small portion of the doctors who are less than 20 that you could possibly name. Maybe it's them that has incorrect.
Okay, and even the fifth column right now in Spain, they've been doing scientific studies on the vaccine, and they're finding all the bad things that cause death, and they're calling it out. And they're medical professionals from Spain. Are you going to debunk the European doctors on that? Your European scientists?
What European doctors? All
It's
European
called the
doctors?
fifth
You just
column. It's called the fifth column in Spanish, La Quinta Columna, the
it's
fifth
called
column, and it's translated. It's translated. If I can get a clip,
Vlad,
I'll get. Go ahead.
my advice to you is to avoid continuing this kind of argument, because what you are up against is a mixture of different kinds of knowledge and, I'll be honest, dogmatic belief, right? And I'm very sympathetic and well clued in on everything that you are talking about. And this claim that there's less than 20 doctors, that's not true. I've
I
produced
know.
letters for aviation regulators around the world that have been signed off by
30.
many more than 20 doctors, which are now in court, right? The things that I've done have now driven a direct political challenge of the aviation regulator in Australia on the basis of arguments which build on
the lack of testing, the lack of safety, the lack of efficacy, the lack of short, medium, and long-term knowledge about what they do, and therefore their
Wait, Gator,
complete
Gator.
insuitability
I
in
gotta
the
say
use
something.
in aviation, right? So,
Gator, I
but
gotta
the
say something.
issue is for you, Vlad, is that you will always come up against people who don't want to entertain and separate out things like Andrew Wakefield's opposition to the MMR vaccine because he basically had a suspicion that it could be causing autism from the opposition to mRNA, DNA vaccines, which have been inadequately tested. They are not the same thing, and it's
Gator,
toxic
we
for
have to
somebody
stop
to
the
conflate those
conversation.
two things, right? So
Gator,
don't waste your time, mate.
please
If
stop.
you have a position, just look after yourself and do what you think is right based on the information you've got, because there's too many
Iggy,
people in the
Iggy,
world
stop.
who you'd be fighting with, right, forever.
Hanaheim shared an article debunking the documentary in the chat. This conversation needs to stop. We have authoritatively been debunked by Hanaheim's article. Everybody needs to shut up. There's
No,
nothing to see here. Nothing.
well, yeah, I know you're being sarcastic, right?
No, I'm not. I'm absolutely serious. The BBC debunked it too. So nobody watch the movie. Nobody think any farther than the hand in front of your face, and just go to sleep. Sweet dreams. Life is good. Nothing to worry about. It's all science. Thank you, Hanaheim. You debunked it. You're the man.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Thank you. I'd like to add then, I can say something on top of that. I just did a quick search, and I was just going to say it's useful to look on both sides just in case. I didn't know the BBC debunked it. I'd love a link to that. If you could post that, that'd be great.
Do your own search.
Gullibility.
Do your own
Jenny?
freaking search. I'm sorry, I'm getting pissed off here. There are babies having heart attacks in their mother's wombs. And you guys are all joking around. It's just some big joke, and you're going to debunk it with some little paid-for article that
Look,
Big Pharma
Jenny,
funded. And man, I'm
Can
pissed.
I respond?
Babies
Can I
should
respond?
have
Because
a
I did
more thorough
post it.
constitution and not die in their mother's wombs. That's their own fault.
Can I respond then? I just did a quick search. I always do that. If someone does post some kind of article or video, I will just look for fact checks, and I just post them. I haven't read too much through them. I'm sorry if that triggered you, but it's a good idea to get research. And these one of the first things it says in one of these articles is they don't want you to research. So you just did back up exactly what they say in this article.
Look,
It's
watch
important
the
to research
documentary,
everywhere.
Hanaheim.
Yeah. Stop.
Watch the
Stop.
documentary.
Stop. Okay, go ahead.
just type it. Just taking the first fact check you get on an internet search doesn't actually
I didn't
often
say
stand
I
up,
didn't say it.
right?
I didn't
Until
stand
you
where-
drill
now
into
you're
the
fact checking a
construction
fact check,
of
which
the
is
fact
also
check.
good. And this is the whole idea.
This
of
is why fact
skepticism.
checking.
Fact check a fact check
and
too. Yes,
you
I
know
agree.
that Facebook has actually
I
been
just-
in court.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, look, when Facebook has been conducting massive global censorship on COVID, right, and using its fact checking for that purpose, and was ultimately challenged in court to say, well, what exactly are you doing when you fact check,
this
and
is
how
just
can anybody
another
trust
ism,
it?
but go ahead.
You know what Facebook said in court about
Well,
the
this is just
veracity of
another
its fact checking.
otherism. So, but go ahead. What's the
You
question?
know, do you know?
Okay, that's
They
so
said
that's Facebook's
our
fact
fact
checking.
checks
Someone
are
saying
nothing
something
but
about
an
Facebook.
opinion,
What's that got to do with
and
us
they are
and
not
the
to be
vaccine?
taken
That's
as
just
fact
another
in
ism, isn't it,
themselves.
Gator?
Yeah, Facebook has used a huge amount of state-sanctioned censorship on that platform, just like Twitter has,
So
and they
does
have
this-
legitimized what they were doing in fact-checking and blocking people and stamping on people
So
by
does
saying
this
we
mean that-
fact-checked this, and then when somebody realised and went to court and
So
said, you know what,
Facebook's
this is
fact-checking
bullshit,
process
and they
is-
actually challenged Facebook,
Gator.
Facebook admitted our fact-checking process is bullshit, right? And when you look at Reuters or whatever, and you look at fact-checking on whether it's the Russian war or it's COVID,
So
you can look and
fact-checking
see
is
for yourself
misleading.
deliberate constructs
Is that
of
what you're
how
saying? We shouldn't
fact-checking
fact-check.
is often misleading.
Okay.
And I'll give you one specific example. Well, no, I'll give you one specific example. There was a question about
the effect on human fertility of COVID-19 vaccines. Okay, and people have been questioning this from the very start for a variety of different reasons and different medical pathways. And one of them was the possibility of the interaction of an antibody response to a protein called syncytin-1, which is key for the formulation of the placenta. And there were others as well, including generalized autoimmune responses and also the aggregation of these LNPs inside the ovaries, which has actually been medically proven. And nobody knows what that means or what it does, right? All of these things were raised. And the fact checkers, and they'll still be found, even the BBC said that there's no need to worry here. This is not a real thing. There's no basis for concern. And the reason why is because they said there is no research about showing negative impact on human fertility. But if you understand what that sentence means, what it means is no research into human fertility effects has been done. That's how misleading that fact check is. And that's enshrined in a BBC fact check. And even inside that story, later at the bottom, it does actually admit, right at the bottom of the article, that no research has been done, and therefore it should be. That's how this process is.
Gator. That statement doesn't say that no research has been done. That statement is saying that no researcher is going to sign off on saying we know one way or the other. Now, in this situation, do you have the answer? Do you know 100%?
So, okay, I can tell you now that at the point of release, December 2020, under the EUA, and since,
yes,
the effect of on human fertility of these compounds is unknown.
Unknown,
right?
There we go.
The EUA literally says no human fertility testing has been done whatsoever. In the EUA, in the FDA, that's available on the FDA's website from December 2020, and the same with the EMA and the TGA and the Canadian authority.
Yep. So we don't know. So then somehow
correct. We don't know because no research was done, which is what allows a fact checker to say there is no evidence of negative effect on human health, on human sexual reproduction.
Exactly.
Because there's been no fucking research.
Just the same way when the smallpox vaccine was discovered and we started using it to treat smallpox, we had no evidence that there weren't going to be negative side effects, right?
So hang on a second.
But we did know if we couldn't give people the smallpox vaccine, they would die of fucking smallpox, right?
So hang on, right? The smallpox vaccine was not created in a time of equivalent medical ethics and process as now in the last 50 years. And most of the vaccines, in fact, pretty much all of the vaccines, apart from the COVID vaccines, have been tested. Any of the ones that I have been tested over a far more rigorous schedule, over much longer periods of time, including more rigorous levels of testing, including, because of the time basis, you can also do sexual effects, the effects on sexual human reproductive outcomes, right? But we haven't done that at all with these products. Now, people don't know that because they haven't read the fucking EMAs. I mean, do you really think that a woman at 20 years old who's on an age-stratified risk from COVID of being nearly zero bound, if they were honestly told, we've got no idea what this will actually do to your reproductive health, I reckon a lot of 20-year-olds wouldn't have taken it if they'd known that was the case.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody at that age knows that shit. When young women take contraception medications, you don't fucking know. Like there could be
they do.
Could be things. No, we have a rough estimation. We don't know.
No, we have a very, very high reliability, right? Which is this. Not only are there literally billions of doses that have been used
fucking
over
long-term effects.
decades, right? And that most people have not had major problems with it.
So that gets me back to my point that I was trying to make. If what you're saying is just like until we have 50 years of evidence of this thing not causing any negative side effects, then we can't use it. We're fucking.
Why do you think that it takes 10 to 15 years to develop a vaccine?
It doesn't.
It does.
No,
look at the typical timeline for the development of any prior vaccine. It's at least 10 years, partly because of that requirement to do with effects, downstream effects into human fertility.
Gator, oh my goodness, you're missing the point that I'm making. I agree with you on that. I just think you're missing the point that I'm making.
Which is what?
That in dire circumstances, people will take drugs and people will take vaccines. When people started taking the smallpox vaccine, it's not like they had this fucking 30 years of evidence of showing that it didn't have negative consequences on fucking reproductive systems. No, they just fucking did it because smallpox was fucking killing people, right?
Yeah, and actually, weirdly, that is not the same as COVID, because the real COVID lethality is close to fuck all.
Oh, yeah, but we didn't know that at first.
Yes, we did, because the entire group of people I was connected to who was doing this specific constant research into the IFR of the COVID disease knew, we all knew, in as early as mid 2020, and this was published research by John Ioannidis, that even then the IFR of COVID, using all of the broad-ranging and quite dodgy data from around the world, was about 0.35%, and it's only gone down from there.
It mattered. His point is about how
so it
long
was
did they
known.
test it before it started being handed out en masse. That might be true, yes. But it doesn't negate his point that of a timeline.
Right, okay, but there's two major problems with this. One, that the entire medical system for the conventional, what you would conventionally call the smallpox vaccination, is different to our legislative environment now. And also, the entire technology of the smallpox vaccine is completely different to the COVID-19 vaccine. They're not even vaccines, right? They're not even actually vaccines, okay? And also, the entire history of the principle of using the kind of method that they used in smallpox is actually established as early as 6th century fucking China, right? Or something like that, because what they did was they did something very similar in principle, which is they would take scabs in that early time in China from somebody infected with smallpox. They would grind it up into dust and they would blow it into the nasal cavity of somebody to essentially infect them in a very gentle way so that they could develop a natural immunity response. And so that was very similar to what Jenner ended up doing, which was essentially using a proxy, cowpox, running the line through the cowpox and then putting that into somebody's bloodstream. It's very similar technology. It's got nothing to do, that's got absolutely nothing to do with the mRNA, DNA technology that we're talking about with COVID. They're radically different, right?
So are you saying that you're questioning the mRNA vaccine, Gator?
Sorry, am I what?
You're questioning the mRNA vaccine?
Yes.
And why so? Do you think it's too short term?
You have been completely misled about a number of different things. One of them is fundamentally about the IFR of the disease itself. Right, for anybody below the age of 65, the death risk from COVID is close to zero bound. Right?
Are you sure the mRNA vaccine is too short term? Did you research?
No, well, I can give you the complete answer, because you can't look at a vaccine without looking at the risk related to the disease. Right? And I'm telling you that the risk related to the disease is practically fuck all, right? For most people. And the reason why you might think that the numbers are high enough to be concerned is because the definition of a case and the definition of a death under COVID have been completely skewed and misrepresented deliberately, right? Those medical terms have been grossly redefined, and the classification of death under COVID has been completely perverted. Right? This is all in court now. This is going into court. Right? Now, on the side of the vaccine,
really matter.
So you're saying if we didn't do nothing, nothing really would have happened.
Correct.
So this is after the fact, though. I mean, like you could say you.
No, it's not after the fact.
Let me finish. You're saying
it's not after the fact.
Just let me finish. So after many deaths, so after a few deaths have, you're saying that there haven't been much deaths with COVID. You're not acknowledging. Well, that was because action was taken.
And you were saying that the vaccine has done no good effects at all, Gator?
Okay, I'll give you. Let's just deal. I can deal with this. Let's deal specifically.
The only way to know what you're saying is true is if nothing was done at all. The only way to know what you're saying is true if nothing was done at all. The only way you'd know if what you're saying is true is if nothing was done at all, and then you.
Well, I can explain. Nivek, you're wrong.
Explain being wrong, but you're still wrong too. But man, I mean,
okay, so why don't
after the vaccine, wasn't like 99% of the people being hospitalized unvaccinated?
No.
Okay.
Right. So for a start, in December 2020, the manufacturers submitted their controlled trial stuff to the FDA. Right. Let's just talk about FDA. But all of the other regulators have essentially followed exactly the same process. And they're all bound together in the ICMRA, which is the global agglomeration of medical regulators, right? What they did was they took the statements from Pfizer and the assertions from Pfizer, and they did not have full access to the primary data, right? And they basically asked questions of the manufacturers, and then basically dealt with what they got back from the manufacturers, right? No one peer reviewed the manufacturers' outputs. Now, in that data set, just for Pfizer, in December 2020, Pfizer claimed that in a study of 44,000 people split into 22,000 saline placebo, and 22,000 vaccine, their first primary endpoint was hit when 170 people failed or tested positive under PCR for COVID, right? And then they looked at how many of those 170 were vaccinated and how many weren't. 8 were vaccinated and 162 were unvaccinated. So they said 8 divided by 162 is 0.05, which means that the vaccine is 95% efficacious. That piece of maths is what's called relative risk reduction ratio. They shouldn't have done that, right? And no regulator should have accepted it, because that's not how that's relevant. What they should have done is worked out the absolute risk reduction ratio, right? Which, when you do that with that data set, you get an efficacy rate of less than 1%.
It wasn't done on 170. It was done on hundreds of thousands of people, wasn't it?
No. What I've just told you is where the 95% efficacy data number came from when people started rolling it out. That's exactly where it came from. It's inside Pfizer's documentation. I've read it. I possess it, right? And I've raised major safety concerns off this, in conjunction with a load of aviators and with a load of medics and a load of other related professionals, including statisticians, mathematical professors, etc., all looking at this, because we were saying this isn't right. And my interest in this was specific to the aviation environment, because what the aviation has done is completely broken all of its own medical safety rules. There's no way that ever been allowed into aviation.
So to administer the Pfizer vaccine, they only tested it on 170 people. Is that what you're saying?
No, the initial endpoint from which they authorised the general release only hinged on 170 people out of 44,000. And that's what's so wrong about it.
But you're just looking at one piece of data. There's
Yeah.
in
Hang on, that one
2022
piece of data
in
drove the
2022
You'll have
95%
to share this
efficacy
because
claim,
that
which
would be,
then
yeah, I
led
don't
to
believe
it
this. You'd have
getting
to
Okay,
share
I'm
straight
going to tell
into
you about
everyone's
real world
arms.
data. No, in 2022 in Canada, when about 75% of the population had been vaccinated, over 65 to 70% of the people that were entering hospitals and 70% of the people who were dying in hospitals were unvaccinated. And this was being repeated throughout all the hospitals in Canada. And I went and looked at what was happening in various states in America. And the same thing was happening, even though there were like similar numbers, around 60+% of the population had been vaccinated. Over 60% of the people who were in hospital and dying were unvaccinated, which means that like the vast majority of people who were dying and sick, even though they were in the minority of population, were the ones that were filling up the hospitals. And this has nothing to do with a first assessment of a small study. This is just
Of
a time
course,
period.
what you're talking about doesn't have anything to do with what I was talking about, right? In the sense of the data sets.
We're talking
No,
about the
wait,
efficacy of the
you've just
vaccine
conflated two
across-
things completely falsely.
No.
I don't think so. I think I just gave you real world
Please,
data.
for the love of God, let North finish, man. Like, you went on for a while. North, finish, man.
Your whole point was about that this one study wasn't done properly because it was on such a small data set early on in the process. And I'm telling you, if you looked at all the data that was coming out in winter of 2022, spring of 2022, that the vast majority of the people who are sick and dying in hospitals were the unvaccinated, even though the vast majority of the population of the country was vaccinated. Now, what does that tell you?
Okay, so first things first, the data set that covers whether people are, what people are going into hospital for, right,
the vaccine
and whether they are vaccinated or not,
is efficacious,
is not the same data set to do with Pfizer's ongoing clinical trial, phase 3 clinical trial. They're not the same data set, right?
Who cares about the manufacturer data? Who cares about the manufacturer? Dude, it doesn't matter what the manufacturer's data set says. When
and I've just told you why a manufacturer data set has been misrepresented. That's what I've just said. It's been completely misrepresented, and this is an accepted.
Gator.
Okay, and the second, right? So if you've got it, but give me the data set, right? Because I know that the UK HSA's government data set shows exactly the opposite on a per 100,000 basis inside the UK, and this is not the only country that's got this data. I can find other stuff for you. It shows the exact opposite, and it shows that the vaccinated are now subject to maybe four times infections, and they are the people going into hospital,
Gator,
right?
Do you know
and
why
the
that
UK
is?
has the
And it's only
best
fairly
data on
recent.
this.
Gator, can you hear me? Do you know why that is? And it's only happened fairly recently? Because
no, it's been happening ever since
Gator.
No, it hasn't. It's only happened. It's only happened in the past couple of months. And the reason why that is because so much of the population is vaccinated now. It's up in the 80-90%. That it wouldn't make mathematical sense for people to be who are unvaccinated to overpopulate or overweigh the people who are unvaccinated. It would just be mathematically impossible. When you get up into the 80s and
the metric
90%
takes
people
care
being
of that.
Vaccinated.
And there's herd immunity too.
This is why my advice to Vlad is to simply not try that hard. I know the basis for why I have my position, right? Yeah. And I don't need to explain or convince you, right? Which is what my entire basis for saying this to Vlad was, right? Because actually, here's the reality as I understand this, right? You can go around taking stuff, anyone, it's fine. I don't care, right? Because I know what I've looked at, and I've also known what my own running theory would be. And all of the data that I need to confirm that theory is in, right? This is why you're looking at a media narrative now that is trying to say, oh yeah, well, we knew it wouldn't affect transmission. We never said it would, right? Yeah, that's true. In December 2020, in all of the manufacturer EUAs, in all countries that issued an EUA or equivalent, they literally said, we haven't tested this for transmission. I knew that in December 2020. Nothing that's coming out now, 2 years later, on this is new to me. Except, why is it in the news headlines? Oh, because it was suppressed at the beginning. Because nobody who was writing any media reports bothered to read or publicize the actual content of the FDA's published documentation, right? I knew it wouldn't affect transmission. I knew that on that basis, there was no point taking it.
Congratulations. I mean, that's a really good guess.
Right?
It doesn't really matter.
It's not
Even
a good
when I was
guess.
taking
It's
the
based
vaccine-
upon research.
Even when I was taking the vaccine, I didn't really think that it was going to reduce transmission. Everything was kind of up in the air. The only reason I took the vaccine was because I knew that it would, or at least I believed at the time that it would reduce the symptoms that I would get when I had
And there's
COVID.
still no technical evidence of that either.
I disagree with you.
How do you prove that between two separate people, one who's unvaccinated and one who's vaccinated, both of whom do
I'm
not
a
go
doctor,
to
so I can't
hospital,
prove it, but
how do you know
just
that the
the data
vaccine
that I
made
just
one of
gave
them
you.
less sick than the other?
Yeah,
like
but,
I just said. And go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's a self-defeating point in and of itself. Like that doesn't fucking. How do you know one is beneficial or not? If somebody takes a vaccine for polio, they don't get polio, or somebody gets polio, right? Now, if somebody takes a vaccine, because we have the
Well, you have actually just given your answer to your own question there.
No, how about you just let me finish? So we have like an annual vaccine that we get for the flu, right? And the point is to not completely be able to surpass getting the flu. The point is that we prepare our body with antibodies for when we do get the flu this year, and it is just a guess.
What do you think the flu jab efficacy is?
The flu vaccine efficacy, I think it's probably, I don't know, around like 60%. I think it's probably
No, it's something maybe 20 to 30% or lower.
No. Well, if you're saying efficacy of people who don't get the flu because they get the vaccine, that's not what the point of it is, right?
No, the general efficacy of the yearly flu jab is as low as 20 to 30%.
What do you mean by efficacy, though? This is what
whether it stops you getting flu to any meaningful extent.
Exactly, that's what I said. Whether
it's
it
20 to 30%.
Hold on, please stop. That's what I said. Like, and I even said that.
You said 60 to 70.
Hold on, dude. You are not listening to what I'm saying at all. I said 60 to 70 because I'm not basing it on whether somebody gets the flu or they don't, right? I'm basing it on the fact that I get the flu vaccine because it builds up antibodies that when I do get the actual flu, it's not as bad, right? And there might be some people, like, and if there's at 20% of the people, they get the flu vaccine and it gives them all the antibodies to never get the flu that season. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. That's a pretty good amount in my opinion. But if we're just talking about the basis of building up a defense system against the flu, that's what I was talking about. And you said that, and that's where I would probably place 60 or even probably higher than that, right? Maybe like 70. Of the efficacy of the flu vaccine, because what it does is it's not designed to prevent you from getting the flu. It's designed so when you get the flu, you're not completely fucked up, right?
Okay, so what you've just done is basically fallacious, because what you've done is you've failed to apply or refer to the actual definition of the purpose of the flu vaccine, right? Because you've said that there's actually two states by which you can judge it. Well, it isn't. A vaccine is a specific action, right? Which is basically saying, is flu a vaccine preventable disease? If the answer to that question is yes, what that means is a vaccine actually stops you getting it. And you're saying that if you use one measure, which is, does it stop me getting the flu, I'll come up with a lower guess for efficacy. But if I want to just change that definition and say, I'm still going to call it a vaccine, but I'm going to say that this vaccine's outcome is only to make me less sick, then I'll say it's more effective. You can't have both of those situations. The vaccine either is a vaccine because it prevents you from becoming ill, right? Or it is some form of ameliorating treatment or a drug or a prophylaxis which lowers the symptoms once you become infected. They are not the same thing.
Exactly.
They're not the same thing, though, are they? So you can't use
Gator.
the second measure, the second higher assumption. And this is why I've said that you've just answered your own question about the COVID vaccines.
This is the fundamental thing of where you are incorrect about what an idea of a vaccine is. A vaccine.
Really? He thinks it's just a magic pill.
A vaccine is not a magic one that says you never fucking
you're
get
wrong,
this
Gator.
thing. You're wrong.
If you look up, if you
are
look up
fucking
flu,
wrong, dude.
If you look up, is the flu shot a vaccine? Every single medical website will tell you the flu shot is a vaccine.
Yeah.
Just Google it. Right?
Okay. European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control. Seasonal influenza is a vaccine-preventable disease, and annual influenza vaccination is the most effective way to prevent influenza.
Thank you.
ECDC continues to emphasise that all Europeans who are recommended to have influenza vaccine should get vaccinated. Vaccination is especially important for people at higher risk of serious influenza complications. Right. So, vaccine-preventable disease.
Preventable.
Yes,
it is not saying it's
so that clue there tells you that there.
You're not listening to what you just read. You said,
yeah, dude.
If it's most likely
a vaccine preventable disease means that the vaccine stops you from getting the disease.
Dude, no, you just skipped across 80% of the words you wrote to focus on one word.
No, you don't not get the disease, bro. This is how the vaccine works. The vaccine, like when you get COVID. And it starts to multiply. The virus starts to multiply. Your body just have more of a chance. You got the fucking disease.
Oh my god! Right, guys, you just answered your own question by saying that. Right?
You just have more. You just have more.
Why
immunity.
would it be called
Christ, no way! This is not how this works.
You have more immunity to fight against the
because
based
on your criteria.
They are not judging the influenza vaccine on the basis of what Scott just said. Scott said that with a higher efficacy, he would pick a 60 or 70% higher efficacy if his judgment for this thing was that it just made you a bit less sick, right? That was his basis for his higher efficacy guess, right? And I said, no, the efficacy of the flu vaccine in actually doing what the vaccine is meant to do, which is try to prevent people with having been vaccinated actually contracting flu, is as low as 20 to 30%.
That's not how vaccines work, man.
For fuck's sake, Nivek, just be quiet a second, right? Because you definitely don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right?
Okay, that's cool. I mean,
I will explain it.
You've been talking for a while.
But that doesn't mean to say that you're right.
Okay, so what did I say that was wrong? So wrong
because you've just said something that is completely.
That's cool.
Incorrect.
I don't mind. You can cuss at me some more. You can say fucking dummy and retard and that, and then explain because you're saying it means shit to me. It doesn't mean anything to you.
So
otherwise, other than explaining.
I will. So
what did I
basically,
irrational.
Okay, I'll ask you some questions, and we can compare. What is the infection mechanism pathway of a respiratory virus?
Oh, okay. So you're gonna ask me some technicality and how you.
No, I'm just asking you for that question.
How you receive the virus. So if I'm wrong on this technicality, I therefore not know what I'm talking about. I I was just saying
Have a
like
go.
how
Just have a go at answering the direct question.
the vaccine when you get
How does a respiratory virus work?
when you get the vaccine and you get COVID, you just have more of a chance of fighting against COVID.
That's not a detailed answer,
you do
and it's
get.
not an answer to the question.
Fuck your question.
What is the pathway of infection of a
You're just going to
respiratory
ask me some
virus?
type of definition that I don't know the answer
No,
to, so you can just with some type of
because
technicality.
you kind of need to know this bit, right? This is definitely important.
I can do the same
I'm
thing
not
to you,
taking the
man.
piss
I
out of
can go
you.
on the internet and look up some technicality that you wouldn't
Well,
know,
you should.
and just dismiss you too. That I know
You
you wouldn't be
should.
able to
You fucking
you wouldn't be
should.
able to define. You're just staring at the fucking computer saying, okay, I don't think he knows he can define this, and I'm going to ask him this, and then dismiss him.
But the thing is, what I'm pointing out here, Nivek, is that if you and I can't run through this together, then when I come to explain something that I'm aware of about the way the vaccine is said to people to work, but actually is problematic, and it's even problematic admitted by the UK government in its own reports, right? Then you won't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
What you're talking about is after the effect of actions being done in herd immunity and
No,
vaccination.
I'm not talking about that, Nivek. No, I'm not
Vaccination.
talking about that. No, I'm
No.
not
You're
talking
saying
about that.
there's you said that the disease the COVID is not that lethal, but a lot of actions were taken towards COVID in vaccination and herd immunity, and where it's
No, Nivek.
not that case. So
What I just asked you was
you're taking
very
actions that was
straightforward.
the
What
only
I
way.
just asked you was very straightforward. It was just a question of how do you think the infection mechanism of a airborne respiratory virus works? That's important.
Okay,
to know.
it's taken into the lungs or the nasal passageway.
Yeah. Okay. Right. And then how does the infection progress through the body?
It goes there's a high infection rate with COVID, and the virus multiplies very quickly, and that's the problem with the COVID virus is that you need to get vaccination because once the virus is in the body, it multiplies so fast, and where the body can't build up enough immunity quick enough in order to overcome the virus.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
I will say none of us are biologists, so like I don't think any of us have the direct answer that a biologist would give to that question. So I don't know what to do with that.
Okay, and I'll give you my
What is a woman?
explanation, right? And I'm not trying to insult people, right?
Yeah.
There's something to consider. I know you won't
What did I
believe
say that
but
made no
genuinely
sense?
not.
No,
Because you just skipped everything I'm about to explain, right? So just listen for a second.
You're not listening to anything I say. You just
No, I did listen to you, but you've just skipped all of the important bits.
I want you to tell me what part of what I said.
Look, to be honest, guys, I didn't even mean to for this. I was just all I wanted to do was point out to Vlad.
You asked me a question.
All I wanted to do was point out to Vlad that there was no need for him to get into this shit because this is where it ends up. And it doesn't matter. If Vlad wants to believe what he wants to believe and behave in accordance with that belief, he should. Because that's certainly what I'm doing, and I'm doing it from a well-informed position. And I'm not actually interested in explaining this to lots of people anymore, because the time for people to make decisions about whether they take this shit or not passed 2 years ago. And all of the outcomes about whether it's fucked with your fertility or whether it's triggering autoimmune responses, whether it's increasing myocarditis, pericarditis, and other forms of issue, that's all done. Okay. You've taken 2 doses of this. You're going to ride it out. I don't give a shit.
So I do have a question for you, Gator, though. So in 20 years, when we recognize, hey, fertility rates they're still the same, like we have a reduction in like children based off societal situations, but it's not due to fertility rates based off any vaccine. Are you going to, at that point, be like, okay, I was totally wrong?
Of course I would. But the sad thing is, you do realize that the sad thing is, that the 2 pieces of data that are actually being actively closely monitored, they're temporally coincident with vaccine rollout, and they're both going in the wrong directions. And they are all-cause mortality and birth rate. One of them's going down and one of them's going up.
Yeah,
and that is happening temporally coincident with vaccination rollout. That's not a good thing.
But all cause mortality and birth rate were both going down before COVID came.
That's been happening.
Well, all cause mortality is going up, and birth rates are accelerating down.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like
yeah, because the boomers
but they are accelerating in a point that's temporally coincident with vaccine rollout.
80s, and as they enter their 90s, they're dying faster. So we'd have to look exactly at what chart that you're
right. Okay, but all cause mortality is rated against at least a 5-year rolling average, right? And you can basically correct it for age. And when all-cause mortality starts to increase in all ages,
I would think
then you've got a problem. It's not all-cause mortality in people over the age of 75. It's all-cause mortality in people across a broader age range. That's the worry that people are watching and finding.
Isn't it weird that all-cause mortality is ticking up a bit? I think you'd be able to point it out a lot clearer if it was something as specific as vaccines that were given to about 60 to 70% of the world's population. I don't think you'd have to look at all-cause mortality for that.
Okay, the UK currently has an excess mortality of 13 to 18%, depending upon the selected period. In the last 3 months, August, September, October, until October 21, expected number of deaths was 77,000. Actual deaths exceeded that amount by 10,181. And this is in age groups. It's 17% higher in 50 to 64, 12% in 25 to 49, 10% in 65 to 74, 75 to 84, 11. So it's basically 13% in that window, right? That's just one piece of research. The UK's got pretty good data on this stuff, right? Now, look, my point is this stuff is being looked at. I don't care if you don't believe it. It doesn't matter to me.
Hold on, Gator. You're when you spout out those numbers, though, that's all just correlation, right? So did you know that when you sell more ice cream, more people get bit by sharks?
Yeah, do you know that when you are you the guy who also puts on? Are you the guy who also says that the vaccines are like a seatbelt?
No, I didn't say vaccines like.
That's not his point. You're changing the subject. Were you just citing all-cause mortality again there?
Yeah.
I mean, like, what you realize when you're doing that, you're also roping in the possibility of people who are just dying from straight up COVID.
What North is saying, dude.
Well, no, because it's all-cause mortality. It's all-cause mortality.
Sorry, I don't know exactly what that means, but I just assumed that it. Yeah.
Right, but it doesn't. But there aren't an increasingly large number of people dying just from COVID anymore.
What do you mean? Or why not? How do you know that? You're citing all-cause mortality, which means like all deaths. Am I wrong?
Okay, so if you have a data set,
there's a weird uptick. Hold on, let me finish. There's a weird uptick in all people dying, and somehow, in your mind, that weird uptick must be.
It's not my mind.
It must be attributed to the vaccines, but somehow not to people just dying from straight COVID.
Why are you creating a binary situation between vaccine?
No, you are.
No, I'm not.
You are.
Hang on.
No, you're saying
this shows me that you actually don't understand what I'm talking about. No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that.
I think he's saying that they're just dying
right?
for the sake.
I'm pointing out something to you that is of concern.
Also,
right?
Also, Gator, is there a delay between you and me?
Fucking hell! Right? Look, guys, it doesn't matter to me.
I think there's a delay.
It doesn't matter. This doesn't matter to me about what you think. I didn't even intend for this to go on this long, right? But I was happy to explain some of what I was explaining to Vlad. But I don't give a shit. The stuff that I'm saying to you is not like I'm not one guy sitting in a room doing this for myself and coming up with an answer for myself, right? I'm
No,
connected
you're
to about
10,000
150
guys who
doctors
sit
in
at
the
their
UK,
computer and
about
talk to each
90
other
plus in the
and
US,
never talk
and
to a
about,
doctor,
I don't know,
which
at
there's
least
millions
a
and
group of
millions
about
saying the
40 in
exact
Canada.
opposite.
Say again?
Oh, I think there's too much of a delay. Guys, is there like a huge delay on this?
Not really.
I don't hear a delay, but I'm trying to pay attention if there is one, but I don't think
Look,
so. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry that this has gone this way. I didn't want to continue to. This is why I actually was saying to Vlad, look, don't get into this, right? It doesn't matter. You guys believe what you want. I don't need to convince you. It doesn't
Not
make any
about that.
difference to my life,
I could
right?
say that to you.
The bits of the fight that I needed to do, I've done, right? And they were largely to do with very serious shit in aviation safety, right? And that's playing out over a very long period of time. The UK regulatory environment, everything like this, it's just a very long, slow fight. This is, and one of the indications of this is the admission now, this rollback of transmission missions, right? That is just one symptom of this, but it doesn't matter. You know, people have made their decisions and taken whatever they've taken up to now. People will change those decisions eventually because of relative threat, and some of them will realise that they probably didn't need to do it as well, and some people will continue to believe that they did whatever they did was right. It doesn't matter to me, and I don't want to argue with you about it, because your decisions don't really make any difference to me, and nobody's does, to be honest. I didn't want to get into this conversation, and I apologise for dragging it out, playing my part in dragging it out.
It's all right, Gator. It's okay, man. I know fuck all about this, so I'm just listening to you guys talk.
So you're saying that some of the people that died, it wasn't really the COVID that they...
Nivek, I don't want to deal with your incorrect paraphrasing of everything I've been saying. Just
Hey,
you do
bro,
you,
I didn't
you
even...
do you.
I'm not even making an accusation. I'm just asking you
Yeah,
to be clear.
and this is what I don't want to do. You, every time you paraphrase somebody, it's wrong, right? And especially in this case, and I'm not spending time correcting that, okay? It's too complicated.
Wow, I really got a word out of my mouth, and you didn't even hear what I said, but whatever.
Yeah, because I know it's wrong, mate.
Okay, so... Well, no, you didn't get everybody on your side in what you're saying anyway, right?
It doesn't matter to me.
I guess
The
everybody
point
else
of
is
what I was
wrong.
doing was not to get anybody on side. The point of my saying to Vlad was because I knew that he would end up in a situation like I'm in now. And it actually doesn't benefit Vlad in any way.
Yeah.
Him trying to convince, or Jenny trying to convince you guys or anyone else that there's a problem is always going to end up in the situation we're in right now. And because I've been doing this for over 2 years, right? Because I am connected into a world that should never have done what it did. And I know from data analysis and personal experience that it's caused deaths in pilots, right? Who shouldn't have died. And some of those have been in operational environments, right? That's what I know.
And by the way,
that's
making
why
an
I was
assumption.
fighting it, right? And that's why I know a lot of the science. I've written to regulators, I've written to corporations, I've written to politicians, right? In large amounts on very technical levels, right? With ridiculous amounts of scientific reference. I don't need you to believe me.
I was going to ask a question, actually. I wasn't going to make any type of assumption about anything. I was just going to ask you. So you're just saying that the people that have died, it wasn't necessarily from COVID. It was from other. It was just from their comorbidity illnesses that they had, and they just wrote it off as COVID. Is where you're coming from?
Not entirely. There's elements of that, but that's not the whole answer.
Okay. Well, there's an opposite potential to that, and where some of the people that have died from COVID, maybe the COVID deaths weren't recorded as well. I mean, you can and either
you can play your logical reversal game all you like, right? You always do this, Somebody
No, no,
says,
no,
you
no,
know
no. I'm
what,
saying you should
trees
be
are
you
green,
should see
and you
both
go, yeah,
sides
but
of things.
but you can also call trees brown, can't you? Because some bits of the tree are brown. You can always play this game, Nivek, right?
No, I like to weigh both sides. Is all.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
look,
saying
this
one
is
thing or.
what you're doing is you're crediting yourself with something that's actually a gross oversimplification. It's grossly lacking, particularly in this case with COVID, right? And you can palm that off as saying, well, I like to look at both sides. Mate, that's not what you're doing. You're grossly oversimplifying something, and I don't think you realise you're doing it, right?
Well,
As
you just
brutal as that
said
sounds.
I just asked you a question, and you said, yeah, like there could be people that have died, and it wasn't
Jenny's been
necessarily
waiting a
from
long
COVID.
time.
And I'm saying, well, maybe that's not the case. Maybe they have died. I mean, from from COVID. So, and then it's like, well, you're just too dumb, and you're not articulate, and you're just you make gross simplifications. It's like I don't get the.
Right, because what you've said is only partially fair, but the reasons are quite long. They're to do with case definition, test detection, symptomatic detection, S gene single gene dropout in the testing profiles. They're also about the closed nature of the actual genetic test makeup. The makeup of the tests. Then they are also to do with classification of death. And in the UK, that is a major scandal, right? That has been directly challenged and it's being suppressed by the regulator. There's already criminal wrongdoing in how death classifications have been made. Particularly, what is definitely known and admitted is that inside the care home environment, right in the first wave, literally there was mass fraud going on in certifying cause of death.
I'll give
in
you that.
people
You
who
could have
died
a
in
point.
care homes.
You could have a
right?
point there, in where a person it wasn't really COVID. Whatever was killing them was going to kill them anyway, and it could be hard to decide whether it was or less likely COVID, and you have to kind of weigh that out.
Well, no, it's even simpler than that. There were people who were literally. I'll give you a specific example of people I know this has happened to. Inside a care home, somebody died, and because of the lockdown situation, there was a medic did not visit. Right now, under British law, a GP, essentially a qualified GP, must come along and complete a death certificate and make adequate provision, doing things to determine what the likely cause of death was. But that is an imperfect process in itself, right? If you turn up after the fact, right, you have to look at the etiology, the history of the patient, right, and then you have to take some circumstances from the people around in an old people's home, right? What was happening was this. The old people's homes were ringing up doctors and saying, this guy's died. And he said, right, what of? And they were going, oh, I don't know. We just kind of like, he's dead. Oh, okay, stick it down to COVID. Now, I know that you think, I'm sure some people here will think that I'm lying about that. I'm not. There's testimony from people working in care homes who say, when we were doing this, the doctors were only answering the phones. They weren't coming. They weren't doing the checks. And they were telling us that they would assign the death to COVID. And that was what was happening, right?
You think
and that was
that
happening on
there could
significant
be?
numbers. That's fucking fraud.
Do you think that there could be a motive to want to talk down the numbers in order for a politician to look good? And
There's a lot of different reasons. There's a huge number of reasons which can't be hard proven, right? And therefore, a lot of them end up remaining in the realm of speculation, which is easy for people to then choose to dismiss on the grounds of that's improbable, or you can be managed out by saying you're basically getting hit with the conspiracy theory label, right? Without any due diligence. Now, one of the problems I don't comport with that. And I'll give you an example. The British death management process has been corrupted because our doctors have been predisposed to using an excessive amount of a drug called midazolam to manage the deaths of old people who were beginning to show degrees of signs of what might have been respiratory distress. And at the time of COVID, the whole fucking health service seemed to shift into a mentality of,
if we're in lockdown and we don't want to bring these people in, or they're in a hot COVID ward, after a certain point, we'll start managing them on what's called the Liverpool Care Pathway, right, which is essentially starting to use midazolam to give them quote unquote respiratory comfort. But what it is also able to do is essentially accelerate death through shutting down your respiratory capability. That's what you do. If you're on a ventilator, right, and you're going, fuck, this guy's fucked, we're going to have to turn it off. One of the things they do is load you up on a midazolam. This is, again, a court case. Court cases are going through, being built up around this, where people have got evidence of the inappropriate use of this drug in this way to essentially accelerate death of old people. As bad as that, as fucking awful as that sounds, to the point where people would not want to believe it, that's happening in the UK now, right? Not all of it is illegitimate, but there are cases that seem to be significantly illegitimate, right? They add numbers to the COVID death counts because they're classified as COVID death counts. Also, there are issues around the management of COVID as a disease in the earliest stages where people were being put onto ventilators. Two things happened. They didn't understand why people could appear to have low blood saturation, oxygen saturation levels when they were measured at the fingertip, yet they were still able to sort of walk around and breathe. Like if your O2 sats are like sub 85, you're pretty much not going to be walking, right? You're going to be fucked. But they weren't, and they were going, and that's why there was this culture of don't do anything in COVID, don't come to the hospital, don't go to a doctor unless you can't breathe. Well, that's fucking stupid because that's 2 weeks into the disease, and you've missed out on all of this early treatment with ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and all these other protocols which are proven to work, right? We just ignored all of this. And so by the time somebody actually had serious respiratory distress into the second phase of the disease, they would present at hospital and then were being pushed into ventilators. And this was why there's a big ventilator crisis. Now, what was happening with those ventilators? Two things, right? The disease had already moved into a state which required a completely different form of treatment. And being put on a ventilator was not adequate treatment, right? And the second thing was that they hadn't worked out, in a lot of cases, the correct lung tidal volume to be using on the ventilator, which actually damages people's lungs. So if you overinflate somebody's lungs, you fuck the balloon, right? And basically this causes major respiratory distress in itself and lowers your chance of survivability. Plus also, if you put somebody onto a ventilator and they're completely healthy, basically they have only got, if they're put into an artificial coma and ventilated, they've got something like a 50-50 chance of waking up. That's how shit ventilation that's how badly ventilation affects you when you're pushed into an artificial coma. So you've got a combination of factors which have reduced the chances of all of these people living, right? Which has artificially skewed death numbers. And then those death numbers have been labelled as COVID. All of this stuff has been known about for a long time, but they have not been acknowledged by the regulators. They've not been discussed very much in the press. Some press has covered bits of it, but not a lot, and it's starting to accelerate now, but still not as much as it could. And a lot of this problem is also revealed inside data sets or reports inside particularly the UK government. And I've been keeping an eye on loads of it and using it as to flag concerns about all of this, particularly in an aviation environment. It's very hard to get movement because people don't want to believe it. People don't want to look at the stuff. People don't want to entertain that we've fucked up or made poor decisions. And this is why, I'm comfortable speaking about this, even if I get a lot of pushback. But also it's why I'm now of a position where I don't give a shit what people believe or don't believe, because the time for making the decisions for yourself has gone. It's been done. You've made your choices. People who've never taken it won't take it. People who haven't taken it by now will never take it. People who have taken it, well, it's up to them what they do in the future.
They're all gonna grow 3 arms and fucking.
I'm gonna tell you what Gator wasn't nice enough to tell you. When we're here, the pure blood, like he and I and Jenny, we'll be talking great stories about you. and what you should
Wow.
have done.
The
We'll be
pure
talking, okay?
bloods. What?
No,
We'll
go
keep
ahead.
the
No,
pure
go,
blood.
Vlad,
go ahead.
The
Vlad,
pure
if I'm
bloods
not
will be
dead,
talking about, you know what, these wonderful people at Pangburn that we talked about, they're all gone now. They
I want you to
decided to
put
take
money
the
on it,
vaccine.
Vlad.
All right, all right, all
Put,
right.
Vlad,
put
just
We had
money
a
please
on
guy
let
it,
me.
from
Vlad.
Norm,
Let Vlad go. I want to hear more, please.
I,
No,
I
Vlad,
just
I
want to
want to
hear
put
from
money on it.
Vlad what the final solution is going to be.
Hey, you just took it in your vein. It's not my bad. That's your doing. So I ain't no racist right here. I ain't no Nazi
Totally
right here. I'm just
joking.
telling you. I'm just a messenger. Don't hate the messenger. That's all. You know.
So
So at
you're
the end of
saying
the
that's
day,
what Gator is trying to say, Vlad.
he's being sweet. He's being nice and professional because he's an
Right.
expert in this, in his field, right? He works in the aviation and all that.
The
Okay.
minute you
I'm
said
just
that, he
a.
ducked out. So I
Aviation
don't know if
doesn't
he
make you an
completely.
immunologist, buddy.
No, it doesn't. But something called reading over a seventh grade level, you should kind of
Oh,
catch
what?
on with a good dictionary, and maybe you have doctors and scientists that could explain it a
Tell
little
me
bit
more
better.
about
We
this
just
pure
Helps
we just
out.
blood,
looked up
Vlad.
Okay,
I
we
want to hear
just
more
looked up
about
the
that.
dictionary
Is,
definition,
is
and
this is this simple,
vaccine
Nivek?
means
You're not a pure
wrong.
blood, and I am.
Vlad,
Go
if
ahead.
me and you could take an IQ test, who do you think would come out higher?
I don't know, bro. Really, that's a good question.
Yeah,
Why don't we take a test to see who is really who really measures up, bro? You see, I don't claim to be no intellectual or some
but hold
highly
on,
Vlad, let him.
evolved individual. Go
Vlad,
ahead.
buddy, let him. Let him
hold on,
finish real quick.
because then I'm the purebred, right? Like I'm the real guy, right? It's like do you see the
I just said I'm pure blood, right? I didn't say I was purebred. Very different. Don't
pure
mix my
blood,
word. I said pure blood.
pure blood. Like
Excuse me.
regardless of the
Yeah.
specific terminology, do you see the point that I'm making, though, right? So if I can prove, well, I'm high, I've got a higher intelligence than you, this, that, and the other person, so I'm the true blood.
Scott,
And I can
Scott,
tell
you,
other
you,
people
you
what
took
to
the
do.
shot, so you're limited in time. When would you like to take the test? I'll give you a couple of maybe before 5 years, before something starts happening. I'll still be around. I don't know about you, but we could test out.
Dude,
We could test out, buddy.
we could test out quick, but I like that.
Yeah, but like I said, don't make it over 5 years because when all these complications start coming around, then you'll start thinking about Gator, but it'll be a little bit too late for that, Whatever. I just leave it at that. All I know is I didn't take it and I don't need it. I worked at a pharmacy, so I know all the bullshit behind the scenes. And I talked to many
Exactly. So
pharmacists.
hold on. Like Vlad. The only reason I
Appeal to
mentioned
authority.
that was to like make a point.
Isn't that what we all do, Nivek? That's our resources.
So if a
If you're not
mechanic
intelligent
tells you to
enough,
stick a banana up your ass so your car can work, you just do it, appealing to authority.
if you're into that gay stuff, I mean, that's you, brother. Don't bring me into that matter. But anyway, the whole thing, Scott, is
Be nice to
look,
me. I'm just kidding.
yeah.
Playing.
Well, that should have been
Signal
for you,
and
Tom. If
care.
you're the gay guy around here,
Just
you should have been.
real quick, Vlad. Like you see the point that I was trying to make, though, right? Like the IQ test has nothing to do with it. Right? Like I was setting like some sort of arbitrary measuring line to say, okay, well, I'm pure blood now, and you're not pure blood, right? So if we're setting arbitrary like demarcation lines of saying, well, like we're the ones that have the information, like you've got a lot to prove that.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
I want to know
You
if
asked Gator. Hold on, Abby.
supremacy is.
You asked God. You asked Gator, and he was honest enough to tell you. If in a couple of years passed by and none of this happened, it was all conspiracy theory. Will you admit you were wrong? Well, the same question I could ask. When many people start dropping dead, will you be honest enough to say that it was due to the vaccine when it was due to the vaccine and the real science starts coming out and say, you know what? They were wrong. Will you be man enough to say, you know what, Vlad? You were right. Gator was right. Jenny was right. And a lot of people dropped dead because of the vaccine. That's all I want to know. If you're still around, if you're still around.
Hold on. Vlad asked me a question. Vlad, if it turned out that the vaccine was killing people, I would 100% be like, oh yeah, that thing was fucking killing people. I have no qualms. I have nothing built up.
Okay. It's all I want to know. That's what it comes down to. If in a couple of years again, you see the number of kids plummet on young women that took the vaccine, and infant mortality, all that stuff, or in the womb or whatever, they can't get pregnant, and it's due to women that were vaxxed, I also will call that out and tell you. You know what? Look at the science is there, and I'm pretty sure Gator will be around and other people that to bring that up. If nothing happens and the world goes by, and maybe I'm sick of something, not COVID related or whatever, and I'll be saying, you know what? Scott, you were right. I should have taken the vax too. You were so freaking right. Now
You,
I'm dying. But you know what? I worked in a pharmacy. I got so sick the last year. I haven't got sick. Not COVID touched me, or no flu. I think I have a really good immune system. To be honest, I'm not rubbing it in. That's how my body turned out to be. And I take the Zelenko
Fucking
protocol. I
You
live
Superman
by
work in
it.
a
bastard.
pharmacy and you're skeptical of medicine?
No, I'm skeptical because of pharmacy and because I talk to a lot of pharmacists. They educated me.
So
You
what do you
haven't had
think
that
you are, like
experience, bro.
it's a bunch of voodoo that's going on in the pharmacy? It's just
I never said that.
there's
That's your
snake
thinking.
oil and
hold on, Vlad.
That's all you, Nimic. You need to
Vlad,
get him
Vlad,
the. You need
Vlad,
to start going to school, bro. I talked to
Just
no look.
just real quick. There you do have to recognize that there is the fact that like 4 out of 10 or 4 out of 5 dentists will recommend non-sugar gum, but that fifth dentist is like saying, "Hey, dude, just like put sugar in your mouth and just let it soak around and see what happens to your teeth," right? Like, so you don't just take his word for it just because he's the guy who's like.
No, but you know what? These are educated people, and I've asked around on a lot of the medications, and basically, the true pharmacist will tell you stay away from medications, do the herbal, see an herbalist, see a naturopath, take care of yourself, eat good, eat well, exercise. And you know what? Ever since then, I went down from size 48, and I'm now in size 40, and I'm thankful. And I'm
I wanna hear
constantly.
more about your
No, wait a
supremacy,
second.
Vlad. Your
I'm
true
not
blood
a supremacist. I wouldn't be able to
supremacy.
tell you about my supremacy. I'm not a
Your
white
true
supremacist,
blood.
neither.
We're
No, I
unpure,
said
so
pure
we're
blood, not true
supreme. We're
blood.
superior to
I
that.
said pure blood, and totally you don't understand the pure blood meaning I did not take the vax, so I'm not infected with the vax chemistry and all that.
So you don't have the mark of the beast, is what you're saying.
Exactly, I don't got the mark of the beast. You're all going to hell, and you know it very well. You see, at least you admit you're going to hell. That is great. I love it. You're real with yourself.
So
I just want to know, Thomas, how does this fall into Thomas torture time, epistemology, and philosophy?
So Vlad, you never got vaccinated at all?
I never did. I never did.
Oh, and Vlad. Ho doggies. It doesn't fit into what we were talking about earlier, but I already had my like hour and 20 minutes to talk about the subject, so we can go back to it if we want to. Me and Perry might go back to it in a little while, and Hohenheim and Brad and North. But I mean, I don't mind the room being open, and we got a good lecture, earlier, so I don't mind it being a little more free form. I'd like to hear more people. I'd like to hear more people talking, like Hohenheim and Brett and North. Just everybody try to
Don't
get
take
in.
any pills or vaccination. Be a
I
pure
did have a
blood,
question.
Thomas.
I did have a question that might.
Bro, when I worked at the pharmacy, I got
Guys,
shot up a lot with the regular. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
Hold on. I did have a question that might kick off for like Hohenheim and these guys. So when we're talking about epistemology, how serious do you take the notion of evolution within that, right? So like to me it seems like it's inseparable. Like to me it seems we've evolved to recognize the world around us, so we have, I don't know, a certain level of axiomatic truth based on sense perception, sensory information.
That's what a scientist would say.
Oh, by the way, Vlad called me dumb. Like, what exactly did I say that was stupid?
Oh my God!
I never once said you're dumb. I think you're the only one that calls yourself dumb. You said it several times, but I didn't call you dumb, and not in this.
Let's think about Scott's question.
All right, go ahead. One more time, Scott.
Yeah, so just like looking at epistemology through the lens of evolution, where we've evolved to a certain level where we can de facto trust our sensory inputs to give us information about the world around us, right?
We have a justified true belief on evolution. We have a belief about it, right? It in fact is a true fact that things change over time and allele frequencies change after generations, right? That's a fact. That's an observed fact about nature that we have descriptively observed. And then, of course, the justification is the scientific method. We've falsified it. If you found rabbit bones in the Precambrian, you falsify evolution. So that there is a justified true belief that could be counted as knowledge associated with evolution.
Yep.
Can I just say real quick that when I hear Thomas speak, I feel smarter? Am I the only one? Am I the only one?
Don't.
That's
I'll go play.
everybody feels that way.
Okay,
Everybody
I'll
feels
go.
like a
He is
dumber.
much appreciated, believe it or not.
Listen. If I'm
Yeah.
wrong, I'll just go play my didgeridoo and go back to my hippie campfire. But I'm just saying, every time I hear him speak, he says words. I'm like, God damn, I need a dictionary.
I'm sorry.
Do you really think
Does it make you go?
you're dumb? You think so? You think you're?
Hold on. No,
Thomas, I love you.
Nivek,
I love
just
you,
hold
man.
on.
I love you too, Brett.
This is a question about epistemology based off of like evolutional, right? So is there a specific epistemology that goes towards those grounds of saying, instead of saying we're a brain in a vat, saying, hey, we've evolved to this point so we can trust our senses, not that we're a brain in a vat and we can't guarantee trust in our senses, right? So what if it was the opposite of where we can all say we've evolved to a certain level where we can all trust in our senses, and then the epistemological arguments out of that. Do you see what I'm saying?
I think so. Anybody else want to comment? I don't want to take up the whole show. Perry, what you got on your mind there about what Scott said? Perry? Hello, Perry.
I think Perry went to sleep.
Keep nudging him.
Well, hang on. I just want to make sure he didn't want to say something because he's been quiet for a long time.
I think he's just smoking that cigar right now.
Yeah.
He does not care.
It's okay. Vlad or North, did you want to respond?
I'm still working on not this conversation, but how do you know what you know? What you know?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm still on that cloud. Okay, that's one. The other one is I kind of challenged Scott with what he said regarding have we evolved, and stuff, evolution and everything. Well, take it to Rene Descartes. Do we really know? How do we know we know? Rene, the
Well, that was the
Descartes.
first hour and a half of the show, Vlad.
Yeah. So, but I'm going back several episodes from the
you're
past,
asking, You're asking.
and so I'm still dealing with that. Like, are we in an infinite? Are we in an eternal doubt of what we know? How do we know what we know?
Vlad, the episode tonight was on philosophical skepticism, specifically about doubt in epistemology.
Exactly. I know I came in a little bit late, but I heard
okay.
you.
I'm just letting you know that we covered that stuff. You can go back and listen to it, and we hashed it out and everything.
I'm using that.
But, and I know Nivek was going through trying to understand. There's philosophical skepticism, and then there's skepticism. And you guys
I was leaning
were
towards biasness and where a person what they believe if they're dogmatic and they
hold
just
on. You guys are derailing from the question that I asked. Maybe let's go to North.
Are you asking like if we weren't able to trust our senses, we would have survived as a species in the first place to make it to this point? Like the fact that we're here alive proves the fact that our senses
that our senses
are working.
Yes. Yeah.
So remember, in the philosophy of science, phenomenal conservatism tells us that we can take things as they appear to be in our phenomenology. So I don't think we have a one-to-one with reality, or what you would call objective reality.
Correct.
Why?
Because our senses can be fooled.
Okay. Well, now you're going back to Descartes on that, right?
Hold on.
Yes.
Vlad,
I'm not going to go over it again, but go ahead, Scott.
No, I know. You don't. But I get the point on that. But no, it just keeps on coming. That's the thing.
Yeah, but
Vlad,
I do want to say, like Thomas was asking North. Let's have them do a go back.
Go ahead, Thomas.
I forgot what I was saying. What was I? What was I asking?
Thomas, you're just talking about even with our own senses, we have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every sensory input you have can be fooled, and that creates heuristics. We're pattern recognition machines, so that can go overactive problematically. Yes. You know what I mean? So psychologically, we can make horrible decisions based on our senses. Not to mention, we can have altered states of consciousness, which makes our senses even more askew. So I trust my senses to the point of practicality, but not into terms of like metaphysics.
Yes.
Thomas, can I chime in?
Oh, yeah, Jenny, go ahead.
There's a researcher named Naomi Wolf. She's a pretty famous Democrat who has recently moved to the right. And her website is the Daily Clout. And she has worked with 3,500 volunteers to go through the Pfizer documents that were published. Pfizer made an attempt to hide these documents for 75 years. And a judge said, no, you can't do that. So once they became available, Naomi and her fellow researchers started digging through these documents. And I think we can all agree that the drug company's own documents would probably be scientific, relative to the conversations. And I won't share too many details about what they found because, again, you can do your own research.
Yes.
But I will say that she has been horrified by what she has found about the COVID vaccine's effect on pregnant women in Pfizer's own documents. And they are startling and amazing. And when you go to a box that contains the vaccine in a pharmacy and get the package insert, which also contains the information put out by the drug company that produces the vaccine, listing side effects, when you open up one of these package inserts for the COVID vaccine, they are intentionally blank. So what that means is where before, with when a vaccine comes to market, the drug companies are compelled by law to share what their own research has proven in terms of side effects. But with this particular product, they have not done that yet. And so there's some of us who are questioning that. And again, I'm a vaccine abolitionist and have been involved in internet debates since 1996 on this topic. What is often said to people like me is, well, we need some proof. We need some evidence. And so we will share our anecdotes, and the scientific in our midst will say, not worthy. Can't use anecdotes. You have to use facts and provable facts and research. And there is no individual family or even group of families that can possibly fund the type of scientific study with the amount of rigor demanded to put up against the science that is shared in the media and on the package inserts and in the scientific journals. So we are constantly dismissed as anecdotes, but when enough anecdotes rise up together to form some proof, the left wants it, or the science side of the spectrum wants it both ways. Heads I win, tails you lose. We can absolutely not look at your evidence because it's not science, but we also are the ones who get to put out ours, and you have to accept it without any question whatsoever. And so I think the heart of the issue with this debate, I've listened pretty closely. I did step away for a minute to go find a couple of articles I shared in the chat. I really think the bottom line is that those who demand science from people like me are never going to get it. I can't produce it. I don't have the ability to give you what you request. But I can point to some anomalies and some facts that are problematic. And I would say, I need to go to sleep, so I'm going to drop out here soon. I would say suspend disbelief, open up your mind and your heart, talk to some people, look around, water's fine. We don't want to hurt anybody. When Vlad said he's a pure blood, that's a thing. It's an internet trope. People are making T-shirts about pure bloods. And so it's a thing when he says that. I'm not vaccinated. And we're not trying to be mean. We're not trying to set you straight or say you're dumb or anything like that. All we're saying is broaden your thinking and recognize that what you're demanding of us in terms of debate is impossible. I can't provide you with what you demand. But I can point to some evidence that is troubling.
Why should I
and that's all I wanted to do in
you?
starting the
Or why should I
vaccination
believe you
conversation.
He
I think I
says
was
the
the one
exact
who
opposite
first
of
kicked it
everything
off.
you just said. He can give me paperwork. He can give me all the information in the world. Why should I believe him and not you? Why should I believe you and not him?
Well, you have the
But
power of
you
discernment.
are. Like,
You can discern what's best for you, for your family. I know what I believe and what I've chosen to do.
You know?
So, like Vlad said, we're not here to convince anybody. Just, no, I honestly don't care.
Well,
get
you're
to choose.
communicating, right? That's the whole point of communicating.
Well, quite often when I engage in a debate with somebody over something this touchy, I'm not talking to the actual person. I'm talking to the people who are listening. People who listen downstream will say, maybe I should go watch that
Engage
documentary.
in debate if you're not trying to convince.
No, you guys have been laughing openly at Vlad and calling himself a pureblood, very dismissive, very sarcastic and rude. I'm just saying, go watch the documentary.
I think when you call yourself
what
a
you think.
pureblood, you kind of open yourself to that by defining teams as one, and your team being the superior team of quote unquote pure blood.
Well, one of the things that the embalmers are saying is that the blood of these people looks dirty. It has these particles in it that look like dirt. And they're saying, what is this? And so a pure blood is somebody who says, hey, I don't have that graphene oxide in my blood.
Have they found that in any living people? Have they found that in any living people? Are doctors seeing this in living people in hospitals?
I've heard of Christians bursting into flames.
I've heard anecdotes of people who went to donate blood.
Those are both equally as
and
justified,
blood wouldn't even go into the vacuum container.
I heard it, so it's got to be fucking true.
I think we would have heard about that.
You asked me a question and I answered it.
Here's an anecdote. My cousin's a nurse. Even before we knew, like in early March in Canada, before like we knew how big COVID was going to be, she was saying, we're seeing lots of people in the hospitals. There might be more of this COVID thing than people are saying. And it was evident. Like, it was just like, you couldn't, everybody was seeing it everywhere. It couldn't be hidden. The same thing would happen with vaccines. If the vaccines were causing harm on the scale that would be anything that would be concerned about, you could not hide it. It would be everywhere. Doctors couldn't hide it if they tried. And even if their superiors wanted to hide it, there'd just be too many doctors, too many instances that you wouldn't have to have these, little side documentaries that pop on YouTube, where you have to go talk to embalmers that are looking at dead bodies. Like, it would just be everywhere.
But what if half of the internet was shut down over this very issue, and people who are talking about the things you require were shadow banned?
We're talking about it.
I'm talking about Twitter. I'm talking about Facebook.
I'm talking about doctors.
What if the media will not cover those doctors who are telling their stories?
Everybody knows a doctor. Everybody knows a doctor. Everybody is affiliated with a doctor, either through their family, like their extended family, or has their own doctor. You could not hide this. This is almost to the level of flat Earth, where it's like, are you telling me that every single scientist, every single astronaut, every single astronomer, over 1 million people on the planet are all involved in this conspiracy? And this is similar to what would have to be going on with vaccines. It's like, if I'm not saying that vaccines, because we know that vaccines do cause problems, no matter if it's an mRNA vaccine, COVID vaccine, any vaccine can cause problems. That's going to happen. And maybe there's even a slight uptick in injuries with COVID. I'm totally open to that. But for it to be on the level at which the kind of the talk, the emergency, the urgency that people talk about it with these vaccine people talk about it with,
We-
it would have to be at such a level that it could not be hidden. It would just be mathematically impossible to hide that
Okay,
data.
how about this, North? Why did India stop injecting people with the vaccine? Why did
They didn't.
Japan stop at early time
They didn't.
under
Indians were
under
dying by
Abe?
the
Hold
boatloads.
on, Nivek. Let me make a case. Why did they stop that? Why did only 6% of Africa got
They were short of
vaccinated, and they
vaccines.
did well.
Because
They
of
had enough.
No, they did
Why,
not.
conspiracy
again?
theories.
Why? Okay, if it was completed, they survived. They proved that conspiracy theory. Why did Sweden do so well, including with their
Hundreds
herd
of
immunity?
thousands didn't
And they
die.
did
Hundreds of
very
thousands
well in
didn't
comparison
survive,
to the
though.
rest of Europe.
Well, the
Hundreds
vaccine
of
is not supposed
thousands
to
of
be
people didn't
an
survive, though.
extinction level event. It
In
just
India, they were burning them in the streets.
Yeah, that's after they got COVID. I'm talking about as they were
Yeah, if they'd
taking
had
the vaccine.
they wouldn't have died.
No, they stopped taking it.
Because
Why did they
Well,
reject
why?
the vaccine?
hold on,
a lot
North.
of
Why
them were
suddenly?
dying,
Can I
bro.
can I just say,
Yeah,
North?
you're
Why
talking about the
suddenly?
ones that got the COVID after,
Yeah, let
way
North jump
before.
in, and then let
Go ahead.
after Vlad, North, and then Hohenheim, and then Nivik. Okay, let's try to be helpful to each other.
Leave that for that.
So one of the very first things you said, why did
Okay,
Japan stop
look
giving people
into
vaccines?
Japan.
They
Japan
didn't.
stopped their COVID. Yeah,
It
but they
never happened,
stopped
Vlad.
they stopped
And along
almost
with all
immediately
the
their
other things
COVID
that you
vaccination.
said are either half
And this is
true
one of the
or not
reasons
true
it's
at all.
believed that
And this is the problem.
that
No,
former Prime Minister Abe
I just did.
was killed.
No, they
Okay,
didn't. No, they didn't.
they did
That's
good. They did good, but not
that's
because of
just
the
wrong,
vaccine.
Vlad.
They weren't putting it
Vlad,
on their
Vaccine.
people.
Japan was on
you're
complete
just
Okay, they did it
lockdown.
for a
Japan
while
wouldn't
and they
let nobody
stopped when
fly
they
into their
started
country.
noticing a lot of
They
things
were
you're
going
just
wrong.
you're
I'm just saying, if you want more evidence, would you be
Vlad.
interested and open-minded into looking into
Vlad,
if there
Google
is
right
all
now.
these claims? No, I am. But are you? Are
No,
you
they
interested in
didn't.
it? Are you looking at both sides? That is the bodies that got
That's not
COVID.
evidence.
That,
It's
yeah, but
something
those are the
it's
bodies
something
that
you
got
took from a
COVID. I'm
blog
not
site.
disputing
It's
that.
something you took
I'm
from a
talking
blog
about
site.
why
Scaring
did they
people in the
reject
streets
the
in
vaccine
India.
shortly
They were
after?
dying. They're dying by the tons in India and
And
Japan. They vaccinated
Africa
and they
did
locked down.
very well.
Hold
Only
on, hold
6.
on, hold on. Stop, guys.
I know, but
Stop, guys.
They
If you're
didn't.
gonna
They
keep
didn't.
talking over each other, I'm gonna start
They
muting
were
people
short. They
and
were
saying
short of
stop.
vaccine,
Just
and they
take
had
your
a high
turn,
vaccine
get your
demand, and
point in,
America
and
shipped
then move
vaccines
on.
to
Don't talk over people, please, for the love of God.
okay. And with that
I was
said,
just
and
saying
with okay, Nigel,
they
and
were
with that
dying in
said, why is it
India
that the other ones
and
survived
they
that didn't
were
take the
short of
vaccine,
vaccine
and were the ones
and
that were dying were both ones before that got contaminated before the
Japan they
vaccine, and then
vaccinated
the
and they
ones that
locked
got the
down.
vaccine. They saw and they stopped it immediately. They saw something there, so there was more reason. They didn't have enough. Well, good reason. They didn't start supplying to their
But
people.
Vlad,
Go ahead.
you're just pointing out correlation. Go ahead, North.
Vlad, can you hear me?
I think if I remember, it was right in the middle,
Vlad,
as the
what was the
vaccine got
date
rolled out.
of this story
I don't have an
where
article,
Japan
but
stopped
no, not
using
off the
the
bat.
vaccine?
I would have to look for it. Yeah. Okay.
Do you remember like a rough date? Can you
I'll
send
look
me
for
an
it. I'll be
article?
honest.
Because I'm gonna make a bet with you right now, $100, that either that article doesn't mean what you think it means, or it's complete bullshit. Okay, all right.
It's okay. That's the only way we have on the internet to really show other people evidence is well-sourced, well-researched material. That's the only thing we really can point to. So please post them in the chat if you have them. We'll try. People can come back and listen to this and look at the links in the chat. So
Vlad's trying to paint an image as if COVID wasn't really dangerous and they just ignored it and ride it out, and that's how they viewed it. But that wasn't the case. They vaccinated and they locked down. You couldn't go into Japan, and India was short of
Same.
vaccines. There's
No,
high demand.
Okay. But
vaccines
Nivek,
in
when
America
you
and had
have
to
a
ship
98,
vaccines to India, and they're like
Nivek,
burning
when you have
bodies.
a 98.9%, rate, percentage
No,
rate
no,
to be able to
not
survive it,
Nivek.
it's not that it's not a big
No,
thing. It
no.
was a big thing. It killed people around the world. But people that got
The stats that
prepared
you're using are
and they took
after
and they took and they took and a lot of them took the prophylaxis they were talking
those
about.
stat number that you're using are after actions were taken
Yes,
in
and after actions were
vaccinations being
taken, they
rolled
were
out.
stopped.
If you want an accurate number, that'd be people not doing anything and seeing the amount of deaths, and that's
And they fared well with their
so
herd
so you so,
immunity. That's why they
so you're trying to
survived.
say, see, that not much people died, but actions were taken for not much people to die.
Exactly, and actions were taken with those that didn't want to take the vaccine. So what is your point?
Actions were taken and where people were
In
vaccinated.
Africa, 6% of the population took it, and they fared well. What I'm
Estimated
saying is they
around
did not
20
need the
million.
vaccine, and they survived. They did
Estimated.
well.
So that population in Africa that you're saying fared well. What is
How
their
do you,
what is
They
their
survived. They
so
survived.
how,
Very
what are the
similar
hold
stats?
to.
on, hold on, hold
Very
on.
similar.
Stop. Just let me finish my point. That population that you said fared well. What is the average age of death for that population?
I
Do you
gotta
know?
look for that information. I gotta look for
Yeah.
more.
So that's the
This is
thing.
what I've listened
You
to.
don't you don't have any information regardless of anything else that's going on that population.
And do you have
So
information
when
for what you're backing up?
no,
We
I
both don't
wasn't the
have
one. I
receipts. I
wasn't the
know.
one.
We both don't have receipts. So
Hold on,
Vlad, you're
dude.
very passionate, but you got to let people finish, my
Dude.
brother. I know it's a closed subject to you. I understand this.
Yeah. And I'm not making the point that I'm thinking I think you think I'm making. I'm just saying you don't have the information that says, oh, because they didn't take the vaccine, they were better. You don't fucking know. Right. And that's it's way better to say, hey, I don't know, than to start trotting out all these fucking like, oh, well, if I look at this African population here and it says that this is the death rate, but you don't know anything else that's going on in that fucking society that might contribute to death rates. Like you don't fucking know. So at that point, you're just like you're just shooting into the wind, man. Like it makes no sense at all. Do you see that?
okay, if I get you the documentation, will you take every word you just spilled out right now back?
Yes. If
Okay,
you give
thank
me
you. Then let me do my homework. Let me shut you up in a little bit, or maybe in the next conversation, and it'll finalize. I'll bring you the receipts.
Yeah.
Okay? Thank you. That way I could shut you up and prove that you're not as smart as you say. Is that good?
I'm not telling you I'm fucking smart, dude.
Nobody's in bad faith here. Scott's just, he's arguing his point. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Vlad, I think you're
Vlad,
very close to this subject. Remember, our emotions get the better of us sometimes, so you're fine to keep going.
Yeah, Vlad, like I think you could be saying the exact same thing that I'm saying right now if you weren't so like emotionally involved in the subject. To me, it's not something that I take emotional consideration to, right? Like vaccines are not something that I have some sort of like moral prescript that I'm like living out in my day-to-day life about the importance of vaccines, right? That's something that doesn't even register to me. But to you, in this argument right now, it is an emotional thing, and all I'm trying to do is trying to get you to take a step back from that emotional reaction to just looking at it as a intellectual venture, right?
Vlad, what do you think is going on, Vlad? Why do you think that this whole vaccine cover up and all of this is going on? What do you think is behind it?
And you even agreed with me in the past regarding secret societies. I know you call it conspiracy theory, whatever. WEF, you hear the videos on BitChute, on maybe on YouTube. A lot of these idiots, they want to depopulate. That's been their goal of the secret societies. And this is one method. Bill Gates is one of their
Populate.
guys. Fauci is what? Depopulate, yeah. And they hate blacks, by the way, Nivek, if you don't want to believe. They hate brown colored people like myself.
Okay.
It's a elitist thing, and they want to depopulate the world. They
What you're
put out.
saying, by the way, Vlad, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't argument. Because let's say they didn't do anything and a lot of people died from COVID, that argument could stand. And let's say they vaccinated and you say, you know what, they're dying from the vaccine. So either way, you know what I'm saying? You
No,
could
because
argue both.
if you wouldn't have had the vaccine, you would have to fight it. You would have to fight it with what's available, including the prophylactic, your
You're not
immune
getting my
system.
argument, bro.
No, I'm getting your argument,
These
but you're trying to
people
say
that
you
you
can't.
say are out to depopulate, if they didn't do anything, you could say they wanted to kill people through the vaccine, through the virus, through the
That's
COVID
been
virus.
their
And if they
goal.
do
That's been their
try to
goal.
do something, you're
That's been
saying
their
the action that you're trying to take is trying to kill is an attempt to
that
kill people.
that has
Either
been their
way,
goal. That has been their
you're
goal
not even following, man.
with ongoing viruses. You don't want to believe that's good with
You're
you.
not even
That's
listening. Like you're not even
I'm
acknowledging
listening to you, but what I'm trying to tell you is that these guys
what
have
point of
been
what I said is
have been in complot, have been plotting all this for the longest, Nivek. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm addressing the
And
logic
yes,
of your argument, man. I'm saying, let's say they didn't do anything and they left the virus be. You could bring the same argument of it's a conspiracy to depopulate. And
no. I
okay,
would tell you. Look,
then their
if they
actions are
didn't,
taken
if
against the
their
virus
plan,
to make sure.
if this virus would have just come naturally, not through the Wuhan lab or anything like that, or fish market or animal market, whatever the hell they conjure up story, they narrative they try to sell us, I would believe it would it just came it would have come like H1N1, bird flu and swine flu and all of them, right? That killed some people, not a lot of people like COVID, but their plan has been for the longest to depopulate.
Yeah.
They hate
How
people.
do you know that? How do you know that, Vlad?
Yeah, we
Okay.
got
How do you know?
It's a
Okay.
globalist.
Okay.
It's a globalist, Scott. That's what it is. It's a global kebab, Scott.
Vlad,
Okay.
do you have the plan written
Infowars.com.
out? Do you have the
Nivek,
plan
please.
written out?
Stop mocking Nivek. That's why you lose respect from people, dude. Honestly.
Sorry, I didn't mean that.
Just like hold on, Vlad. When you say that's their plan, how do you know that's their plan? Do you have like
Their
some
plan?
sort of
Okay.
manuscript?
Leonard Ulrich Leonard Ulrich on New World Order, Volume 2, the illusion of money. He goes through this series. He goes through it. He's working on Volume 3, by the way, but Volume 2 he discloses all these corporatist elitists over time. But one of the things he also talks about is he goes into COVID. He doesn't go.
This one guy wrote a book, and you just believe it.
No. He did a video series. And
he did a book and a video series.
no, I didn't say he did the book. He did just a video series on YouTube. It's like an hour and 45 minutes long.
Dude, like, who cares if somebody did a video series on YouTube?
It's not that. He goes into history. That's what I'm telling you.
Hold on. No, it doesn't matter history. How does that show you that that's correct?
Because he did his homework. That's why. The guy's a researcher. He goes into those things. Okay?
So you're just,
if you don't want to believe me, that's your problem. I like to look at these things. The question is this information. This information has been gone around, has nothing new. It's going around forever. They've been disclosing their plans. They really want to.
Some guy just told you and you just believed it. Like if you just say that, I'll be like, okay.
No, okay. It's part of also of the United Nations Agenda 2030. It's right in there. Mandated vaccinations. You won't own any property, like Schwab said. You won't own any property and you'll be happy. You won't drive your own car. No more personal property. No more car. You'll have to, go on their all electric fleet.
Okay, let's play along.
People.
You think the vaccine that the COVID was invented like it was created in like a lab?
Well, there's evidence for that already. There's a lot of evidence that it has attributes of an HIV
I thought it
virus.
spread in animal markets, like open wet markets and shit.
I think that was just a red herring to make people.
So what do you think?
believe
Is the United States that created it?
So your evidence.
In great part, it is. I mean, we have something called gain and function.
Okay,
Gain and function, they call it.
I want to really hear this.
Vlad, please,
No,
for the
but
love of God, don't start
Vlad,
talking about gain of function because I know you don't know
Vlad,
what that
the whole
fucking
gain of
means,
function
dude.
thing, that's
No,
done in.
No, the
let him
financing
go. What
No,
is gain
to
of
make
okay,
all
function?
you
these
tell us, Nivik, and why that
make
doesn't
all these
really
viruses.
have
Look
any
it up,
argument.
Nivek. You got to educate yourself.
But
Even Rand Paul was going after Fauci on this. There's criminality right
Let
there.
Hohenheim jump in here after you sum up,
all right,
Vlad.
I'll say quickly. Yeah, the gain of function.
I know what
That's the
gain of
kind of
function is,
basic
by
thing
the
they
way.
do in these laboratories, just to bring these
Exactly. Teach us how it is.
diseases.
No, gain
Nivek.
of function
Hohenheim's
was
been very
about how it
patient,
how
guys.
Sorry,
Hohenheim's been very
he was
patient,
also.
guys. Come on.
No, not bring these things to light. They're just trying to find out how these things spread and how to stop them spreading as much. So they do this gain of function. They explore these in all these labs. It's a normal procedure in these labs. It's nothing to do with kind of like a
Bring these
conspiracy
things to
theory
life.
of
I
like
understand,
suddenly they're doing the
but
gain of function. It's just very normal. It's a very, of course not. No, the gain of function is done in all the laboratories that are just studying. Hold on, Vlad, you're on fire, dude. But anyway, didn't want to go into the gain of function thing. I wanted to ask you, Vlad. So you believe that there's a conspiracy to depopulate the world? Now that could be true.
So our government is not involved in biological warfare,
If
right?
there was, people would be being arrested because that's a serious
Oh
accusation
no, it's
against a
not.
big group of people, and it's not a small group of people you're talking about. So yeah, no, that's another. So could you yeah Vlad, yeah, you could be wrong about that, no? Well, you don't
Well,
have evidence. If
they
you had
control most of the
had
government.
evidence,
I
these
don't think
people would be
they're going
arrested.
to be
Now, if there was
arrested
someone that
anytime
was planning to
soon.
depopulate,
Yeah, they're in power.
really,
They might be behind the
someone
scenes, but they're
literally
in
has a
power,
plan
bro.
to rob a bank, they're arrested. Someone has a plan. Like if there was actual real evidence, these people would be arrested.
I
Like,
wish I was wrong, but if there's evidence to the effect that they are, what would you do then?
do you have? Dear,
No, they wouldn't necessarily.
I
They
know there's
control government.
crooked people, but you see, you're basing. But you see, you're basing your
Yeah,
whole
assuming you would have
premise of
a
vaccines
trustworthy
and
government that
this
is
pollen
honest
that's
and
being
just.
spread over the world.
We have a lot of these people that don't care. They're crooked people
Cabal of
in
people that are in
government.
charge, which is a kind of
You think they're going to be?
misconnection.
You think
So you
they're
could be
going to be
wrong about that, and
arresting
then you'd
their
be wrong
very
about
own
everything
friends,
because
the people they're in cahoots
it
with?
would take every single company that's developing these vaccines, and it's not just one; it's multiple companies, hundreds, thousands of people, probably globally, that are working on these. When was this? So let's go into that then. When was this agenda 22? When was this released? Why was it released?
Okay, then why would it be on the
Okay,
agenda 2030 of the
go
United
ahead.
Nations mandated vaccine? Why would it be? Because that means
Okay,
they're
well,
going to
how
be
long ago?
releasing more different
Not like
types of viruses.
20. So 20 years ago, they wrote what?
It's in the United Nations website.
Yeah. Well, what was
It's
entailed
their
in it?
goal.
So
They're a
working
very
on
long
what?
time. This is not
Describe it here.
5
Like,
or
let's
10
go
years
into
ago.
it.
It's been a
Like,
while. They maybe 20 years ago. I don't know, 15 or something. The
mandated
agenda
vaccines. So they just
2030.
say, can you share
They've
this?
been
So they
working on
say,
this for the very longest. Okay, the agenda 2030 is one of them is going to have mandated vaccine around the world, global government, new world order. You're not gonna own property,
so can you share this?
okay? You're not gonna own a car. But hold on, listen, follow along, please. Follow along. So one of the mandated vaccines, that
But
means you don't have
mandated
no hearsay.
vaccines have
They
been a
give it to
thing.
you whether you like it or
Mandated
not.
vaccines have been a
And what
thing
happens is
like for
whatever. Kind of like with COVID. They don't care about the ramification.
Well, this is in this. And
Another
where is this
another
document
thing
shared
is
again?
there's going to be a UBI for everybody. That might seem like,
Agenda
oh, that's not
2030.
bad.
Where is this
You know,
shared? By
universal
whom?
basic income. Okay, everyone could use that, right? You won't be
Okay,
allowed to own. But hold on. You're going to have to be microchipped. You're going to have to be microchipped like a dog. You know when you microchip a dog or a cat? This is in the Agenda 2030. It's on a lot of documentation. It's on the United Nations website. You have to look for it. Okay, and it's there. Why would the hell would they be planning for that in order to cause, along with with all these economic problems, the inflation that were brought about with COVID? Why do they want the collapse of the dollar, the collapse of the world? Why so? Out of that, they could bring about their Great Reset. You heard of the Great Reset? That is their plan. They've constantly talked about it, and they speak so confidently because they know the power that they wield within governments. Not one government, several governments, including yours.
So I can't find this agenda 22 to Vlad.
These are all
22,
elitist
so
Bilderberg
where
people.
is this? You can't just say something like that and then where is it? Because I've looked in the United Nations website. And where is this then?
Okay, type in United Nations Agenda 2030.
2030. Okay, not 22 then. Now, this is a wonderful thing about fact checking, and I did want to address something that Jenny said earlier. She's gone now, but she did say that for 75 years ago these documents were hidden, and then they came to light, and then suddenly flipped to COVID-19, which is 75 years ago didn't exist.
I'm going to send it to you right now.
Doing this similar kind of thing.
I'm going to send it to you. I'm giving you receipts.
Yeah. Well, I would say if you want receipts, you want evidence, there is
right here. But you can take your time to read it. I gave you a link. I gave you a link so you can look at it.
There is hundreds and thousands of receipts of the efficacy of the vaccine. There, of course, it's not perfect. So Gator's in the call. I'll let him speak whilst I go and read what you sent.
It's right in there. It's pretty long, if I'm right. And there's several.
I don't.
But that when they break it down, the basic goal is you're not going to have the freedoms that you know. You're not going to be able to own. It's going to be digital currency, microchipping, basically like a dog cat.
Where did you send this then?
I put it right there in the chat. You have the link.
Okay.
Right. Look, the only thing I'm bothering to say is something that has literally just been said that is grossly wrong, and it's unfair to not let it go. Jenny did not say, Hohenheim, what you just said she said. What she said was this.
Yes, she did.
What she said was this.
I said exactly what she said.
No,
I can say it again.
Well,
So you
I
don't
will demonstrate this
me,
shortly with hardcore
just so you don't
links,
misrepresent
right?
me. So
what
she
said was this.
So you just don't misrepresent me. I'll just say it again.
With the FDA to the courts to bury all of the access to all of the clinical data that Pfizer had to do with its vaccine for 50 years. And Aaron Siri was the lawyer who was leading the counter case to that, which was ruled on, I think, in Q1 this year. Yeah, it was Q1 this year because the formal rollout picked up in pace in March. And during the court case, the FDA actually tried to increase the delay from 50-year burial to 75-year burial, right? And the court disagreed and said no. Now, whilst that court case was running, Pfizer was having to comply to a FOIA request for that data at a rate of 500 pages per month, but there were 420-odd thousand pages of it, which would mean it would take something, if I remember rightly off the top of my head, maybe 80 years or something like that to release. And the judge rejected that and said, no, you have to release at a rate of at least, I think it's at least 10,000, but it might be as high as 50,000 pages, right? And that's what they're now having to do. And that's what Jenny was describing. She didn't claim that Pfizer had sat on COVID-19 disease or vaccine information for 50 years up to today, which is what you just said. Because that's why you said.
Well, I didn't know quite what she said because she said it quite quickly. So
and I'm telling you, what you just characterized was completely wrong, right?
Well, no, I just didn't understand what she said, so I didn't get a chance to ask her. Thank you for clarifying, Gator. Sorry. Okay, wonderful. I'd still say that it's data cherry picking, which also I think you're doing. So, Gator, can I ask you a question?
You know what's
can I ask
it's
you?
Not data cherry picking.
I don't. Yeah, well, I think you and Jenny doing wonderful data picking, cherry picking with the data.
because there is a huge amount of data that shows the vaccines have done great amount of benefit for the world. So
what data
you can't deny that. Did you just go and Google it? Like, you tell me I should go and Google. You don't do some Googling. This is absurd. So
UK
can I just
health
ask
and
you?
safety.
Can I ask you? Yeah. Can I ask you a question
Security
again?
Agency
Why
documentation
do you think?
doesn't
Gator,
agree
why
with
do you think? Sorry, say it again.
UK Health Security Agency documentation does not back that up.
UK Health and Security. Well,
do you know what the UK HSA is?
Yeah, right. Can I ask you a question, Gator? So why do you think they're doing this? Why do you think they're covering up all this information? What do you think, do you think the same as Vlad, that they want to depopulate the world? What do you think the agenda is of all of these vaccination companies, all these people covering that up? What do you think? Why do you think they're doing that?
I don't know. I don't have a definitive unifying theory on this. How could I? Right? There are many factors that you can entertain.
So you have no idea why you think they're doing this then, even though you
did I just say that? Right? I've said there are many factors and different aspects of it that you can try to unify, but you probably won't be able to do that with full credibility. For example, the data, the publicly available, now released under FOIA, Fauci emails that have now got a window of from about January 2020 onwards, demonstrate something to do with the conversation that was happening amongst Fauci, Drosten, Jeremy something or other from the Wellcome Trust in Farah from the Wellcome Trust in the UK, and a number of other prominent scientists at that level, where they were talking about the origin story. And basically they were entertaining that the lab leak was a viable theory. Farah from Wellcome Trust literally said he was 50-50. And there's also another end, I can't remember the name now, I've only just read some of this recently and scan read it, but this is not a new story. There's another guy that was cited as being 60-40 in favour of the lab leak, right? And what they did then in the course of these emails was essentially decide to suppress the lab leak possibility and just basically go with backing the wet market origin story. That's enshrined inside these documents. Okay, they are Fauci's emails. That's part of the reason why Rand Paul is giving such a hard time to Fauci. But in addition to that, just on the origin story, there's a number of other things, which is the company called Eco Health Alliance, Peter Daszak, who was actually known directly to Fauci. He's basically a mate of Fauci's, and received grant money from the NIH and the NIAID for illegal gain-of-function work during a specific GOF moratorium, which you couldn't put any US money to. He was given money for that work by Fauci. Fauci currently denies that was technically gain-of-function. However, in contradiction to that, DARPA did its own assessments of the nature of the virus and the vaccine, and they have documentary proof under something called the Diffuse Project, and there's another one, I can't remember the name now, where Eco Health Alliance applied to DARPA for a $14 million grant, and they submitted exactly the plan for gain-of-function work on bat coronaviruses based out of China. DARPA reviewed that and said, no, this is illegal gain-of-function work, we're not giving you the grant. And they refused it, but obviously Eco Health Alliance got funding from the Fauci pathway, NIH, NIAID, right? That DARPA documentation was leaked last year. And also what DARPA did was it commissioned a guy called, I think, Major Joseph something or other, I can't remember now his surname, but I can get all the documents. And he went through and did his own assessment. Now, the weird thing was, right, this got leaked eventually, but one of the strange things was that it was a completely unclassified document held in a classified document space, which DARPA admitted was unusual. Because technically, by leaking an unclassified document, you haven't really broken the classified information handling laws of the US, right, which may be functionally important into why these documents came out. What those documents said were that the nature of the vaccine and the virus were a specific thing, that they were genetically engineered, used in a lab using gain-of-function research, right? These documents have not been denied by any of the establishment. About 8 different Congress people picked it up, publicly addressed this to the House and said, we want to have full due diligence on these documents, and we want to set up an investigation on this. And that's partially driving the Rand Paul stuff as well, right? It's just not been very well reported, right? Now, why is that?
You do know that gain-of-function research is quite normal in these facilities, though.
You do know that gain-of-function research is also illegal.
It's not illegal.
Okay, why is there a US moratorium on it, during which time it was considered to be illegal?
You're saying they don't do gain-of-function in any of these research facilities in the world?
Okay, I've just told you that DARPA, at the time the EcoHealth Alliance wanted money from DARPA to do gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses, DARPA refused that money because at the time, it may have been something like 2017 to 2019 or 2016 to 2019, something like that. I can't remember exactly. They said no, because there was a fucking moratorium on this research, because it was considered to be dangerous. And therefore you could not spend US money on it, no matter where it got done. And in contravention of that law, Fauci ultimately ended up sponsoring it, right? Which is why he's in such hot water. He's having to play this denial game, right? Which is going to play out, one way or another.
But I would say that he probably sponsored this because he maybe wanted to understand it more, because that's his field.
But you don't know that. That's just speculation on your part.
Yeah, but you're also speculating, though. So I would.
No, I'm not speculating on the what I've just said to you.
Well, what do you think his motives are then? So I would say his motives are scientific.
No, I don't know. That's why I've just said to you at the very beginning, that's why there are lots of things that you could factor in, and I don't have a unifying theory. I'm aware of large amounts of information. Many of it's backed up by pieces of factual proof. Trying to stitch them together into a unifying theory requires at least degrees of speculation, which I'm not really willing to do. I'm only willing to look at the silos of data, the silos of evidence, and basically say, well, we'll have to see how these progress, because otherwise, you know what, I would just be attacked in the way that you were attacking Vlad.
Well, I'm not.
What Anaheim is saying is that the
it seems like you're just drawing
experiments to see if something, to see if something could be potentially lethal to the population.
Yeah,
okay,
you've got to ask yourself this question. Is conspiratorial line drawing. You're just linking these lines from all over the place and assuming that it's all for bad intentions. Fauci is involved in these clinical trials all over the world. He funds these. That's his job. That's how he makes money. You're assuming that he has some kind of strange intent and there's some kind of strange conspiracy going on. That's why you're looking. It seems like you're looking through eyes of negative. There's some kind of strange cabal of people working to.
I didn't say any of that. I haven't said any of that.
What it sounds like. This is
right. I haven't said any of that. That's your assumption.
No. Well, you just said you've been presenting this as evidence that this is all the big cover-up everywhere. Have I been misinterpreting that then?
Well, okay. So what is it that Rand Paul is asking about then? In that case, what is it that DARPA put into their own reports? What is it that is contained inside the EcoHealth Alliance grant requests to DARPA? Right? What is it that Peter Daszak is on video on the This Week in Virology presentation video podcast in around June 2020, where he is literally telling what the presenter exactly what they've been doing, and what is it about EcoHealth Alliance's work, and that's just one organisation that they have been involved with, which is the nature of this kind of work, covering diseases like Rift Valley disease, leishmaniasis, malaria, where they've never fixed any of them. right? They've never had success. Now, I'm not saying that there's a reason, right? There's a coherent, objective reason there, right? But you
kind of sounds like you are. It sounds like you're saying they did gain
because
function in a lab, and COVID was created in a lab, and
it was
that
created
COVID's
in a
really,
lab.
COVID's really a conspiracy to
Right?
unleash on the
Okay.
population, is what you.
Let me just point something out here, right? Let me just point something out. So there are two big issues that I don't know that you seem to know about. One is that, as I said to you at the beginning, when Fauci's team were actually looking at Genesis stories, those big hitting scientists said, yeah, it's a possibility. And eventually they decided consciously to suppress that possibility. Now, in that lab, in the Wuhan lab, is a woman, amongst other team members, but one of the prominent ones was a woman called Shi Zhengli, commonly known as Batwoman. Now, right at the beginning, there were certain media outlets who were looking at the research and looking at certain political connections. And they knew that it was a bit of a strange coincidence that this woman here, involved in heavy published bat coronavirus work, happened to be located in exactly the place where this outbreak occurred. Now, funnily enough, in March, I think the paper was dated March 2020, Shi Zhengli published a paper that said, we have, in the course of investigating SARS-CoV-2, also discovered a protein called EK147, I think it's called. I can pull this up in a minute whilst I need, if anybody doubts this, because it coincident to looking at the virus itself. There's a protein that they found that worked to effectively provide an antidote to the mechanism of action of that virus. Right? That's all in published research under her name from that lab, which means that they were doing analytical work on bat coronaviruses, including SARS-CoV-2, in that lab before March 2020, right? The interesting question about this piece of published research is, if that protein was a very effective transmission mechanism cessation protein, why was it not investigated as a possible treatment? I don't know the answer to that question, but it hasn't been, right? And that's all published research. Now, additional to that, you've got very recently, in September, I think it was, you've got Jeffrey Sachs, who headed up the Lancet's self-appointed COVID-19 commission, who has literally said in the published report, there's a very important political point to make about the published report, but I'll make the origin point first. That report acknowledges that they don't fully know officially whether it was definitely the wet market thing or definitely lab created. Okay, and in the report they maintain that there's still a possibility it could be one way or the other. However, Jeffrey Sachs, the head of this research, this commission, has repeatedly appeared saying on video to the Grey Zone and to other outlets that basically, in his mind, from everything he's seen, it's lab created. Like he's on record saying that, okay? And he headed up the commission. And that commission also contained, at the beginning, this is kind of important if you give a shit, because it gets you into some of the elements of the politics of just this one commission. He is not a viral expert, right? He's actually an economist, and he's a deep embed of the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. He is partially one of those creators, right? Which, when you understand what that is, that means he has very deep vested political interests in what would be could be considered to be the global establishment. And despite that, he is still on record saying, I believe it was created in a lab. Now, there's many reasons why that argument scientifically hangs together, because in the genetic makeup of the virus, there's, I think, a 12-stage nucleotide, so a sequence of nucleotides, which 12 long, which could not have occurred naturally. They're basically the analysis is saying that I think that the odds of it being a natural occurrence are over a trillion to 1, and they are clearly indications of genetic engineering. And also, there's a feature on the virus called a furin cleavage site. A furin cleavage site essentially is a key mechanism in how the virus attaches to the ACE2 or CD147 receptor and breaks into the cell. And the strength and capability of that furin cleavage site is not in keeping with any natural example of any coronavirus ever, right? And this was very early known. This was known very early on.
Yeah, it could have been created in a lab. You just had to say it could have been created in a lab, and we could all, like, if you got evidence when it definitely was, it doesn't matter. So what if it was created in a lab? What are you saying?
Okay, so there's some ramifications for this which have not been covered properly in the press. First,
but then, if I could just jump in quickly, because before you go off on a tangent, like Vlad shared in the post, and I'm so glad you shared this. There was the scare about the AstraZeneca vaccine, and then many countries just stopped administering it. So this idea that things are hidden away from everyone is kind of not true, and that proved it. I was thinking of this earlier, and I'm so glad you posted it, Vlad, because there is leaks and there is information shared, and they do share this information straight away, not only with AstraZeneca, but with Pfizer and the myocarditis, and like the worries about these vaccines is shared. Like, it's not hidden away. It's just often many of these things that are shared are just not true. They're just made up.
Okay.
So if it is made in the lab, then now I'll let you go on. Tell us why.
On the AstraZeneca
that would
thing.
be. Well, no. If you'd just like to say why, if it was made in the lab, so what? Like, it may have been leaked from the lab, and then they wanted to cover it up, and then so what? Like, what are you saying? What are you saying?
Wait.
It's a conspiracy, is what he's saying.
Seeing you've just made a point about AstraZeneca, you should bear in mind this. One of the primary reasons why AstraZeneca's use has been curtailed is because of its association with blood clotting. And because it has enough of a blood clotting effect on enough people, it fucked the risk-benefit ratio. Essentially,
they found out that it wasn't true, and that's why they started administering it. They found out that there wasn't actually any link between the blood clots and the AstraZeneca, and then they carried on administering AstraZeneca.
No, they did find that there was a blood clot risk, right? They admitted there was a blood clot risk, which is why they said that in certain age profiles, the risk-benefit is not worth it, right? You're actually carrying more risk from adverse effects of this shot than you are of a risk of having very severe or illness or death from the disease. So you might as well risk taking the disease or go for a different shot. That was the basis of why the AstraZeneca thing started to be pulled in many countries, and it started in the Norwegian countries, right?
I think it was people who were on the birth prevention medication, I think, wasn't it?
Okay, so now just wait. There's a key part of this to what you're saying.
But
You're
then
saying
still,
that was a good example of transparency.
Gator, like the whole narrative, though. What do you think their agenda is? So that's what I think is driving you, and that's
because there's a point that you just brought up that has to be addressed. The blood clotting risk of AstraZeneca and the Johnson & Johnson viral vector was known about in about 2006 in published research. It's called adenovirus viral vector vaccine and the blood clotting in von Willebrand factor 4. That's roughly the title of the research. They knew in 2006 that when you introduced an adenovirus viral vector, irrespective of what it was carrying into the human body, there were conditions where blood clotting, potentially fatal, started to increase. And one of the things that they found at the time was that the Leiden factor, which is to do with blood clotting capability, has different certain people, and there's like factor 4, there's factor 5, and they found there were indications that it would affect some people, particularly with this Leiden disposition, right? They already knew this, okay, and they, despite knowing that, the sad thing is that the rush to market with that vector meant that because they were so quick with releasing it, they didn't do what they could have done if they'd been slower to release it. They could have checked, if we get factor 5, factor 4 people and inject them, do they have any side effects?
What are you after?
Like, AstraZeneca did not do that, right? and they didn't do any of the testing that worked out whether there was a bigger population effect on blood clotting, and that's why they've ended up giving it to loads of people and hitting blood clotting problems.
I was going to say, dude, Gator, you got to stop. Like, you've been talking for like 15 minutes nonstop, fucking the entire time. Like, dude, let other people.
It's also a thing of getting to the point, man, because I understand that you want to lay out a case that's solid, but you have to make it in a shorter time, because it doesn't help us when we're on this forum that we're talking on here, when you're adding in stuff that doesn't need to be added in. It's like, get straight to the point.
Yeah, and that was done in like 5 seconds, dude. I said, okay. But then still, Jenny and Vlad,
I know what you mean. Look, I didn't ring back in to go through this. Only Hohenheim asked me. I was only sticking up for Jenny, saying that he's misunderstood what
are you after?
What Jenny was saying about
companies being dishonest, or what's your gripe, dude? I'm just wondering, dude. Shit. I'm not trying to put you in a camp. I'm not trying to put you in any camp. I'm literally asking you what camp you're in, what you were after. Why are you unhappy with all of the way the vaccine's done?
Why do you have to characterize it like
the
this?
Business, or give us something.
Why do you have to put me into a camp of people who are saying?
Yeah. Like,
is it a conspiracy or what?
Gator, he's just asking. Like, Hohenheim is just asking you where you actually come from, right? So we can bring up arguments this way, that way to Sunday, but where are you actually coming from is what he's asking you.
Look, it doesn't matter if you actually understand what the hell I'm talking about. You don't need to try to pigeonhole me like that.
What I understand
because I don't pigeonhole myself like this. All I look at are, for example, and this is genuinely one of the analyses that I did right at the beginning. It was, okay, so what exactly is going on with this disease, and what are we being told is the narrative way to interact with the disease? And it didn't make any sense. All of the basic lockdown and masking things, there's no evidence in that at all. And it also contradicted the 2011 UK predominant flu pandemic management plan. And Chris Whitty in 2018 was making published.
Hold on, real quick, Gator. Like, the steps we took would be the steps anybody would take if there was like truly like some sort of like really bad infection going on. Wear face protection, fucking stay away from other people that you think they're infected, right? I mean, these are pretty common, basic fucking standards. It's not like the government.
Hold on. And this is really
Gator. It's not like the government came up and said, what you need to do is stand on your left foot, twist 3 times.
You can use grotesquely simplistic statements like that, Scott. It doesn't hang together. You can't create equivalency by using really ludicrous, grotesquely simplistic, humiliating statements like that to win over your audience. Bullshit. You know,
using grotesquely oversimplified fucking statements, right? Like, this is the point. Like I bet if I asked everybody here who's listening, is Gator using overly simplistic fucking terms, everybody would say yes. Right. So now,
which one?
If that's the case, why is it that you think you are not using overly simplicated terms? Right. So to me, I'm
which
listening. Which ones?
Which terms am I using that are grossly simplistic, that are not in keeping with explaining the basis for my concerns about all of this stuff, or the things that I'm aware of that are indications of problems.
Virus transmission right off the get-go. Like, you're using like overly simplified terms to try and like understand virus fucking the way viruses pass on between other human beings. Like, right? Like,
what did I say?
What did you say?
Yeah.
You said that the gain of function was
That's not transmission. Gain of function has nothing to do with transmission.
Hold on. Now I'm
How so?
I'm trying to go back.
Function has a lot to do with transmission.
How so?
No, but I didn't talk about transmission in the context of gain of function, so it's not right for Nivek to bring that up.
Yes, you did.
Yes, it is.
Because you brought this up like 30 minutes ago, and then you went off on tangents, like going deeper and deeper and deeper.
What did I say about transmission?
Gain of function is manipulating with the virus for it to be more likely.
It happened 30 minutes ago. Give me fucking a couple seconds to like recollect my thoughts and like get back to the point where this started. Like, dude, I mean, you can't go down like a 30-minute tangent and like when somebody asks you about that, but like, well, where did that come from? Well, so dude, you've been talking for 30 minutes. I'm trying to like go back to the beginning to even get to where we are now, right? Like you've been on such a long fucking tear for anybody to try and like to argue about any point. All you can do is like, okay, go back to this point, go back to this point. So you're setting up a situation where it's impossible to argue against your position, right? Like you're attempting
I could, but 2 seconds
this is what you're
over.
trying to do, right? Whether you recognize it or not. I've seen this kind of shit fucking over and over and over again, dude. Like,
But this is okay, and this is why I said I don't need. I mean, I don't need to. I'm only answering because this stuff that Hohenheim asked me because they asked me. I only came to say that the FDA Pfizer thing, he's misunderstood it. And I provided a link that shows that what Jenny was saying is correct,
dude,
right?
That's past.
Everything I've been saying about DARPA, about the gain of function stuff, about the Fauci emails, every single thing I've said is bound in legal, legitimate paperwork.
I wonder why are you so tied? Why are you so fundamentally tied to the idea that vaccines, or this vaccine in particular, is bullshit? Like what?
Because the scientific evidence tells us that it is.
No, it doesn't.
No, it could be natural. It can come from nature.
No,
it can come from nature. It can come from a lab. But you're leaning lab.
Stop. Like the scientific evidence for this vaccine is the same scientific evidence for all vaccines that have come previously, right?
That's not true at all.
It is true.
Okay, well, tell me how then.
Hold on.
How is this data the same? It's not. This data is totally specific to each of these vaccines.
Please let me finish what I'm saying. Like the reason why I say it's the same for this one as all other ones before. Yeah, like and this is what I brought up earlier. Like smallpox, we didn't have the amount of evidence that the smallpox vaccine worked until we're like 20 years down the road. Like you're talking about having the amount of evidence for the COVID vaccine that we would need 20, 30 years down the road. And of course we don't fucking have that because it hasn't
That's false equivalency.
Hasn't been 20 or 30 years down the road. So if anytime we come up with some sort of novel infection that we need a vaccine for, if we don't have 30 years of a proven track record for it, you're just going to say, no, this is bullshit. Is that your frame of reference?
No, what you've just said is completely a form of false equivalency. It's not valid, right? It is not valid to say that anything to do with the level of evidence or the specific efficacy, danger, whatever, of an mRNA
Yes,
vaccine
MR,
that was
mRNA
produced
vaccines have been
which was
used.
released 2 years ago,
mRNA. Hold on,
or
mRNA.
the cDNA vaccine
mRNA
has got
vaccines have
anything
been
to do with
used.
smallpox?
mRNA vaccines have been used far beyond 2 years ago. This is something that's been in
Which ones?
that's been in the working process for like 30 fucking years, right? So
Okay, good. So we can pull some hard stuff out of that
yes.
claim. Which vaccines in use in humans before COVID used
I
the
don't know.
mRNA or cDNA
I don't
technology?
know. I don't have perfect knowledge.
You don't know, so why did you just make a claim?
I don't have perfect knowledge. Neither do you.
Yeah, exactly, because there weren't any. Because these are the first human-used mRNA, cDNA technologies in human for the process of quote-unquote human vaccination.
Take a quick spin.
mRNA.
We're gonna find mRNA vaccines.
There was some attempts to use it, possibly to address Ebola.
1987.
Possibly.
1987.
Yeah, but which diseases were they rolled out for?
It doesn't matter.
We're talking mRNA.
Stop changing the
Oh my
goalposts.
god. Of course it is. You just said...
They never
right?
used it before. Then we show you they used it before, and then you say, but what did they use it for? But, come
Right,
on,
hang on a
man.
second. That's not what I said, right?
Okay.
The point is, mRNA
Here's,
research is
for
is
fuck's
long.
sake,
It's
Nivek,
nothing-
shut
it's
up.
nothing recent.
Right? Nivek, just be quiet a second.
Yeah, I'm to be quiet.
There is
Nivek
no
too stupid to talk.
disease that was ever
Be
addressed
quiet.
by other mRNA vaccines prior to COVID. And as has already been brought up, yeah, aspects of the technology base were patented by Malone and others as early as the late 80s. And that's all well documented. But whether they were actually used successfully or deliberately to deal with specific diseases is not the case.
There
Now,
have been
I
long
think-
clinical trials on mRNA. mRNA is what his point is. It's nothing recent. Is his point.
No, I'm telling you that the COVID jabs using either mRNA or cDNA are the first set of actual direct disease-specific applications of those technologies in a method that is now called vaccination.
You know how many
and the reason
people
why I'm
who've
so
been tested
guarded about
before
that
they rolled
language
the
is because
vaccine
it's
out?
very
Hold on.
deliberately.
They test a lot of people before they roll it out. By the way,
They didn't.
They don't just roll it out.
Okay,
there's
Nivek.
zero deaths. There's zero deaths in the people that
Nivek.
they test.
Okay, what is the basis for that claim? What's? Just be honest.
What, you're saying
made
they
a very
don't do
specific
clinical
claim.
trials? Yes, they do
Listen,
clinical trials.
Yeah. So what were the clinical trials?
There are no deaths in the clinical trials at all.
No, what? No, I'm not asking that. I'm not asking how many deaths were there in clinical trials. I'm asking you to tell me where I can find the evidence that backs up your claim that they did loads of massive amounts of human clinical trial testing before it was mass rolled
also,
out.
what
Look it up. I know.
constitutes-
I know it. I know
Look
it
it up.
exists.
You look it up. You're the one making the fucking claim.
Okay. I'll look it up, and I already know what I'm saying is true. They did. Of course, they do clinical trials. They
No,
don't just roll
because
shit
if
out.
you know what you're saying is true, how big was the population for Pfizer's clinical trial, Moderna's clinical trial, AstraZeneca's clinical trial? If you already know that, tell me the numbers.
Hundreds of millions of people.
It was. Hold on. I will postulate this to you. It was larger than the fucking pharmacological trials for the smallpox vaccine. I fucking guarantee.
But I don't give a shit about the smallpox vaccine. Why should I?
I know you don't. Because,
Oh, thanks for looking it up,
because
Scott.
You're finding this one specific point that you can say, okay, we don't have perfect knowledge on it, so it's got to be a fucking conspiracy.
No, Scott.
See, I
That's
didn't have-
not
I
what I'm
didn't have to
saying,
look
and
that
it's
up.
and
I
it's
made
and it's
that claim.
really
You
it's
didn't have
actually
to look
really
it up. That's
disingenuous
just
of
common
you
sense.
to try to paraphrase what I'm saying in that way, because I actually went through that very specifically with you on smallpox, right? Including mechanistically and technologically. And it's now really intellectually disingenuous of you to denigrate my explanation in that way. That shows you that all of this is about something else. And this is why I warned you that it's not, I don't need to do this, right?
I know that there's
I was backing
clinical
up,
trials.
trying to help out Vlad. I was trying to help out Vlad by saying he doesn't need to go down this road with people like this because
Gator
nobody
and
gives a
Nivik,
shit.
everybody. Gator and Nivik, let's slow down a little bit, everybody.
I know that there are clinical trials because I was actually considered going to one.
Yeah, I think we all know there's been some clinical trials. The scale of them and the nature of them is what's important, and it's what
The
you don't
scale
seem
is
to know.
massive. Brett's
44,000 people were involved in the clinical trial, the phase 3 clinical trial for Pfizer. But, no, it wasn't. It was 44,000. And when they released it to general consumptive use, they said that we grant it the conditional emergency use authorization. The point at which they did that, only 170 people had passed what was called the preliminary endpoint. Right? So it wasn't a definitive outcome based on 44,000 people. It was an assumed, interpretative outcome from just 170 people in that group.
Abductive. Like we were able to abduce.
Okay, maybe that's the right word then. But you understand my point, right?
Can I ask a
and that's
question?
all in the documentation.
No, Gator, please, man. Like, dude, I'm the one guy that's like fucking always been like, dude, Gator is the fucking man. Like, we got to have this guy on more often. I'm not trying to cut you down the way that you think I am. I'm trying to take something to a level maybe you're not ready for yet. I'm just like literally I'm just trying to like take your reasoning past where you're thinking it is. I promise you I'm not trying to like take it down to some like abductionist bullshit, right? Like I'm trying to get you to like go that next step.
Let's just accept that something, right? None of us are going to find common ground. You're not going to find common ground with me.
Oh, no,
I'm not going to convince you of anything in this call at all.
That's not
which is
true.
why I don't even want to do it
I find
anymore,
common
right?
ground with you a lot, even in this conversation.
But on this we won't.
You. The only differentiation is I don't agree with the conclusion, right? So like I can have common ground with you through the entire process of your thought, but then to get
Same
the
here, by the
conclusion,
way.
I say no, I disagree with that, right? So that's what.
Yeah, look.
There are things Gator
Okay,
said that I agree
but
with.
hold on. Can I jump?
Right, and that's
in,
fine.
Gator?
I appreciate that. But look. I mean, let's simplify this because
Can I jump
honestly,
in
it's
quickly?
literally we totally shouldn't be talking about this, right? It's just I'm sure it's tedious for a lot of people. There's a link in here, right, which is to the Canadian COVID Care Alliance. And if you go to their page, you'll find a number of their breakdowns of the data-based arguments. And one of the presentations is called More Harm Than Good. That is a lay-accessible breakdown based totally on the Pfizer clinical trial of 44,000 people. And that drove the American and global EUAs and conditional marketing authorities, right? In there, it explains the size of the population of the test, how the test was run, the placebo type, and then also this primary endpoint and why that's not valid and why it drove what did it say, relative risk reduction ratio instead of them using the known absolute risk reduction ratio, right? Just take some time to watch it. It's not invented. It's based purely on Pfizer's data, right? And just leave it at that. All that will show you is that the things that I'm telling you now are not some fucking invented or non-scientifically based thing. And when you understand who the COVID Care Alliance is, they include Byron Bridle, a very capable Guelph-based virologist, and about now the group's gone to about 500 medics and scientists, right? Now, just let's leave it there, because I can't possibly convince anyone of anything on the phone in 20 minutes or half an hour, particularly when you know you're just not interested in, you know, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, you know, you're not really, none of us are bothered about converting each other, and I don't need to convert you.
Can I jump in? I just want to back up what Scott said quickly, and I agree. Gator, I love listening to you most of the time, and your logic is absolutely wonderful. But I don't even know what your like Scott says he doesn't agree with your conclusion. I don't know what your conclusion is. That's what I'm after. I want to know, because you seem like you know a lot more about this than most of us, and you've done a shitload of research. So I want to know what your conclusion is and what you think.
There's no point, mate.
Is in that.
Look, there's no point. Because in my experience, and this is why I'm so sensitive about this, there's very little point in me trying to tell you I believe I know what the fuck is going on, because the reality is that's not possible for me to do credibly. I can only present you with the aspects of knowledge that I have backed up by the evidence, and you will have to use your own reasoning to decide whether or not to make anything of that.
But you're not accepting it.
That's the differentiation. How do you know your reasoning is right to somebody else's reasoning? This is like
because in piecemeal I can look at a large amount of scientific paperwork and data and look at the outcomes and what that means for certain aspects of it.
The same amount of scientific research and come to a different conclusion. That's why the point of this show is epistemology. How do you know what you know?
Yeah.
Hey,
but
Scott,
you know what?
Scott, sorry, Gator, real quick. Brett had
Yeah.
something to say. I didn't mean to interrupt the flow, but Brett had something to say.
All right, I'm gonna try to make this concise, so I'm putting on a timer here for a minute. Gator, I hope you, in the deepest part of you, believe that people are trying to act in good faith here. But I will go out on a limb, and I really don't want to talk about COVID for another hour. I'd rather talk about something else. But do you understand where we're coming from when part of this spectrum of debate, I can't take a person, here's where I'm coming from, and you can call this judgmental, but again, I'll try to make this quick. I can't take a person seriously who, when people are talking about vaccines, and I know for a fact that the polio vaccine changed the course of human history, and people on this portion of the spectrum of this debate continually insist that no, what is more plausible is that there's some kind of conspiracy to harm the general population of people, and then I come to hear when someone says, like, you know, the Democrats are lizard people or whatever else it is. I'm not accusing you of doing that with providing the research you are, but do you understand where a lot of us are coming from on the skepticalness, where there is opinion at some point of trails of the breadcrumb leading to somewhere, and yeah, there's a perspective in a conclusion you're trying to, like, you know, talk us through, but at the same time, this is also part of the issue that I noticed, that many rabbit holes, a person goes down one rabbit hole and then goes down another. And again, I'm not accusing you of that right now, and I'm already past my minute, so I'm going to try to really close up here. But that's where I think a lot of us, or at least myself, is coming from, is like, I don't hear people saying, I'm going to provide the scientific research like you have before on topics like this. They just say, I watched some guy on YouTube who gave my confirmation bias, and therefore I'm going to let my pathos dictate that my view of the world is factual, not opinion, but factual. And then I'm sitting there like, I can't, we're not equating the same forms of truth or of factual evidential reasoning.
It's hard to respond. He won't let you.
Nivek.
No, I won't let you, Nivek, because you basically can't handle this shit.
That's cool. I like how you talk to me, by the way. So can I try?
No.
Can I talk?
No.
I'm not allowed to talk in this conversation then, right? I'm to just leave then, because he doesn't fuck what I have to say.
Nivek.
Honestly, I'll be honest, mate. Of all of the people in this room,
I know.
The reason why I treat you like
I don't
this
care.
is
But I'm gonna
because
talk
in
regardless.
other conversations you do things which show two things to me. that you don't
Okay.
listen to people, or even if you
I
do, you
listen to
cannot
you.
paraphrase back to them what they said, which shows you don't understand them. And the other
Can I
thing is,
talk?
you
Am I
seem to
allowed to
go off on
talk
massive
now?
tangents.
I
So
listen to
yeah,
you. I had the composure to listen to you. You don't have the composure to give me the same freaking courtesy, man. That's your
because as
messed
soon
up.
as you
You're
paraphrase
bad
something,
faith.
it's wrong.
Okay.
So can I talk?
No.
Oh, what do you?
Brett,
What
I
do you,
totally get what you're saying, right? And
oh
I'm
my
happy to
God,
knock it
man.
on the head, right? I want to knock it on the head. What I
What
will
you're
say
saying is
to you though
bullshit, man.
is,
It can come from nature. Period.
God, I don't care what you think, Nivek.
Oh, is that what it's about? Caring? It's not about about caring. It's about what's true or not.
No, I don't care what you think because you're not informed about this.
Hey guys, it's not super
I
productive.
don't get it. Like, what's this
I know
guy
it's
got
not
against me?
productive.
Yeah, that's
Right,
not.
Brett.
Gator,
Look, I'll just let me just
I care what
acknowledge
Nivek
Brett,
thinks, and
and
I
then
care what
I'll
everyone
go.
thinks
Right?
here. It's not right. Yeah.
No, I'm okay with him not caring. I don't care if you don't care. If what I say makes sense, it makes sense. What you care is you're telling me this is about your fifis. This is about your feelings.
No,
I mean, like, why
I'm
you get
telling you. I'm
personal?
telling you first of
Why you
all,
always get
Nivek. See,
personal with
again,
me?
you've just misunderstood everything I said. You just misunderstood everything I said.
When I said
I'll tell you.
when
I'll
you
tell
talk
you in
when you talk about
absolute
gain of
terms.
function, and I said
I'll tell you in exact
it's about
terms.
transmissivity. You said about the transmission rate. You said that's not true, and that is true.
I'll tell you in exact terms why I don't care about what you say. I don't care about what you say because you don't appear to really understand stuff enough that when you paraphrase somebody else's statements, you get them right. You don't get them right. You get them wrong every fucking time, which means there's something else going on where you don't understand stuff, right? And I don't want to spend my time arguing the toss with you if you don't understand stuff. I'll happily argue with Scott, Brett, and the other people who I understand why they feel the way they feel, right? And I can engage with them. But I'm not going to waste my time with some guy who throws in tangents like you do all the fucking time, mate.
Well, you're not explaining yourself and what I said that was wrong.
So, Brett, I totally acknowledge what you're saying. And very quickly, and I honestly want to knock it on the head. The concerns that you have about, say, you know, how people well, I'm just trying to remember exactly. I'm going to fall foul of getting it wrong now. But I've been dealing with a lot, obviously.
I got you. Here, I'll summarize it. I have a hard time listening to people who present material they claim is objective, like in this whole COVID debate, and then they tell me that Democrats are lizard people because because they want to believe their religiosity in their obsession of a subjective worldview, and they refuse to acknowledge that many of their other reasoning is just the moon is cheese.
Yeah, okay,
and
right.
I'm supposed to take that seriously.
Yeah, but Brett, one thing I am not is any of the things that you just described.
You're trying to make it.
I've never said anything about any of the stuff you just said, right?
You're saying that
I have
there's a
literally just
conspiracy.
worked through fact-based, evidence and document-based stuff, including clinical trial data, the clinical trial method, published, FOIA released, Fauci emails, published scientific research from Wuhan, from various other places. I could fucking load you up with loads of other stuff, right? All public
Man, you're full of shit, bro.
science, right?
Everything I said, nothing
and
I
I've
said
not
didn't make
mentioned
no
anything
sense, and
about
this guy's
lizard
telling
people
me I
or the
make
religious
sense.
religiosity
Fuck
or
outta
the
here.
power system. And when pushed by Hohenheim, I told him with candor, I don't have a unifying theory of this shit, right? Because actually, when you really get into this, there's a lot of moving parts, and there's a huge amount of room for what I would describe as political opportunism. Now, I'll give you a very basic example that has nothing to do with the vaccines. I guaranteed in thought, as soon as COVID kicked off, I thought, fuck me, you know what's going to happen? There's going to be loads of people who get really rich from this, very simply. They will simply create companies and then import PPE from China really quickly, who've never had anything to do with PPE before. And that's exactly what happened, right? Now, I was looking to try to find companies that I could buy into that were doing that, because I knew what would happen, and it did happen. And there are now big fraud cases in the UK for companies that have done dodgy things about this, right? Private companies. These are things that are what could be called political opportunism. They aren't necessarily nasty integrated conspiracies. They are just these points where people realise, oh, if I do this, I can get that because the circumstances allow me. There's a lot of that going on. Now, it's stupid to try to create a unifying theory, because your unifying theory will not be able to take into account all of the political opportunism, because your information is imperfect. And you could say it's happening because of this, that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and then about a year later, some load of emails come out going, "Oh, this was actually a complete fuck up."
Hold on.
And people did stuff because they fucked up.
Hold on,
Gator,
because then your entire justification for this thing that you believe in is completely ethereal. So you have no true fucking foundation to say this is why people are gonna do this, and this. No, hold on, Gator. If you're betting against people doing the right thing, yeah, that's the right bet probably 99% of the time, but that doesn't make it a fucking rule that.
No, you've misunderstood.
Well, you said yourself, Gator, that
I
these
think I
companies.
understood it exactly.
No, I was using that as
you're
one
investigating.
example. No, I was using that. The PPE phenomena is one example of where political opportunism is just where people realise there's an opportunity to execute something, and they do it, right? Completely independent of any master plan or nefarious outcome or anything else, right? It's just people going, actually, I've got a spare company shell here. We can ring up China, these people in China, and say, can you make masks for us? And if we can get enough done ahead of time, and we go to the UK government in the procurement process, we can make 100 million quid. That's happening.
Gator, this is the point that I'm making, though, because being able to demonstrate that is pretty easy. Being able to demonstrate a master plan that this is what the upper crust were doing. They wanted to fucking get everybody to believe in COVID so they can control us. Like, that's a whole nother fucking ball game. Like, you're adding layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of fucking deception.
But I've never made those claims. I haven't made those claims, have I?
It seems you have. Like, if you've made.
Well, what did I claim then?
If you've made the claim that COVID isn't, or like the way people responded to COVID wasn't a natural outpouring of the concerned efforts of people being concerned about infectious disease, as opposed to the rich and powerful using it to game the system to control everybody else, right? So to me,
I didn't say that.
But it seems to me that's the argument that you're making. I could be wrong.
No, I said on the basis of clear evidence, particularly when it comes to, say, the gain of function origins, the lab origin story. Fauci's emails demonstrate a very early window of where they were trying to work out what was going on, and then they decided to pursue one narrative and suppress the other.
No.
Right? But that is not what you just said.
All of the evidence Gator's presented,
because that is not clear evidence. All that demonstrates
what Anthony Fauci's own email.
Hold on. All that demonstrates is that the people who are working on, like, trying to understand this virus as it broke out took this one particular position. It doesn't mean there is any greater idea behind it. With Anthony Fauci fucking taking power, like if Anthony Fauci took power, like people think he did, where is he fucking now? He's got no fucking power. Like it just doesn't make any sense, right? Like it's just this notion of grasping at straws to say, like, people.
Okay, Scott, you are literally overwhelming the entire gravity of the Fauci situation, and I suspect it's partly to do with the fact that you probably haven't looked at all of it.
What do you mean haven't looked at all of it? Have you looked at all of it? Like,
I've looked at a lot of it, yeah, and it's only getting worse for
at a
them,
lot of
right? Do you understand that they have gone from denying anything, any kind of wrongdoing at all, right, and denying connections monetarily between anything really that Eco Health Alliance were doing, whether or not it was legal, to having that rolled back over time, right?
So I'm 40 years old. I'm 40 years old. I have no I have no like preconceived notions that like people are like using things to make money for themselves. Like I'm so fucking well aware of that. That's not even something that didn't cross my mind, right? But there's a difference between somebody using something to benefit themselves to make money to somebody having some sort of fucking reason to limit population or fucking all these kind of things. Like I think it's far more reasonable to say, oh, somebody here thought they could benefit themselves and grab a bag, get some fucking cash, and then fucking make their way out of the room. Like to me, that's way
okay.
more
So did I say I haven't said any of the points that Vlad said?
Yeah.
Right. I didn't go down that road. What I said was that there are clear pieces of different perspectives backed up by evidence, which are scientific and data sets. And some of the data sets, particularly in the birth rate and all-cause mortality, are trajectory indicators which need to be looked at over time, where there is room for further analysis and further causality. But some of that causality is being obfuscated and denied because of the way that they are managing those data sets. Right? And I don't know why. But I didn't say what you've just said.
Yeah. But North also did tie into a good point about all causes mortality, right? So if all of a sudden
look into it for yourselves in long term and come back and talk about it. Right? There's no point having these debates.
What is that slapping sound? Someone's slapping their knee.
This is the point. There's very little point in us going on about this. All I'm saying is I've laid out some of the stuff. You don't like it. I don't care. Right? It's not my point to convince anyone in here of anything. Right? But if I was pressed on why I have sort of concerns, I'm happy to explain that. Right? Because I can justify it. I can back it up, right?
Yes.
But I don't expect anyone here to take any of the concepts of anything I'm talking about and just accept it on face value. But what you also have to be aware of is that when I look at you and you, from my perspective of you guys, all of the pushback you're coming at me with isn't heavily based on detailed knowledge of research, right? A lot of you are actually coming from the narrative presentation layer, which is what you've been told.
The entire narrative you presented.
Right? I'm not saying all of it is, but I know that a lot of it is, and that's a different game.
Hold on.
Yes, let me.
Gator, you're getting your information.
I haven't presented an entire narrative, have I?
Gator, you're getting your information from the same group of people that we're getting them from. The only thing we're saying is like, hey, my group of people is a bit more valid than Gator's group of people, because Gator's group of people might be a bunch of fucking people on 4chan who are talking about like
they have this plan, and now we're finding out what their plan is.
Well, hang on. Can we let Han respond?
Some kind of theory. There is a group of people. I don't know that you said that, dude.
So who was the they?
Yeah.
No, I've said that there's a bunch of documentation which covers
by who
the lab origins, which include DARPA, Fauci, Eco Health Alliance, right, and all of that. That's all US backed up, verified, unchallenged documentation.
Gator, who is that information from? Like a kid when you say
okay, Anthony Fauci and a load of prominent scientists all communicating on email. DARPA, You know who they are,
Yeah,
don't
I
you?
do know who DARPA is. Yeah.
Okay. The actual people, some of the scientists published research, which I put in the link as well, Shi Zheng Li, which talks about them generating research based on SARS-CoV-2 and finding a counterbalancing protein as a result of the work, and they were doing that work in Wuhan. Right, and that I think the publication date of that paper was March 2020, meaning that they were doing the research prior to the publication of that paper, which is earlier than March 2020.
Yes.
So all of this stuff is quite straightforward, research-based information.
Yeah, but
right?
you know, SARS-CoV has been around for a long time, right? So this is
Yeah, SARS-CoV is another vaccine which is taxonomically in the same group as SARS-CoV-2, but it isn't genetically necessarily the same. But one of the interesting things about SARS-CoV, is that you can find a paper written by Fauci, he's either primary author or very high up the list, wherein he says that during the investigation of efficacious treatment against SARS-CoV, hydroxychloroquine was found to be efficacious.
Yes. Yeah, but
that was about
you know,
2000 and
what
maybe
they- you know
4
what
or
they
5, I
have
can't remember
found?
now.
Because it's been enough time since like COVID has been around. Those vaccines and those medications, like some people will still tell you, like, hey, like look at ivermectin. Ivermectin has been proven 100% to not make a fucking difference at all, right?
Really?
There are still people who are
I
going.
want to. Hey.
That's not correct.
That is correct.
Hey, look, we're going down many
Gator,
more rabbit
Gator,
holes. The
yeah,
whole point
yeah,
of this is
before
to
we-
just say,
Gator,
I'm not interested in hammering the
before we-
fucking shit out of this anymore. It's been going on for
before
far
we-
too long.
Okay, I make the motion that we move to a new topic.
Yeah, please do.
This is not. So, anyone second the motion?
I second.
Second motion.
Okay, all in favor, give a thumbs up or hit up the chat or subscribe to Pangburn.
I say stay on topic.
No,
Vic, you're
I'm tired
wrong.
of this
Let's move on.
Seriously, let's go talk about Bigfoot, aliens, or something smart like Thomas knows, please.
Something smart like Thomas.
Thomas, where are you?
Dude, I did try to
mushroom
bring
head.
this all back to like, how do we know what we know earlier? So maybe we want to go.
Vlad, how do you know?
I just think it's just a spaghetti
How do you
monster
know
up in
God
the
is
air,
real, Vlad?
like Naivit
There you
said.
go. Let's have some
Easy
fun.
one, yeah.
Oh, this is much better, right?
I don't know. You got to have a relationship with God, man. You got to believe. That's where it starts. You don't have to be a rocket scientist.
Convince us of
You just
your
got to believe
God,
in,
Vlad.
Well, you have to believe to see that. That's where it starts, bro. The
Do you have
beginning
to-
of wisdom is what?
Do you have
The
to
fear of the
believe
Lord.
to get your belief?
And it doesn't mean fear as in terrorize. It means like
yeah,
reverent.
But how can
Okay,
how
good.
can you believe
Go back there.
when you haven't had?
Go
I'd
ahead.
rather
Ed.
go back to COVID, actually.
Hold on.
No, please do not go back.
Second to Thomas.
Everybody wants to talk about COVID.
People are
Hold on. I want to. Thomas, go ahead. Give us something.
Give us something. I don't have much left. I've
Ice
been
cream.
getting sleepy.
I just want to know from
raspberry
Travis.
ice cream.
Guys,
What do
I
you
just want to
like?
know from Travis.
Strawberry
Nivik
or
thinks I'm too easy and diplomatic and
Sorry, bro.
don't
Sorry.
get
Go
into
ahead.
arguing with
happy?
people.
My bad.
That ice cream makes me happy.
Vlad, you didn't even wait for me to finish before you jumped in, brother. That was pretty rude. Yeah. So what Nivik thinks about me is that that I'm too diplomatic. I don't like to argue about everything, and everybody should get along. A lot of that is mostly true. I enjoy dialectic. I enjoy group study and learning together. However, I know shit all about vaccines or hesitancy or the conspiracies or any of that stuff, so I didn't want to get involved in the conversation. But it was a long diatribe by Gator and everybody. But well, we've been going. I mean, I'm still awake, but
The
we
thing
got
about it
48
is,
listeners. Hang on. So I've been quiet for a long time. So
me too, Thomas. I
yeah, I
listen
know, but
and
it's my
I bit
show.
my
It's my
tongue.
show,
And,
Nivik.
no, but I'm just saying, like if I show courtesy and I listen, I bite my tongue for 2 hours, and when I say something for 2 seconds, and then a person says "fuck" what you have to say, that's
Exactly.
kind of like, you get what I'm saying? That's that's not
Nivik,
showing the same courtesy.
it sounds like complaining, Nivik.
Well, we would
Anyone,
expect it.
anyone
Huh?
who does call in, it's not.
I am
It's. I
complaining.
agree with.
Yes.
Well, I'm surprised. Like Ball,
I just
Ball can
want to hear
pop in.
from the Canadians. Who are the Canadians in here?
Lumio,
Raise your hand.
Bars,
I
Jared.
would go back to epistemology, but I'm getting kind of
Get
tired. So
get Bar. I want to hear from this guy Ball as well. He's been in the comments quite a bit and quite negative towards Scott here, which has been a bit. I'd love to hear him come up and talk to us. Ball.
But dude,
I want to hear from those
if you've been
Canadians right there,
flagging
like the one in
please,
the
man,
picture.
get up here. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, come on.
No, he's not coming up. He's not coming up. Ball Diablo.
Ball, sucking my balls.
Anyways,
So-
it could have jumped. It could have.
so here's-
Anyways,
He
it
said
could have
it's too
jumped from
late for that.
And we
animals.
probably will
Wait,
never know. That's
It
true.
could have
Yeah,
jumped
we
from
probably will
animals,
never
or it
know.
could have came from a lab. That
That's not-
and you don't know
Nivik.
All right,
where
right.
it could have potentially came from.
Nivik, okay. Hey, I'm gonna say something positive.
All right.
My dad
You're the man, Ray.
met my girlfriend's parents tonight for the first time, and it was fucking beautiful. We had dinner.
I hear wedding
Yeah,
bells.
we had
I
dinner
hear
together.
wedding
We had
bells.
dinner together, and I was really nervous about it, and it actually went.
No, I'm wishing Brad to settle down. Come on.
Give it about
Please.
Vlad, chill the fuck out, bro.
Right.
Yeah, give it.
Jesus.
Look, Brett, be careful with all these
Give it
fornicators right here
give it a couple
who would
of
just
months.
tell you
But
to
yeah,
jump
it
bed
was-
to bed.
it was
No,
really- that's why I was
Mary,
in-
that's
why I
the
was
right
in and out of
thing,
the
my
show,
man.
But
Mary.
yeah, it went really well.
Yeah, because
Okay.
Vlad, this is
Vlad-
Vlad's the guy.
Vlad's
Vlad's gonna
just full
tell
of
you he's the
information on
guy
this.
who likes really young girls, just banging
Exactly.
people because
Thank
he's
you.
never been married.
You understand me, right,
Hey,
Scott? It
what you
takes
need
one
to
to
do
know
is
one,
you
right,
need to
Scott?
get married. Don't be like me.
Vlad, I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Vlad, I
You're
don't know
good,
if
my
you
brother.
can
You're
see
good.
my-
Don't
Vlad,
listen
I don't
to
know
all
if you
these
can see my
fornicators
picture,
that will
but I
try
have
to
a
tell you
fucking
different.
didgeridoo in my
All these
picture,
chronic
so I think I know what
masturbators,
I'm doing.
porn addicts. Don't listen to them, please. You do the right thing, my man, and get married.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Even if they're wearing that Crocodile Dundee cap like Travis.
Appreciate your wisdom, Dad.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. When Vlad says masturbators, like
Dude, if I
that
was like
Vlad,
that, I have to be much
jacks
younger. I'm
off,
49, bro.
once
My
a day at
libido's
least. So
bad.
just take
I'm
it with a
thankful my
grain of
libido is bad. Otherwise, I'd be a horn dog like all of you. Jacking off 2 or 3 times a day, running after tail. Oh my goodness. Travis understands us. Look at him. Look at that face. For all you know, maybe he's jacking off right now in front of us. All right, how do we go to all this bullshit?
Yeah, this just got weird.
Oh, that's goddamn. And Thomas, don't stay quiet. Gay people masturbate too.
Oh, I've been letting Gator and you and everybody
All
else
right,
run the
sorry.
show. I got done with my diatribe. Hang
Yeah.
on, Vlad. You gotta let people finish, brother. You gotta let people finish.
like
It's okay. I know you're just getting passionate.
I do like when Thomas lays down the law though. Like he's like fucking firm,
Yes.
like an old West sheriff. He comes in like, don't
Alabama.
do that, buddy.
Alabama mud pie.
You know you've crossed the line when that Alabama accent comes in.
And if it gets dirty, it's going to be Alabama
You've
mud
been
pie.
walking into the
Alabama.
wrong section here, partner.
There you go.
This town ain't big enough for the two of us.
Laying down the Alabama law.
Yeah.
So
And when I
for
talk,
you,
only certain people can
I
respond.
do have a question
Red
for you though,
and
Thomas. So like, so where does epistemology like regardless of like the specific topic right now, right? So where does it actually come down to you? Because for me, like, I don't know, I can't separate the input, right? And like me and you have had conversations about this. Like, I just don't see a way to separate input.
No, I don't either in that sense.
Yeah.
Not in that sense anyway, but is that what do you mean? What's the epistemological question in there?
Oh, so all your epistemology is based off input that you have, sensory input, right?
Yes.
There's no way to separate epistemology.
I mean, like I said, observation includes reasoning.
Yes.
So observation is an empirical thing, and the reasoning is a conceptual thing.
Yep. But you have to.
That's at least how I understand it through my studies.
Yeah.
But yeah, epistemology is very important in all of this, because if we learn how we can get to our justified true beliefs, and we could probably maybe ignore the cognitive luck part, if we learn how to get to that better, then we are less fooled in life. It is a better way to get towards the truth by following the evidence where it leads, instead of starting with a theory and having facts to suit that theory.
Exactly.
So
No. But hold on, Thomas. My question is: so when you find out there's something that you believe that was right, but that was actually wrong, you replace it with new facts, right? New truth, right?
yeah, if I feel the evidence is compelling enough for me to change the model or theory within which I'm working, then yes, I'll accept the new data and reject the old.
Yep. Okay.
Nah, you
Fair
just
enough.
believe anyway.
Isn't that though really?
This
Hallelujah.
what I was
At a-
referring to in that question, right? Like, that's the difference between like religious belief and just being like, hey, so if you're not religious, you can come across a situation and just say, hey, I don't know what's going on here. But if you are religious,
Isn't it actually?
well, if you are religious, you're compelled to say, because I don't know what's going on here, I know what's going on here, and that what's going on here is God, right? So it's like, so in religious ideation, you're giving.
I'm sorry.
Scott, Scott, you don't even know what you're talking about. Look.
No, he
Ideation.
he was putting two
Yeah.
Vlad's
My
going to
goodness.
make a meal out of that,
So
Scott. You're done now.
religious
Ah.
ideation. There we go. I guess.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna get torn to
Situation,
shreds
though,
by
you're
Vlad on
giving
that.
an answer.
No, I'm not even going to bother with it.
But in that situation,
It-
what you're doing is you're giving an answer to something that you don't have an answer to, right? So that you find yourself in a position where I don't have an answer, so therefore it's God. To me, I'm totally
No, it doesn't work like that. Honestly, Scott, it doesn't. If I know there's an
Doesn't work,
answer
Vlad.
and I know it right off the cuff, I'll tell you. But I'm also honest
Tell
enough
us.
that if I don't know it, it's I that don't know it. I'm not going to use the excuse that it's God that doesn't know it,
you
or
do.
let me go
You
pray
do though,
about it.
Vlad, with
Go ahead,
with
Vlad.
morals though, Vlad.
Vlad,
Vlad,
What
with
happened?
morals, you do that.
yeah,
though.
Vlad, I'm not
No,
saying
with morals, I know where I stand, bro.
Vlad, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
go
that
ahead.
God doesn't know what I'm saying, because the fact that you don't know it in this sense, but you believe in God, that means that you know it because God did it, right? As to me, we're just
No, because there's things I might not know again right off
so
the
where
bat, and I
where
have
do
to
we
be honest. I have to be
so
honest enough to say, hey, I don't know that.
so where do
You
we
know,
come from, Vlad?
I believe we come from, like the Bible says, from the earth.
Why not? Why don't you just say you don't know? Just say I don't
No,
know.
I'm telling you, I'm telling you biblically. I'm telling you
Yes,
biblically the story. I'm not a.
I know.
I don't believe in the
I
theory
know,
of
but
evolution or all that. What I'm
this is my
telling you.
point though.
Why not say
Hold on,
you said you're
hold
open
on.
to say I don't know if you can't?
Yeah, when I don't know
Vlad,
something, I don't know.
stop.
He asked me an honest question.
Vlad,
But you went
stop.
straight to
Like,
God.
just let me finish. Like, right. So when Vlad said when I asked Vlad where do we come from, instead of saying I don't know, he said, oh, because God. Right. And that's Vlad.
Well,
That's
And he
I do believe
contradicted
in the
himself. He
biblical.
says if he doesn't know
No, I
something, he
didn't.
would say I don't
I told
know.
you, no, when I don't know something, I tell you I don't know. In this case, I
But
do
you
know.
didn't do that. You said
No, I
God.
didn't have to do that because I do
Guys,
know.
guys, don't yell,
you
okay?
you
Yeah. So
don't
in
know,
this case,
Vlad.
answering your
Yeah.
question, I'm
That's
going to go back to the
but
biblical narrative and
that's the
tell you very
thing, like
clear.
Vlad, and that in that situation, if we broke it down, fundamentally, you don't know. You're going off a story that you've been told, and in that sense,
Well, I could tell you the same thing when you believe in the theory of
hold on.
evolution.
In that situation, the story that you've been told is because God did it. So for you, you're saying, okay, yeah, God did it. To me, the only difference is at that point in time, I say I don't know, right? Like,
No, well, look, if I'm honest to tell you, I believe it's God that did it. I'm going to base it on that. I'm not going to base it on any other information.
yes,
Even if I
but
studied other information, that it just doesn't
no,
seem
no,
that lines up.
but you're missing my point of where that information comes from, right? So any time you have something that you know where it comes from, like okay, like I just went outside, my car looked like it got sideswiped, and I know that some car throughout the period of the night when I was asleep hit the side of my car and drove off because the side of my car is all fucked up. This is something that I can understand, right? I can use abductive reasoning and deductive reasoning to determine this is what's happened. Right. So when we get to the situation of you're saying, like, where do humans come from? And I say, I don't know. And you say, God did it. You're just attaching on this idea of God that's saying, hey, I know where it comes from. Right. Like, and that's the point that I'm making. Like, you right off the get go are so uncomfortable with the idea of saying, I don't know for a certain amount of questions that you're just going to say God did it. And that's like
So I'm going to be dishonest and tell you that I don't know when I do know biblically. I'm basing my again epistemology,
Interesting.
knowledge, understanding on the Bible, and that's the story narrative I go by.
you don't have to be
That you don't like my answer is a different story because it has to do with God.
no. You don't
You
have to be
contradicted
dishonest at
yourself
all. Like
earlier.
No, I didn't contradict
hold on,
myself because
hold
I'm
on.
giving you the answer
You said if you
that it
don't
had
know
to do with
anything, you
God.
said
If
you
I
don't
don't
know.
know, I'll tell you I don't know. But if I tell you I do know, I'm going back to the Bible. I do know that part. So
Wait,
I'm not
wait,
contradicting myself.
wait.
Let's not yell.
I
I know
think
it's
I think
frustrating.
I got it. I think I got it.
See, Vlad.
I
See, this
I
is
think
Vlad. Why I'd say you're not.
You guys, I think Brett's got it. But
I was
I
going to
know
ask, so
Honan was
it's
trying
ready.
to
You
get
go,
in too.
Brett.
Go ahead, Honan. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
I'll go. He says he knows what's true. Okay, go ahead. Go
Hold
ahead.
on, let Brett go, dude.
Hey,
Okay.
Nivik gets to go after Brett then.
Okay. Cool.
There you go.
Vlad, you're saying you know. And when you say you know, that's where at least part of the dilemma is.
Yes.
Because we don't know for objective certain that a deity exists. You can have strong, beautiful faith, but to say I know that the deity exists, like I know that my dog exists who's sitting 3 feet from me, curled up in a cute ball, sleeping, dreaming about, killing rabbits and stuff. Oh, she's so cute. But no, like, seriously, yeah, my dog's on my couch. But, like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, to say I know is not, we're getting lost in gnosis is what I'm saying. If gnosis is the right word.
Brett, you're 100%
Okay.
correct, Brett. That's the point.
Well, all I could say is from what I know and what I believe and the
Yeah,
stories
but
I've read,
what
and I
you
try
know,
to
what you
follow
know, and what you
to
believe
certain.
is different.
But
Go ahead.
but so
What
Scott,
story? Rudolph the
but
Red-Nosed
you're
Reindeer?
criticizing why you're trying to say like why would you believe that?
Yes,
That's all you're saying.
exactly.
And Vlad, why would you believe that? So this is scripture, claimed to have been divinely inspired by other men, right? And you just believe that they were. You take it on faith. And Scott's asking, why do you do that?
Yep, exactly.
Okay. So
So why do
obviously,
you do that?
it's why do I do that
Why
on
do you believe the
faith?
people that wrote down scripture and claim to be divinely inspired? How do you know it's not just more sin?
Yep.
No, because people don't die for books like the Bible. It
Oh,
was
they do all the
copied.
time. I mean,
Yeah,
you
they
would
they,
you
they
would
do. But when you believe when you've been when in this case the New Testament, I'm just going to put it. Uh,
Vlad, it doesn't
they
matter how
those
many
those
people believe
apostles
it, or
those apostles
it doesn't
those
matter, Vlad.
yeah, but people
Vlad,
don't die for lie.
Yes, they,
I
yes,
That's
know,
what
they
I'm
but listen
trying
to
to
me.
tell
well,
you.
It
you
doesn't
guys,
matter.
oh, sorry, Thomas. Go ahead.
It's okay. It doesn't matter how many people believe something, how strong their conviction was. No, none of that stuff. That's all logically fallacious. The evidence is where we need to follow.
Okay,
And
so if the
Travis made a
evidence
good
is
point.
on the books, places, time,
Well,
people, events,
you guys,
and they go according to history, and they actually did happen, will you believe?
no, that's not evidence.
I don't think we have to go there. I think we're focused in on the right spot.
Yes.
Like you can present all this other counter evidence, but he already has chosen to put his faith in the people who wrote down the book and claim to be divinely inspired. We don't even have to go into, the other elements of that, right? Because if he takes the book on faith, then that's that,
Yes.
right? This is why I sometimes wonder why people even go to any other kind of you have to show that these documents where the faith is born out of how they're at least they should allow themselves to have some level of skepticism and try to cure them of that
Well, I mean,
delusion.
God
I'm not done
welcomes, God
speaking.
welcomes.
I'm not done
Sorry.
speaking. Try to cure them of that delusion of incontrovertible certainty. That's not to say that, Vlad, I want you to lose your God belief or anything like that necessarily. But what I would love to see you lose is the aspect that makes it incontrovertibly true. That is to say that you believe that it cannot be converted. It's like Josh will say this all the time, but it was like 6 years ago or something that he was converted.
Okay.
So it's, that's all I'm getting at. I would love for you to take just the tiniest ounce of fallibility within that belief. Just so, and one of the reasons why I ask this is that if you become insane at some point and you think that God's talking to you through your ear and he tells you to kill your niece or nephew because they need to be up with him in heaven, you would have the fallibility necessary with regards to your faith to say that, oh, you know what, this can't be God, even though I'm convinced it is.
No, well, for that we have the Bible to measure God's character of what He asked. We have the biblical narrative
The
of
Bible
how God
Sure,
is
but
works.
the
you're
marker
familiar
for
with the story of Abraham, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean,
You know
and
why? You know why
God
God
can say,
showed.
yeah. I'm just saying that God can decide to test your
But
faith,
let me
right?
ask you: did Abraham go ahead with it or not?
No. I'm not. Look, Vlad, I'm not
Listen to
claiming
point,
anything
buddy.
like that. I'm just
No, no. I'm
asking
just
you.
asking you: did Abraham go ahead or did he stop because he was
Well,
told by the
according to
angel?
that story,
He tried to
he
go
was
ahead.
stopped. He was stopped,
Okay, he was
but
stopped because.
he did
Go
show
ahead.
that he was willing to do it, right? And
He
that's
did
what
show.
God
Okay.
wanted to know, right?
Okay.
Hey
And
So
guys,
let me ask you: was that a prescription or a description of a story, or was that something to be prescribed for other people, or was it just a one time for
well,
that event?
I think it may be meant to be a well, I would say it is supposed to be a description of what is, right?
Okay.
Do you think that actually happened?
I believe it actually happened because it was pointing
Yeah.
towards Jesus,
So I assumed.
towards what Father God was going to do with His Son, Jesus.
I assumed that you did believe that. That's why I was going with that
Yeah.
assumption.
Can I advocate for Nivik, because we did say he could go and he's been patient.
Yeah, I mean, like, but when we're locked into a dialectic, like, we can go with that and then get people in when
Sure.
it's appropriate to. But yeah, now that we're there, Nivik, go ahead.
That's sort of the thing to Vlad too. Like if that was a
Let's let Nivik go now that we're stopped there, Scott.
Sorry.
He was up. Yeah.
No, I mean, if Scott can finish, he can finish.
Yeah. I was just gonna say just a quick point to that notion, Vlad. So if what Travis is talking about didn't was actually true, right? So, but God also told fucking the Israelites to genocide other people, right? So, do you think that's true too, and you think that's totally okay?
I don't even think that's wise to go there, Scott. And the reason being is Vlad's not going to make a moral judgment against his God.
Yeah.
So of course he's going to say that this was what God does is good and what God does is righteous, including the lessons he chooses to teach.
Yeah.
So this is my opinion. I'm just kind of jumping in because I hear this a lot, and I'm not sure it ever has been constructive. Maybe there has been cases of people where they hear, they're like, wait, God did that? But I think in this case, Vlad knows, enough to know that God did some things that human beings would have a hard time understanding based on their own moral standards, right? Like you just brought up. You're like, are you okay with them slaughtering? And I think the Christian answer is God says it's good.
The answer is yes. Yeah.
So, yeah.
That would be the old divine command theory.
Yes.
I think one of the challenges that I consistently see is that, when religion is taken to a point where people make the argument that they don't have to be accountable to others in society because they believe those people to be in sin, and so therefore they, this unfortunately is the level that cultists go to, where they say, hey, like, the entire world is screwed. All you need to do is sit in my group and stay with me and drink the Kool-Aid. And I worry about how that, really the deep groups that prey upon people, just like, say, like a salesperson might, if they were trying to, trick someone into buying a product that they didn't need. I just worry about that really, ruining people's lives, in the sense that it's one thing to have order. It's one thing to have a loving community. It's one thing to, go to your church on Sunday, or your mosque, or your temple. But it's also a completely another thing when, people just, the control is just, is so beyond, it's just, it's literal. Yeah. It's a controlling mechanism. And I'm not saying it all is.
Here's the fucked up part, though, Brett. Like, what if somebody takes all those controlling mechanisms and it makes their life better, right? Like, so, like, that's why I could never necessarily take this on, like, what makes your life better, because people could have all sorts of different beliefs and norms and social mores that make their life better.
This is where the well-being calculus comes in, because it's not with the well-being calculus. It's not just about what feels good, what feels good when thinking about what would make your life better, but it also takes into consideration your functionality, which would be all of the biological elements that make you. So the things that we would measure in medicine, along with the mind, which we would do our best attempt to measure
but people can still have
psychology.
Like bad ideas and bad standards that they still had a better life from it, right?
By the well-being standard, They would have to demonstrate how it's, good for their mind or good for their functionality. Now, if someone said, okay, well, I'm going to engage in, I'm going to engage in murder. Okay. Well, first of all, is it good for the mind and the functionality of the body to be locked up in prison? Well, from a feelings perspective, how you feel about your life, the mind part, you don't want to be locked up in prison. So right away, we figured out you best not go out and murder. You're going to get thrown in prison. That's one reason. We've already eliminated it with the first reason why you shouldn't be out there murdering people. So from a well-being calculus, that one was easy.
Yeah, but for also for that well-being calculus, does it feel good to put somebody in jail because you think they might commit murder, right? So whether or not the person commits murder or not, you really think they are going to, and you put them in jail, that makes you feel good.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't make me feel good, right?
Yeah,
like if we did that to
you,
someone.
But
right?
there are people that they'd be like, yeah, we're locking up these pedophiles or like whatever it is.
Competing ideas of the good. And this is this is why this stuff is normative. This is why this stuff is subjective. Exactly. We are going to have these goodness of mind disagreements with each other on some things, right? Less when it comes, way less. The mind is the difficult part. The biology, we're doing really good with that. If someone's got a broken bone, we can show the x-rays to everyone, and damn near no one in the room is going to say, this x-ray came from the conspiracy lab. There's no broken bone. You're going to have some, but most people are going to accept it is a fact that this bone is broken. That's the functionality.
I think the greater point is to make it less, which most people are going to be like, no, it's got to be zero. Like, to me, it's like, no, let's just make the suffering less. That's better, right? a lot of people think it has to be fucking zero or else it's still evil. And like, to me, like, it just doesn't pan out that same way, right? Like, I just say, let's make things a little less worse.
Look, I think we're all going to have unrealistic dreams. Yeah. if your child dies, you might have these feelings that you want to eliminate all child cancer.
Yes.
And maybe even if you help eliminate 99% of it, you're still going to feel like, but it wasn't all. That's just what our minds do.
Exactly.
That seems to be something we can't escape. We can do things to clarify the mind, organize the mind, but that pleasure drive is going to keep on driving, and that hierarchy is going to keep on forming as you have new experiences. And I think taking into consideration the law of the land and pursuing pleasure, I think that's what we're all trying to do. And
when I know I tend to get down into like some really granular shit when we're talking about like bigger things, but that's just the way my mind works, I guess.
Yeah. No, it's this has been amazing to listen to, by the way. I've been listening in. This has been really everyone's kept their cool for the most part. I think we got to do better. If people are frustrating us, like Nivik was frustrating some of us tonight, we got to make sure we're not like, Nivik's a big part of the conversation here, and I love hearing from Nivik, and he's got the superpower of conversational durability, so he'll be in every single room, almost always. So he's putting in the hours, and he knows what he needs to work on. But let's try to be as patient as we can with each other.
I thought I was kind of patient today, to be quite honest.
Well, you sound patient now.
Yeah, like there was.
No, I mean, I was listening for the most part.
Dude, there were a few times, Nivik,
up to the point where I wanted to respond. I wanted to respond what was said, and the person says, like, you're not part of the conversation. So
Nivik, you're part of the conversation. People are going to say this when they're frustrated, and yes.
I can do that.
If Thomas wasn't hitting the bong, I'm sure he would have slapped.
That is correct. Travis knows me well.
Sure, he would have slapped Gator on the wrist for that, but Nivik,
And
you're part of the conversation, man. You're part of the
nobody
team.
said anything though.
It's okay. We're addressing it now.
They continued. They
You said,
continued, and I
Nivik,
sat there. That's
Nivik,
cool.
Nivik, you said that you were calm now. I believe you.
Yeah, man, and also like it's just part of, like I've said before, about one of the downsides of this. Like, it's a beautiful app that we have here, but human conversation also, like, you know, face to face and tone and all those other things and breaking for pauses and stuff is something we're all still working on right now.
Yeah. Well,
and it's you know, those kind of things.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it's almost like if we had a place where we could go to meet up and have in-person dialectics like this.
And ayahuasca.
Yeah, stay tuned, folks. Stay tuned.
Dude.
I look forward to that.
Ayahuasca.
Yeah, Perry's back already?
Because once you got your place in Mexico, Trev, like ayahuasca is legal there, right?
Yep. We'll do an ayahuasca stream.
I'm there. Perry's alive.
Oh, I don't think the world's ready for Nivik on ayahuasca. Nivik,
I don't think Nivik's ready for a world on Nivik and ayahuasca.
I don't think Nivik's ready for a world with Nivik that's looking at a world with Nivik or even dreaming of a world with Nivik on ayahuasca on Nivik.
Have you tried it?
Yes.
No, I've never tried anything. I'm a pussy when it comes to drugs. I've only done the marijuana.
Dude, have you ever tripped Nivik?
No, I don't take any drugs. But I mean,
no, have you? Not do you take them on the regular?
No, I don't.
So you've never even smoked a cigarette?
No.
You never tried alcohol? You never smoked a cigarette? I find that hard to believe. Nivik.
Why would I smoke a cigarette?
Because it's fucking cool, dude.
This is super cool, man. The chicks dig it.
Nivik, don't let them bully you.
Yeah, Nivik, go smoke a pack. That'll be cool. Nivik's like, oh, cool. Now I'm gonna be a
You've
cool
never
guy.
drank a beer, buddy?
Yeah, I tried.
Okay, so
what do you think of beer,
then,
Nivik?
yeah, you've done drugs.
What did you think of beer, Nivik?
Well, they're food that contain alcohol, by the way.
Yeah, but it's still.
Did you eat a whole tub?
It's still a drug,
Nivik, did you eat a whole tub of rum raisin ice cream one night and just get fucking plastered?
There's probably more alcohol in that raisin than the sip that I took of that beer. To go to Scott's point.
Dude, Nivik, you need to get fucked up, brah. Yeah, dude.
I can cope with my...
He thinks this is okay. This is going to get to it right here. Nivik thinks the only reason to do drugs is to cope with your depression or whatever.
No, that's not why people tend to do drugs. Nivik.
Travis, do you still smoke cigars?
Yeah. I mean, I limit myself to like a couple per month. But
Once a week,
yeah.
kind of thing, or?
No, not once a week. I would say a couple per month. But I do have a couple puffs of weed per day in the evening.
Okay.
But I'm really sensitive to THC, so I get the weakest fucking weed. It's like called mango haze, and I light up like a little half joint, and I'm like, and then I'm like, fuck, I'm very sensitive to it, and part of it is because I have a hyperactive sympathetic nervous system. And that's why I'm so sensitive to like medications.
Like I am, Travis. If you take like a big hit of weed, your like pulse rate goes up to like 100. Like that happens.
Oh, my heart just starts pounding.
It's like, what the fuck is happening?
Unless it's. But I did find this this mango haze one is like very smooth, and it's perfect. It doesn't make me feel drunk or anything like that or too woozy. It's just It alleviates my my nerve pain. That's basically what it does for me. So.
You don't think people do things that's pleasurable to cope with things that are
Yes,
making them
Nivik, they
miserable?
do, but that's not. We were saying that, like, if you're looking at, like, your response when when Scott was like, "You need to get fucked up," and you're like, "No, I cope fine, thanks." Like,
Yeah, I
it's
cope
like,
with my
no, like,
problems.
Scott wasn't.
Sooner than later, you're gonna have
Hold
to
on,
have
please
some cool
And
experience with the right
let
people.
Travis finish.
and yeah, I was like, I'm just saying, Scott wasn't saying it for that reason. He just, yeah, I mean, my reading of that social interaction you had with Scott there was that he was like, yeah, let's have some fun, man. And I don't think Scott would be like peer pressuring you into doing drugs, but he's like, yeah, you got to get fucked up, meaning like you got to have some fun, Nivik, because sometimes when we talk about these topics, you're a little stuffy.
But also there are times when you're gonna like take some sort of substance where you're not coping, you're just using it to expand your consciousness, right? You're using it
or to have a new experience,
the,
right?
the way you sense the world, right? That's why
Yeah.
hallucinogens were.
You know what I usually notice, Scott?
You
People
tell me
will
would I
do
need that?
ayahuasca or something. 2 seconds there. People will do ayahuasca or something and be like, man, my mind's been so open, my consciousness has been unlocked. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, what's that like? And then they'll tell me some like bullshit conspiracy theory that they saw on the Ancient Aliens History Channel, where now that they've done like some hard drug, it now makes sense to them. And that guy with the big poofy hair who's like, he's like, I mean, it looks like aliens, and it was aliens. Like that guy
I don't know what it is.
They're like, finally, that
but
guy
it's
makes
aliens.
sense,
Yeah,
man.
exactly. I know. There's so many, dude. I knew people back when I was in college that, like, if you just think right about it, dude, you could walk through walls, man, because it's all just like quantum mechanics, dude. You just have to, like,
Quantum disintegration, quantum
you have to
energy.
think about yourself in the right frequency, and you could just walk through walls, dude. It's like, dude,
Oh, here's a fucking rich one by
you're done.
by fucking Deepak Chopra, Quantum Healing. Read that book, seriously.
Dude, it's just so stupid. It's so stupid.
Now, look, will there be something that they might refer to as quantum healing in the future?
Perhaps,
yes. But it won't be, well, I'm saying it possibly will be, but I don't think it will be quantum healing where you like focus your mind and you use your mind to unravel
Dude, I'll even go this far. Could it be exactly the way Deepak Chopra is fucking describing it, but he has no reason to believe that it is. So it'd be like a clock just saying it's 2:00 when it turns 2:00, right? Like, it doesn't fucking matter. He doesn't have the prerequisite knowledge to make that fucking claim.
Yeah, I think he was a victim of the observer effect. Like when the observer effect was discovered, a lot of people thought that meant like there's a consciousness field, and that like, oh my God, this field, that means we can do it. For some reason, people took that to mean that even if that field did exist, that they can use it to manipulate matter and shit. It's like, why would you presuppose that as a property? Oh, yeah, because you saw Mortal Kombat and Raiden shoot lightning out of his finger, and you were like, that's it.
Exactly. Yeah, there's like there's no reason for you to believe you have any way to affect that fucking level of physicality, let alone fucking bring the reason for it. Jesus.
No, actually, I watched Harry Potter last night with my niece.
The very first one.
Which one?
No, I'm just saying that now that I've watched this, I now understand quantum healing, and I can do it. In fact, give me a wand.
Yep.
Travis, I wanted to ask you more about the sympathetic nerve thing that you mentioned
Sure.
earlier. Is that a consistent condition that people have studied, that like people with that
Yeah, so basically it is a form of clinical depression. It's pretty rare. Like the extreme version that I have is very rare, where, my body started creating like 7 panic attacks per day. It was putting me into fight or flight 7 times per day, just randomly. Like that's like laying on a beach trying to relax. So yeah, my body was essentially killing me, and it was my sympathetic nervous system. And the two neurologists decided that what we were going to do is just work on reactivating my parasympathetic nervous system, which is meant to massage your sympathetic nervous system, calm you down, reduce your stress, and things like this. So, so through exercise, which I don't do enough of, diet, which I could always improve on, and duloxetine, 30 milligrams a day. Now that stops the panic attacks dead in their track. But with duloxetine, there is a chronic tension headache side effect. And for me, no like pharmaceutical prescriptions help with my tension headaches. But my my doctor and one of the neurologists suggested that I try marijuana. And when I found the right strands, which was difficult because everyone would like make me feel super anxious, when I found the right strands, and it worked beautifully to relieve my tension headaches. So that's that's what helps me, allows me to achieve my day to day now.
Trav, have you ever done meditation? And I'm not talking about the surface level.
Yeah, I've practiced mindfulness meditation for 10 years.
Yeah, I mean,
extensively. Yeah,
I would, I know that we're talking about narcotics a little bit right now, but dude, meditation, I'm telling you, man, I think it's saved my life. I'm no joke.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big part of. I didn't mention it when I was talking about diet and exercise, which I think are the two higher. I think they're more important than meditation. But meditation, mindfulness meditation, and putting myself in these particular adventure zones in my mind really helped to, I would say, silence some of the the pain. That's what it helped with the most, like the pain, the chronic pain of always, feeling your nervous system pumping and doing what it's doing when you're feeling too much of it.
Of not being able to stop thinking.
I wanted to suggest something that I use for my nervous system, especially that it's not a sleeping aid, but it helps it, and it helps your heart. I use valerian root. I use valerian root also with hops, and I think it's kava or if not passion flower. And I'm serious. If I know I only can sleep 5 hours because I gotta be up, early, and I go to sleep like right now, I pop 2 or 3 pills of those.
This kind of sounds like a placebo effect. Yes, I mean, exactly. Is there measurable?
Well, I use
kava.
I'm not saying
real quick. Yeah. Kava does work.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But the reason,
the
reason I tell you a valerian root is for during the day. It's not sleeping, but since you're going to sleep, it soothes your nervous system and your heart. But during the day, and I've known for a fact, guys that had nervous system problems, they used to use valerian during the day, and it calms them down. Now, to get the right measure, whether 1 or 2 capsules, the thing with herbs is that if it doesn't work immediately, it takes up to 2 weeks sometimes, depending on the body. But since you told me you use marijuana and stuff like that, your body should react quickly. The thing is, I use it a lot as a sleeping agent. Again, I use it to take advantage so I don't sleep a lot, because I have to be up at 5 in the morning, kind of like when I did the election, and I just couldn't get my sleeping pattern to 9 or 10 o'clock, right? So I just popped those. I woke up at 5. I was out the door by 7. So I felt good. I felt really good throughout the day. Calm.
Yeah, I mean,
not jittery. I didn't feel like, I didn't sleep 8 hours. So that's what I'm saying. Look into that. I use particularly the brand called Nature's Sunshine. It's a very good brand.
It's a weak sedative.
Yeah, I was going to say
that
like what my condition is, a lot is not. It's not like something that requires a sedative. It's a chronic
It's a chemistry imbalance.
nervous system
It's a
disorder.
chemistry imbalance.
But I know look, some of this stuff can be helpful for me when it comes to medications and the world of medicine. I am an advocate for people not going into the herbal supplement store or anything like that. Go to where all of the money is being spent in the competitions to make the drugs that are best demonstrate to take care of the issues that they claim to take care of. And you need regulation behind that, or else you're going to walk into a herbal store and say, "Oh, this says that it's going to make my penis hard," and then you go and drink it, and you're like, "Oh, it was just ginseng." But then if you try a quarter or a half tablet of Viagra, you will know very quickly that this is
in a situation like that.
That's the fundamental difference between something that's pharmaceutical and something that you can get from like a Whole Foods or something, right? So like I can go into many stores and buy valerian root. How much valerian root is in each capsule that I take? I don't fucking know, right? If I go and buy Viagra, you know how much Viagra or like active chemicals in each pill? The exact same amount every fucking time, period, right? Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You go into a fucking Whole Foods store and get some like this herbal supplement, fucking this, that, and the other. You don't know what the fuck is in it, right? There's no.
One thing I will say though, sometimes all people need is a bit of a. And this isn't to say this isn't to disparage whatever people do to get this, but sometimes what people need is a good placebo kick in the pants, just a little kick of placebo to allow them to take a deep breath, and I'm not saying that that's what Vlad's is or whatever, but I'm saying there's nothing wrong with that.
No, that's
but hold on, let me add, since I know you're a very scientific guy and into regulation and doctor. Well, hold on, Scott, please. Because I got to get going too, guys. This is the thing. When I used to have Bell's palsy, I used to go for acupuncture to doctors, professional Chinese or Korean doctors. And I used to use, they offered, "Do you want to do acupuncture plus herbs?" And I go, "Yeah." Then now the crazy ass herbs they used to give me from China, which some were rare, some were not allowed. I'm serious. I had to work, like any herbal tea, infusion and all that. It takes it like coffee, even though I knew it wasn't coffee. So that was an added benefit. But you know what? The things it healed me, it didn't make me think crazy or anything. I used to go to sleep on it.
Wait,
but
you're claiming that medicine healed you? How do you know it healed you and it didn't do what palsy typically does and just repair itself?
Well, the thing with palsy is I don't wait for it. I usually, since I discovered back in '96 through a friend that started using acupuncture and herbs.
I think you might be being taken for a ride, my brother.
Yeah. I wish it was like that, but you know what? I couldn't stand to see myself like a monster. You know what I mean? Half the face falling.
I hear you, man.
So I used to usually after 2 weeks, you start noticing people are looking at you like, "What the fuck's wrong with you?" And you're like, "Can't you tell it's Bell's palsy, dummy?" Don't look at me.
I remember, as much as I remember being in such like when I was at my worst. Health due to this condition when I was 28. I remember going. I actually went to a naturopath because I was walking. So I was at a situation where they were still trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with me. And I walked by this naturopath office, and I was just like, "Fuck it! I have a few minutes to burn. I want them to give me some vitamins and shit, and I'm gonna test to see if I can see what's going on." I did my own little experiment. Now, would I ever tell someone that they should be wasting their time going to a naturopath? No. But it just so happened that in my experience, I had time to burn and I was walking by it. And someone would say, well, why did you do it if you rely on the pharmaceutical? Simply for the pleasure of doing so. It felt good to doing, even if there was a possibility I might stumble upon something that makes me feel good. I thought it was worthwhile in that moment. So, I just think our, in these situations when we aren't feeling good, and like you were saying, if people are looking at you and there's this issue, you're like, well, what's the big deal if I try this out? Now, cool, try it out. Maybe you're going to get a positive placebo or something out of it, and maybe the thing will actually work. That's cool. But Vlad, my last point is what really makes me sad is when people piss away their life savings. Go and get some guy who's saying a prayer over your gut and acting as though he's pulling the cancer out of your stomach, and that person spending their life savings on that, as opposed to going and getting chemo.
The real treatment. Yeah, this is the thing that how I knew that acupuncture and herbs work is that in '96 I had an ear infection, so I got Bell's palsy for the first time on my right side, and that was worse. It was bad.
Fuck, how many times have you had Bell's palsy, dude?
Twice, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that
it runs rampant on my mom's side of the family. One, the first time I got it through an ear infection, and I got it treated, but I was only 26 years of age. This was 1996. So now I'm an old fuck. And the thing is, they put all the needles, they gave me the herbal. I got treated in 4 sessions, back to normal. I was 26. I was a young buck, just 2 years younger. So I did it just maybe as COVID was starting, because I was working the elections for a month. This time we were rolling out, and we were under intense pressure, working 14, 15-hour days like crazy. Yeah. You can't imagine. So I happened to have a bout of that Bell's palsy on my left side. People thought I actually had a blood stroke, but no, it was just a nervous stroke. Yeah. So I went immediately knowing what I know, but at this time, believe it or not, guys, it took 10 sessions and herbs to get me back into 10. And the guy told me, you're 40, what was it? 2 years back. I was 47. He goes, you're 47. And the first time you got it, according to what you're telling me, you were 26. That means that the younger you are, and when this happens, your body heals faster. But the older you are, 10 sessions. I took 10 sessions to kind of get me back.
I have a question for you here, Vlad.
Yeah.
So in Western medicine, let's say down at Vancouver General Hospital, if someone comes in with Bell's palsy, they're going to say, this is kind of something that we're going to have to wait and see what it does. It typically goes back to normal, but it's possible it won't ever.
Yeah.
Now that's what they will tell you in, Vancouver General, one of the most advanced, well, the most advanced hospital we have in Canada. Now, and so my question for you is, if you believe this works, why don't you think this is what they administer to people in the hospital, or send them with a prescription to go get acupuncture?
Why? Because they can't pull when it comes to Oriental medicine, you can't bullshit with them. They're very honest in what they charge, and since you cannot come in and say that's going to be $1,000 on your insurance. No, it's a $60, maybe $100 session. Anybody could afford that. Now, if I have to do $100 session twice a week, that could get quite expensive, right?
Vlad, they're not even telling them to go there. Like a doctor. So if you go to your general practitioner and say, "Oh, family doctor, I have Bell's palsy," he's going to be like, "Oh, yeah, it's one of those things, you got." And then they're not going to say, "Go get acupuncture," right?
They're not, but a lot of it has to do with politics, and they consider anybody. No. Hold on. Let me tell you what. Yeah. A lot of times they just consider anybody that's an herbalist, naturopath, to be a quack.
Yeah,
so they're like
they are. I think they feast on the placebo effect, because you know what it is, Vlad. I know you're a capitalist. You understand this. That once we can demonstrate that a certain thing actually works, like scientifically, we can demonstrate it. We can sell that for $1 billion fucking. So that herbalist who has found the concoction, the secret concoction, can go sell it for $1 billion to the industries that will package it and get it done in the meta. So there's huge incentives and this is what James Randi, by the way, the late great James Randi. Oh, I love that man. But anyways, James Randi saw this impulse in people, and he wanted to show, since we're talking about skepticism today, how these that there really isn't anything to these things, so people shouldn't be wasting their resources on them, because he put up $1 million of his own money and said, if any of these palm readers or any of these psychics or anything can come onto my show and prove that they actually have these abilities, and it went for anyone who was trying to peddle any kind of pseudoscientific, like clairvoyance or anything like that. He put up $1 million of the James Randi Foundation money to see if anyone could collect on that, to demonstrate some of this stuff, and no one ever collected on it. And you know why? Because this stuff that they're doing is not demonstrable. I think it does feast on the results of placebo, which are the body feasts on placebo. It does amazing things on placebo when you have this goodness of mind, thinking that your body's finally being taken care of. You're sitting up more straight. You're feeling more powerful. You're feeling stronger. We are chemical beings, and these kinds of inspirations help us. But I think that's what's going on with those things.
Yeah, and the people who have that placebo, they always have another offer for you. You can also buy this for fucking $5, right? I'll give you the cure. Just buy this for $5.
Yeah. I'll throw in an anal bleach.
Yep. So it's
I don't know why my mind went
like
there.
It comes out of nowhere. Like these people are making money hand over fist.
Hand over tits, more like it.
Yeah, but
I don't want to ruin anyone's placebo engagements with anything, like
Do you know who Peter Popoff is? So Peter Popoff.
That's who James
What is it
Randi
with your
exposed.
What is it that your medical problem? What is it called clinically?
Well,
Depression?
they would call it clinical depression. Yeah, it's a version.
Okay.
It's a clinical depression that's caused by a severe imbalance, a chronic imbalance between my sympathetic and my parasympathetic nervous system. So often anyone who develops a panic disorder is going to have some version of what I'm talking about, because it's like all of a sudden your alert system is too sensitive and it's firing into fight or flight when you don't need it. So you're feeling as though you're wrestling a bear when you're sitting there in your seat watching television. So it's terrifying.
Wow, that's crazy.
Hey, Travis.
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, I don't want to talk over anybody. If I heard you right, maybe in some other show, are you involved in like psychotherapy, psychology, anything like that?
I mean, it's a realm that I love and I'm very interested in. Involved in what way? Sorry.
Like, are you? Is it your profession?
No, it's not my profession, but I do I'll just kind of plug this quickly. I do have a philosophical coaching suite that many people who engage in this show have taken. We usually do, well, it all depends on the person, but we'll start with a couple sessions just to better understand what you are and your understanding of what you are. And then we go through this mind clarity journey where we seek to clarify the concepts in your mind, and then we get to the real fun part of having you self-author your pleasure hierarchy. And this is a method I've developed and my second book outlines this method, but I think it is a better method to identify one's personhood than anything we have on the books in clinical psychology. So that will be my presentation through my book and through a paper I'll submit for peer review. But yeah, anyways, I take people through this process of, through a dialectical form through, the same. It's kind of just like, a philosopher is going to chat with you about like all the concepts in your mind, and any experiential concepts in your mind are up on the table. But this is all free, and if anyone who wants to sign up for it can just DM me on Discord. And it's we have fun. It's very lighthearted. It's non-dogmatic. It's we have a safe word. No, we don't ever need a safe word, but it's no, it's good. And I've done over 200 of these sessions, and they're all just like very chill, and I've had nothing but positive reports from people and how it's helped out, at least in some way.
Cool. That sounds cool.
Yeah.
North, did you ask I'm just curious, is the reason why you ask for your
For
question?
personal reasons, do I need help? Sorry, I was joking. Did you hear me?
Vivek, what are you getting at?
No, I mean the questioning the method in how a person psychologically copes with situations. Is it that I was just wondering if you're questioning like taking medication or
No. The reason I was asking is because I actually have like 3 or 4 people I know, friends and family, that are either psychology or studying to be psychologists or in the kind of like therapist field. And 3 out of the 4 of them both either have a history of severe, like emotional issues or some other, stressful, history.
That's why I'm obsessed with psychology.
Thomas and I talk about these topics all the time.
I mean, that was my first time through school was psychology. I was going to be a clinical psychologist, but I mean, psychotherapy is very close to my heart because I have to do it. I have to do it monthly and get help. And I have to take a lot of medication for my problem. I really want to see a fucking neurologist, but I don't have any insurance.
Come to Canada, brother. We'll make a fake ID. We'll fake ID that shit.
So psychotherapy is very close to my heart, and so is any form of psychology.
Dude, I was so lucky, because it wasn't very obvious what was going on, because there was this weird comorbidity thing where I got a really bad concussion around the same time where my disorder started really rearing its ugly head. So they kept looking for like a brain bleed, for lupus, like all kinds of shit they were looking for. So it took them a while to go through all the process of getting me CT scans, MRIs, to make sure that there wasn't something beyond my nervous system just being fucking kooky. And it turned out just, that was the case. It wasn't any kind of malignancy or anything like that. But that was, of course, that added to the the panic and anxiety during that whole time. But I survived it. But that, for anyone who's never experienced a full-fledged panic attack. Now, I'm not talking about like, I'm feeling anxious in my chest. No.
Pull over on the side of the road because
this is where you pull over. Yeah, you pull over on the side of the road because with absolute certainty that you are going to die.
Yeah.
That you are having a heart attack. You are having a stroke. You are being raped by Satan, whatever it is, it's happening.
It's the worst feeling in the world because you get these horrible pins and needles under all parts of your skin and these deep, horrible chills up your spine. And then your eyes start to go to where you can't look at anything. You can't see anything. And I used to have panic attacks just as much as Travis. I mean, I have panic disorder and bipolar.
How did you control them? How did you put them under control? How did you put them under control?
I had to be put on 2 antipsychotics, an antidepressant, and blood pressure medication, and Klonopin.
Oh, wow.
So
Klonopin.
Thomas, how do you know when you at what point you to deal with your situation psychologically, or psychotherapeutically, which is taking drugs to deal with.
No, that would be no. Psychotherapy is just therapy. It's like CBT and DBT and stuff like that.
I think you meant psychotherapeutic drugs, right?
Not to be confused with CBD oil for those of you.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I took some CBD oil and my whole life changed. Everything.
No, just
I am
psychotherapy,
so much healthier.
psychotherapy practices and
Give me that TH
standards.
fucking C.
But Travis, I wanted to ask you, in discovering other methods, and maybe using heavy dosing of vitamins and minerals, isn't there something in minerals that could help you cope or better your situation?
Sure, that's the combination that's in duloxetine, and I take it once a day. There's nothing. A lot of people think that like a pharmaceutical drug is somehow less natural than the thing you grab off the herbal medicine shelf, and it's not. It's just more technical and it's more accurate and it's more powerful for what it needs to do. It's like, yeah, it's this presupposition that I think is driven by this fear of, like, you hear people talk about big pharma and shit all the time. And I'm not saying there hasn't been some nefarious shit in that industry and in any fucking industry where there's a lot of money. Like, of course there has been in industries, but that doesn't mean that you should scoff at, what we've been able to do at that level in medicine. For me as a moral well-beingist, that's where my morality gets its rocks off.
By the way, Thomas, you didn't answer my question.
If it better have to do with what I just said or what someone has recently said. Don't kill the dialectic, man, with like what is it?
I wanted to ask both you guys, with both your guys' conditions, did they just kind of sneak up on you as you aged, or were there like an event or a series of events that kind of culminated into the condition?
No, mine was mine was a creeper, and right around the age where this kind of shit starts rearing its ugly head is, if in males it's around the age of 30.
It's around with certain like my bipolar was 25 because that's when the prefrontal cortex is fully developed in males, and
right.
I didn't start getting bad symptoms until 24, 25, and then it just got completely out of control a year later.
And for me, and for this kind of clinical depression that I have, it started in very, very low forms. Like, I would get this feeling in my chest, and I was just like, oh. And then I remember it scared me one day, and I went to a walk-in clinic, and they were like, oh yeah, I think it's acid reflux. And then they gave me some like acid reflux medication, and I was like, well, I guess it's fine. And then it would just happen like every so often. And then, it was when my body was like in a weakened state, because I had the bad concussion, like I was talking about on the ice playing hockey. And my body was in kind of this like vulnerable state. And then I had my first panic attack while driving, which felt like, I thought it in the way how I was describing what had happened to me, because I pulled over and my heart was like beating out of my chest, and this person could see like my heartbeat in my neck, like it was beating so hard. And she called the ambulance, and the ambulance came, took my vitals, and they were like, and I was like, I'm feeling like numbness on one side of my face and shit like this. And they were like, oh shit. So they took me to the hospital and they checked everything, and they were like, anything recently? And I was like, yeah, I had a bad concussion recently, but everything seemed fine. And then they were like, oh fuck, it has something to do with the concussion. So then they rushed me to a CT, and they did all this and nothing. They were like, well, we don't know. You just, you must be under a lot of stress from this, hockey injury, which was correct. And my body, was just being a cunt. But yeah, that was the first time. And then after that, I started experiencing like frequent attacks like this all the time. And it got worse and worse. a way that they may in the future identify this is people who have a very high intelligence quotient and exhibit signs of like like hyperactivity in their mind. That I suspect that this might be a way of getting a grasp on this before someone has to go through what I went through. My hope is that we can find mental indicators, mind indicators that are going to help us better identify this, because that almost killed me. Like, I never had like suicide ideation or anything like that, but I remember I had this. I was laying down on my bed and my body was just so done with everything, and they were trialing me on all these different medications because I was having strange side effects with a lot of them, a lot of the antidepressants they were trying me on, and they had this weird like dream that or nightmare that I thought was kind of like happening. It felt so real, and it was like a dream of me like laying dead beside my dog, and my dog was dead. And at that time I had this little Maltese Shih Tzu Toto with a big white mustache. He was the cutest guy on the planet. But yeah, he was my best friend, and I had that thing, and I was just like, holy fuck. And after I had that, I remember going to my doctor, and I was bawling my eyes out. And this is when I was, I think, 27 or maybe 28. And I said, we got to do something, because these experiences are getting like way too much to handle. And I felt like when that happened, it wasn't only them that I think stepped into high gear a little bit, like things started moving a bit faster, but it was also me. Like because I think I had this hope that it wasn't anything wrong with me, like it was something that like I'll be able to be over with and done with, and everything will be fine and all that, which of course is the case now. But at that time I thought it meant that I wasn't going to have to live with clinical depression anymore. But I later found out, as I studied more and got my hands on all the clinical psychological literature that I could, I realized that no, this is a chronic condition for life, especially the one that I have. But yeah, it was weird coming to realize that, but it did help when I accepted that, to stop, fighting against this thing as though it needs to be eradicated from me forever. I realized that I was fighting with a big part of me that, allowed me to think and read the way I do and do all the things that I like to do cognitively. But I also realized that all was going to need to slow down, and medication was going to be one of the ways that I would be helped with that.
At what point do you know when you do and you don't need medication on dealing with
that'll
stress?
be up to you and your doctor. I mean, we've tried to get me off duloxetine before, but my body started creating panic attacks again, just randomly. And again, like I said, it's not like you get into a stressful situation. And Nivik, we were talking about this the other night, the difference between clinical depression and a more acute depression. A depression that's more based on like, this isn't like, oh, your grandma died, you're going to be depressed for a while. This is a disorder of my nervous system that creates this depression in my body that cannot be helped with a good time and a slap on the back, unfortunately.
Yeah, you might have to deal whatever is stressful to you.
No, you don't get it. See,
Well, I
you were
didn't even
doing
say
this.
it. I
You were
was gonna
doing
say
this the other.
through medication.
Yeah, but it's not. See, you still don't get it, Nivik. I mean, you and I have talked about this so many hours, and you still think that it's like something related to like getting over the stress of whatever. It's like that's not what this is. And I don't know how many times, man, I've talked to you about it. It's like,
Okay, so you're just sad for the sake of being sad. There's not like
oh,
a
it's not sadness, dude. Do I seem like a sad person to you?
depressed for the sake of.
It's not sadness. Sadness and depression are not synonyms, brother. They're not the same thing. It's yes, again, the kind of depression I was talking about. Like people can have environmental depressions. That yes, they're going to be sad. I'm not sad. I'm not sad at all. That's not what clinical depression is.
I really think you should try some drugs, man. Like take some LSD, and then try to be as normal as possible.
Yeah, that'll
see
take
how
care of whatever
No, I'm just
upset.
saying.
I realize I can't never finish a sentence in here.
Well, I wasn't done saying what I was saying.
He wasn't done. Yeah, exactly. He's right on that.
You cut me off, then I cut you off. So my point was, because you seem to think like, kind of relating to the discussion we were having the other day, that like you can think your way out of this depression. I would say in order to test this theory of yours, go take some LSD and then try and go about
think
your
your way
day
out of that high
as normally as possible. Like just do all your normal stuff, and then.
By the way,
and then
Nivik,
see
don't do this. But this is a funny thought experiment.
Yeah, and then also see how many people think that you're completely normal as well. That they don't notice that you're completely fucked up. It'll be next to impossible to do.
Now, Nivik, I don't hope or wish that you ever have any kind of horrifying experience like that. But yeah, it's like, and I know the impulse you have, because it's a very common impulse people have when they hear about this issue. Well, then you need to listen back to the tape, or listen to yourself better.
I never finished the sentence, actually.
Yeah, you did. Are you gonna cry and complain again?
No,
that you never
I'm
get
fine.
enough time on the mic. You get more time than anyone.
My time is attempts of trying to say something.
No, they're not. You
Yes,
you
it's
throw
mostly-
in a word like every couple minutes. Like I can hear you trying to get in there.
I don't
Come
really
on.
want to have a conversation on mic time. I mean,
Yeah, well, maybe we need to have it.
oh, okay. So, like, what are you going to do? Roll back the mic and see who talks more?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to actually commission someone to go on and see how much mic time. Nivik, I almost guarantee you have the most mic time.
Oh.
I would
Okay.
say so.
You
Well, you're
bet
here
you
for,
wanna
look,
make a
in your
bet?
defense, Nivik, in your defense, you are here for like every show, and you're engaging, like, you're helping the conversation, you're engaging. So this isn't like just a critique, but I'm just saying, man, when it comes to what is going on in reality, you're on that mic a lot, and I love it, but you're on that mic a lot. And I love you, Nivik. Don't forget that part.
Okay. The conversation that we were talking about with I mean, I could have a bowl. I'm just saying, like, you could try to understand what it is that made you feel bad, or you can have a bowl of ice cream.
Oh my
Nivik, we
God.
already understand that. Like, that's what the neurologists are for, to make sure it's not anything except for my nervous system being an asshole. That's like, did you not listen to that part?
Yeah. You
And
answered
do
me
you
in
think,
saying that.
Nivik, that's a weird thing for you to say, because do you think me sitting here, like, talking about my experience that whole time, do you think what you just said there to be like, yeah, like maybe you want to figure out what might be bothering you? Do you think
Dude,
that's
this
a
is
really
killing me. I'm
well
sorry.
thought out?
I can't stay quiet much longer. Seriously, like, Nivik,
Yeah,
do you
go
know
ahead.
what like any serious disorders are, like mental illnesses?
A serious mental illness?
Yes.
Yeah, like autism. Well, I mean, it's true. Let's talk about it.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Let's
Go
talk
ahead.
about it.
Go ahead.
I mean, how many of us have autism in this room? Like, who knows, right?
I'm sure somebody's on the spectrum in
I'm
some
sure-
way or shape, form, or fashion.
Well, I'm sure there's many of us who are on here. I've never been told that I am, but I'm sure there are other people who are, and that doesn't mean you're less than anything. But yeah, it's like Nivik. It's like with autism. It's like someone might say, yeah, just figure out what's causing your autism and deal with it. Like, yeah, we all know that, dude. It's like, yeah, you figure it out and then try to deal with it. It's like, that's no like.
It's a medical condition that persists, though. You know what I mean? It is just as much a disease as you catching the flu.
Right.
That's what mental illness is.
Like, Nivik, you don't think it's mind over matter when it comes to
it is
when it comes to COVID, right?
It's a misappropriation of understanding how brain chemicals work.
Yeah, thought is brain chemicals working?
Yes, and when you don't have the correct uptake and reuptake in your synapses of certain ones like dopamine, serotonin, GABA, acetylcholine, then you have serious mental issues. Also, your nervous system, which mine definitely is. So like Nivik, bipolar type 1 mania is a degenerative disease. It gets worse as I get older. It seriously impairs my ability to create dopamine. And it causes me severe anhedonia through multiple parts of the week. Even though I'm medicated so I don't get the panic attacks and the psychosis from bipolar, I still get the serious anhedonia, loss of joy. And it's not sadness, but that would be what is acute clinical depression. And it's not something, it has nothing to do with looking in yourself and introspecting and understanding your psychological issues and coming to terms with yourself and shit like that. That has zero to do with it. Like I said, these mental illnesses are just as much a health concern as you breaking a leg or getting the flu.
I'll
and
take
it's
the
hard
broken leg,
it's hard
brother.
to know when you should take drugs. And when you're not to.
I've had four psychiatrists tell me with different ways that these are the right drugs that I need to be on, and they know more about the pharmacology than I do, and I've looked into it a lot. So I can try different combinations, but I have to be on an antipsychotic, or I go into psychosis. Do you understand?
Yes. The psychiatrists, when you go to them, they have their views clashed?
Some of the small things that they say clash, but the overarching message is the same between all of them.
Were all of the solutions were approaches with drugs, with medication, or was it?
Yes, that's what psychiatry. That's what psychiatry is, Nivik. It's psychopharmacology.
Okay, so psychologists did the psychologists' views clash?
Well, what do you? When you say psychologist, Nivik, what do you?
There are clinical psychologists and there are research psychologists.
Yeah, that's why I asked him. Like, what are you seeing when you say that?
Yeah. Okay. What type of psychologists?
You got to be specific in these conversations.
Okay,
these are scientific conversations. That's what we're getting into, and this is all about specifics. This is not about vagaries and think of how pissed you would be if someone was talking vagaries when it came to the the COVID vaccine. You would be like, let's talk about the evidence, like that's what we're bringing up with you right now.
Yes, I'm asking if Thomas, if he went to psychologist and I'm not sure which one you were.
So may I explain really quickly? Nivik, please listen to me. A psychologist is the general term for anyone who studies the brain and the mind. Neuropsychology is all of it together. Then you've got neuroscience, pharmacology, psychoanalysis, psychotherapy, all these different things. Yeah. And they do different parts of all the same job trying to fix mental illnesses. Now, a psychiatrist is the one that you're going to go see that has clinical psychology training, but also has a medical degree to be able to write prescriptions.
They have the primary understanding of
Yes.
the pharmacological
Yes.
options that
Yes.
are available to you, and they will write the patient a prescription. Not like
Yes.
Jordan Peterson, who's a clinical psychologist.
Yes,
That's
that's
not
different.
his realm of expertise.
No, he is
Medication.
not. He cannot write prescriptions to people. Now, clinical psychologists and psychotherapists bleed over into one another.
They
The
do,
difference
yeah.
is, master's degree usually in the clinical
Okay.
psychology, and a thesis and things like that. Whereas most psychotherapists either get a bachelor's or like a 2-year certification or something like that.
Hey, do you guys know, is there like a fit for work kind of test that psychologists need to go through, maybe like every 5 years or something like that, similar to
No,
like
you can't subject anybody to that kind of thing. It would be against practices. You can. Is it like it's somebody obviously? So you're trying to get them into therapy? Is that what it's about?
No. I mean,
Oh,
as
you
a
mean
working
for the actual
psychologist.
practitioners?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
So can you explain to me? I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
Sorry, did I cut out?
No, I just did. Maybe you did. I don't know. Tell me what you said again.
Yeah. So for psychologists, is there like a test to make sure that they are psychologically like fit to proceed?
Oh, you
with
mean the psychologists
treatment?
themselves, like psychiatrists and
Yes.
psychologists?
Let me
Yeah,
put it
they
this
have to
way.
go and renew their licenses and
They
shit.
do.
Yeah.
And they have there's
Very
more checks
strict.
and balances there than policing, right?
It's insanely strict. I mean, like, you have to review all your credentials. It's very strict. And I don't know how many years it is. It probably depends on the facility, depends on who's running the facility,
the state, the country.
depends on the
it's all
state,
gonna be
depends on the
different.
federal laws, all that shit. But yeah,
And
it's against practices.
But you guys,
just to become a cop to kill underage black teenagers,
but those of you who are interested in this realm of psychology, read the DSM-5, and the DSM-6 will be out
10 years
soon,
or so.
right, Thomas?
Yeah, 5 to 10 years.
Within the next
Dr.
5 to 10
Ramani's
years.
talking about working on the narcissistic part. So,
Right.
But didn't a new one just come out? DSM.
Nope, DSM-5 is the one that's been in action for about 20 years, something like that.
Okay,
A little bit longer, I think.
I thought a new one just came out because I remember reading something recently about a new DSM. Maybe it's like on the cuff of coming out.
Oh yeah, it's what's been being worked on.
Yeah, DSM-6 is going to rework it to where it's looked at in attitudes and patterns instead of traits. It'll be patterns of behaviors and patterns of attitudes rather than simple personality traits.
And one of the reasons is because the stacking was getting out of
Yes.
control.
Correct.
With this stuff, where it was too much to
Well,
for a
you'd have
person to
80
even understand.
80
exactly.
comorbid things going together, and you'd be like, holy dog shit, they fit all of these. You know what I mean? And it's like that's why they're going to change it to talking about patterns of behavior, patterns of attitudes, and see if that goes. I think that's the better way to look at it myself.
When with these things, they are still just like the best thing that we say. Here's the best representation we have. Here's how like much we know. We can say we know, right? That's the whole thing with like DSM. Like, I don't know. I've always found it interesting because like what DSM-4, DSM-3 called like homosexuality a mental.
Yep.
That's
Yep, that's
but
right.
that's how it evolves.
That's how we
right?
evolve, man.
It allows
that's
us.
how it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The old gets thrown out, the new gets put in.
Yep.
So I think it's all going to go to cognitive science and cognitive neuroscience and treating the brain as a cognitive psychologist would, as looking at it as a computation machine. We're going to be able to help people with mental illnesses, and that is one of my primary concerns in life is advancement in mental health, because it affects me on a daily basis.
And one of the biggest problems out there is access to imaging, and even for researchers. Like
Correct.
there's not enough samples. We need more imaging machines. This is why the conservatives in Canada got my vote last cycle, because they were proposing, I think it was like $1.3 billion in new MRI imaging machines for Canada, like from a federal level.
Yeah,
And
I'd love to go to an fMRI.
yeah. And I was just like, I'm sorry, but as a moral well-beingist, that gets my vote. It just does. So, but he's a single issue voter. Well, I mean, in Canada, things are kissing lips so bad that you kind of end up going with the people who are going to buy the things that are best in line with your moral foundation.
I care more about medical and mental health than I do anything else.
Single issue voting is like okay, unless like one of the issues is like we need to wipe out all the Jews. Then it's like okay, well, like then like there might be some other considerations we need to think about.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Really?
Like yeah, dude. Single issue voting's completely normal and.
But
okay.
I'm not Jewish, so what do I care?
Vivek, you are Jewish. You are Jewish and also not Jewish.
He's a black Israelite.
Can you imagine if he was? Nivek, are you a black Israelite living under this guise of the Nivekian unit? By the way, Nivek, I think, has probably put in over 1,000 hours on Pangburn at this point.
Oh,
what do you guys think?
Easy. Yeah, easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're getting close to 400 shows on this platform. Well, I think we're 320 or something on this platform alone.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man.
Oh, yeah. Pumping them out, bruh.
Pumping them. Just keep pumping it.
Pump it.
Oh, pump it.
Pump and dump.
All right, let's drive to Canada and go see a neurologist right now.
Fuck yeah, man.
Yeah, Thomas. I was wondering if you're misdiagnosed in your condition in the medication.
Yeah, it's possible.
Thomas isn't diagnosing.
And I mean, like if there are clashes,
Thomas isn't diagnosing his own position, right? He's going to doctors who are giving him.
Well, I think Nivik's getting at if they can make a mistake. Yeah, Nivik, mistakes happen in the realm of psychology more than many medical fields because they are faced with the impossible task of dealing with what might be the most complicated item in this whole cosmos, which would be the mind. Not to be confused with the brain. Now, I personally think that we will find a material representation of the mind and the brain and solve that mind-body gap at some point because I'm a materialist. But they still have the impossible task of coming face-to-face with the subject.
Pharmacology
those
and
things
chemistry
born of
is
the
insane.
subject.
Yeah, pharmacology and chemistry is insanely complicated, and it goes based on quantum mechanics, quantum chemistry. And they have to use this kind of stuff to make these medications that affect things that affect other things to affect your synapse uptake. You know what I mean? So it's like multiple proxies that you're having to go through. The 4 psychiatrists I saw were from different areas, different places. 2 of them were at the same place, so 3 different places. And they all concurred that I needed to be on those specific antipsychotics. And that specific
I thought you were going to say on crack.
Yeah, on crack too. On smokable crack.
Unsmokable.
Take these 2 rocks and call me in the morning.
I will.
Do you guys have any idea how good crack is? It's so good.
I wouldn't know, man. Like I said, I've only tried weed and alcohol and sugar and salt.
So I've never tried crack, but good cocaine is not bad every now and then. It's if you do it just every now and then, it's better on you than Adderall is because Adderall is stronger than most cocaine.
But
so
I honestly, I will say, just to put my message out there, like, if any of you out there are going to ever try anything like this, fucking be smart and safe about
Please
it.
do.
Get a fentanyl testing kit and get
Yes.
like you do not want to do some high ball when you think you're doing a low ball when it comes to that stuff. Because some of that stuff can kill you.
I do want to say, like, I've never done heroin, but when I'm 80, if I can get my hands on some heroin, I'm going to do some heroin.
If I can get my hands on some. Like,
I have.
That is
hey,
a
Ma,
guarantee
give me
that
some of
when
your
I'm 80,
heroin.
I'm going to do heroin, yeah.
I haven't done heroin, but I've done all the oxys that are stronger than it.
So that's even better.
Thomas
yet.
has been to some deep space. Someone mentioned Deep Space Nine earlier.
Yeah, I heard
what was
that.
with that guy, by the way? Is that guy okay or what?
I'm not
Joe
really
calling
sure.
it? He was saying some strange shit, man.
Yeah, it was weird.
No,
I was wilded out. He was basically saying that we were talking about dumb shit because the world had too many problems, and what solutions are we coming up with, kind of thing here.
Someone was like very clearly to him. They were like, "Do you understand what the topic is? Can you tell us what the topic is?"
Yeah, that
and
was.
then
Gator.
he was like, and then he was like, "Yeah, the topic is all about you guys not being able to tell me what the words are."
That sounds like somebody
no,
who's way too lazy to look anything up.
I was like, dude, you're just giving us an internal monologue right now about what's going on in your own mind. Like, you're not telling us the topic.
How much research you think is going on in that house?
But isn't that interesting about Gator though? Like for the most part, he's a pretty reasonable dude. That it came down to like vaccines and shit, and his gourd just exploded.
Well, I wasn't here for his vaccine take. I'm sure it was.
It was epic.
It was epic. Yeah,
I have to listen. Well, I heard some of it at the end there. Sounds like he thinks there's something conspiratorial going on out there.
Something afoot. Ooh,
something afoot.
Jinx.
That was almost a simultaneous in unison.
You know what I think?
Right,
you know what I think it was like. Human beings make mistakes, like even in the realm of science and virology. Like, we're going through this pandemic, developing new things, finding out new things as we go. And then someone will do a press conference and say something in the wrong way or use the wrong words or mess something up. And then people now will point back to be like, you see, look back here. They said at this press conference, this, that, and the other. And they won't pull up the time after where they were like, yeah, we found out that was not the case, actually, what I said at that press conference. But they won't talk about that. But this is skepticism, folks. You have to understand that you should always be going around saying, like, I might be wrong about this. Like, you might be wrong about this, anything,
Yep. It's a methodology for us to test things and use in our scientific pursuits to understand things better.
I'd even go further. I'd say I'm probably wrong. So like that's like, to me, I'm probably wrong about everything. So let me just keep looking into it.
Well, I would say, Scott, you're right about just so many things, right? You're right about what you did today. Probably.
Probably, yeah.
Yep.
Probably recall so much about your experience.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we do good. Everyone always wants to get on like, oh, we're not seeing the noumena, so we suck. It's like, no, you don't have to see the noumena to be doing okay as a being, okay? That's just someone's subjective take on the whole thing.
I mean, we don't even know. It's just a supposed hypothetical.
Yeah. It's like, we're so dumb, we can't even see the noumena. Okay, well, you understand that that's your own value judgment on what's dumb. It's like, that's not a objective fact of reality that,
It is a conceptual idealism.
Well, it certainly doesn't predicate that your statement is more valid than mine, then, right? So, like if I say that noumena is dumb, that doesn't make me just magically more valid.
That one, the noumena is dumb. That's an interesting claim.
Yeah.
Like, if we're to think about that for a second, the noumena is dumb. It's kind of like calling yourself dumb, but not really, because some would say like, no, the self only sits above it.
Yeah, exactly.
What's your design? What's your design level at?
Yeah, what's your DAW sign? Yeah, I'm
Oh,
sorry. I
Jesus
shouldn't make fun of
Christ.
people.
I don't
I'm
give a
sorry.
shit.
Well, but
I don't
I
care.
will say mine is it's the inverse proportion of the heat compared to the size of the meat, right?
Well, mine's more along the lines of bird.
Bird is the word.
Bird is the word.
Have you heard about this certain ornithological situation?
Yeah, this is ornithological. and then he says, "No, Brian, don't."
Yeah.
And they end up Stewie puts the gun in his mouth.
Yeah. God, I love that show, man.
Oh my God, that's my favorite show of all time.
Hey, is Vlad still here? Is he allowed to watch Family Guy, or is that against?
I don't know. It
Christ's...
might be anti-Christian.
Oh, yeah, that's probably pretty hardcore anti-Christian.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah. Dude, I want Ball to come up here. Like he said, he had to go. I heard he was talking some beef.
He was saying that you were gaslighting Gator. Is what I mainly saw.
Oh, how
Were you
I'm not making a judgment there. I'm just telling you what I saw. I do not want to get involved in that at all.
I think we should force Thomas to get involved in shit.
Nope, you can't do it. Give it a shot.
Have you guys watched the Dr. Dave debate with a flat earther?
Dr. Dave? Is that his entire name?
That's just what he goes by on YouTube. But he's an astrologist or astronomer.
Yeah, okay.
I
thought I was for a minute. I was like, astrologer. Holy shit!
That would be fun.
Oh yeah, no, he's an astronomer. It's really, really satisfying to watch if you got some free time. Because you know how like most scientists, when they debate skeptics, quote unquote skeptics, the scientist is usually this like buttoned down guy who's too smart for his own good and doesn't know how to like deal with, charlatans. But this guy just kind of like pounds him into the ground. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. I used to be into that shit. Like those were back in my atheist experience days when I was like, yeah, ponage. I would see stuff like that. But I do, from time to time, I like those videos where it's just like someone who just believes in a bunch of like horse shit gets served like a pile right back to them on the debate stage. It's entertaining.
I love it. Oh man. I was just thinking about everything we've talked about tonight. Oh my!
A journey. I was gone
It's
for
been a journey, man. The first hour and a half was, my regular shtick, and
that was when the guy called in who didn't want to learn anything.
No, that was that. I didn't let any callers in until after we were done covering the material, and then I thanked everyone for being patient and listening, and then I popped in the callers. Joe was like one. We had a couple of good callers before Joe. Owen and Dale, I think. I can't remember the names.
New people.
They were pretty cool people. As far as I know, I didn't really get to talk to them that long, but Joe just kind of came in both barrels a blazing, telling us that we were weirdos and stuff as soon as he got in here. So
I heard that, and all it sounded like was a guy who didn't want to admit he knew nothing about the topic, and he just was like, "Yeah, this stuff is like you guys are just trying to confuse me, man." Or like,
just
no,
intellectually
dude.
masturbating each other.
Yeah, it's like, no, seriously, dude, this is a topic about like this field of of philosophy, this topic of philosophy. And like, no, man, you just don't want to talk about the real issue.
It's like this shit is magic to some people. Like, god damn it, you know what I mean?
You guys, just to let you guys know, I in other chats, conversation breaks down extremely viciously with Joe. I'm talking like cussing you out in every way possible.
That same guy.
That's how come I was saying to Joe, "Hey, Joe, don't please don't do that." And because I mean, like I was part of it, and he's like, yeah, you're right.
You've talked to that guy before, Nivik?
When I came in and I said, Joe, can you please not go there? I was coming from a place in where I've interacted with him, and he kind of knew where I was coming from, because he break. I've never seen anybody break down as viciously as he did.
Well, what about Brady the other day? That was way worse.
Nah, Joe beats Brady. I'm sorry,
Travis. Like that Joe dude has come on here before, and he gets down with Lance, and they both try to like out 60s with each other, like argue about who's like the bigger hippie. Like it's fucking insanity, dude. It's crazy.
Must be amazing.
What did you guys finally block Brady for?
Well, Brady's been he can't help when he's talking about this pedophile issue to fall into bad faith and unhelpfulness. Like he just can't help it. Like it's just he'll start calling other people pedophiles or alluding who are in the room, like trying to engage in the dialect.
He's a super pedophile detector, and it's
That's
going.
What he
it's
thinks he
haywire.
is,
Yeah, it's haywire.
Yeah.
It's way overcompensating.
A pedophile purity test.
Yeah, that's what he thinks he is, and I think that's a problem. He should, I haven't seen any evidence that he's good at detecting anything like that. Like he seems to be more interested in like exerting some kind of power over someone who he thinks has shown him reason to suspect them that something's going on with regards to pedophilia and this person. Like he did it to Vlad, right? Like, and he was starting to do it to Nivik and I when we were talking to him.
It sounds pretty suspect.
Are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say anything like, oh, it's suspect for the guy. He's interested in pedophilia. It's like, I get it. It's an intense topic, and it brings out the killer in people. But you still need to be able to control yourself and follow the rules. I
said to him, it's pretty sick for you to see pedophiles everywhere. It more says something about you than it says something that said anything about anyone you're accusing.
Yeah, I mean, but it's one of those things where I think he means well, but it's just he's not doing himself any favors because he's just engaging in bad faith and dishonesty and whatever.
He's just trying to be bullying and trying to be mean and trying
to
attack people personally.
Yeah, I have to agree with you.
Pathetic approach.
That was my take. I agree with you.
Or he just
I was like, get out of here with that.
To it, like maybe he was like molested as a kid, and he's like fucking way highly sensitive to it, and he's like, "Fuck everybody, fuck you guys, like fucking don't touch kids." And he's like, he's got.
That's what it may be, and I don't know because he didn't talk to us about it,
Yeah, you don't know.
And maybe he's mentioned it to someone else. So, but I don't know. I don't presuppose to know if people have dealt with this stuff. And if they don't want to share, that's fine.
Yep.
I'll share.
I'll share because I'm Thomas with my new laptop.
Yeah. About to fall asleep on this new laptop.
Yeah. Should we take this shit to the Discord server?
I mean, we got such a good crowd with us. I hate to end.
I know everyone. Yeah.
I mean, if you guys want to keep going, I'll keep the room open as long as I can. So.
Well, it's like maybe if somebody wants to call in, maybe.
Yeah, if somebody wants to call in and
if not,
refresh a topic,
Only if they have accepted Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior.
Yeah,
only then can you call in.
Yep.
We've got
somebody left as soon as you said that.
No way. That's funny.
Yeah, that was funny.
Can I ask for a very quick round robin
now? So I guess I'll have to shut up.
Nivik, you guys, you and Gator have to kiss and make up before anyone else speaks.
Okay, well look, give him a first go on this. A quick round robin. Where do we stand on the existence of intelligent alien life in the universe, and whether or not it's visited the Earth and interacted with humans for any reason?
I'll go quick. I used to believe that the government was hiding aliens when I was 20 years old, and I got so into it for like 2 months. But then I was also researching philosophy at the time, and I was, I was convinced that I had solid reasoning, but I was putting way too much weight on eyewitness testimony. I later found out, and I was just like, fuck, eyewitness testimony isn't the bee's knees that I thought it was. So, I kind of got out of that. So I don't think we have any good reasons to believe that we've been visited by any aliens, and I don't think we have. I do think that in the cosmos, there would be many versions of intelligent life, but not necessarily intelligent life that would become technological at the same time that we are. So those are my general thoughts.
The Fermi paradox. Woo.
Yeah, that's the thing, and like I'm pretty much right there with Travis. Like there could have been intelligent life that existed a million years ago, and it came and went, and we don't have any fucking evidence of it ever. We will never have any evidence of it, but it existed. I think probably in the greater cosmos, the amount of intelligent life is pretty abundant. It doesn't mean we ever have any evidence of it. So it's as useful as an asshole on your elbow, right?
I mean, what if there's other humans?
Dude, if there were other anatomical humans, that'd be like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, it would just show that evolution happens in some way, the same way on every planet in the Goldilocks zone. You know what I mean?
Exactly, but that'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Because then
like humans just result from being in the Goldilocks zone and having self-replicating molecules.
That would mean that Tinder would need to
kind of
have
wild
its,
shit at the wall.
select your location, expand out to a galactic map, wouldn't it?
Ultimately fascinating.
Whole other planet worth of chicks to date, and gents, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
But even
Thank you.
like I guess when I say that too is like just the recognition that on one side of the universe we'll never be able to see the other side of the universe in its entire existence. They're just too far away, right? But they're both existing at the same time, but you will never be able to see or interact or have anything to do with the left side of the universe versus the right side of the universe. They're too far away and they keep expanding outward.
What about the upside of the universe?
The upside.
Yeah, all points of space are expanding in all directions at the same time.
Exactly. Yeah. So they're
no, we are the center of the universe.
It doesn't have any impact on us.
God, could you imagine if we were the center of the universe? What a fucked up universe this would be.
Be a weird one. Somehow the Milky Way was the center, or the Earth. Yeah, that wouldn't even make any damn sense.
Imagine if here's a Samuel Beckett statement for you. Can you imagine if the Milky Way was your Earth?
Yeah.
Try to make sense of that.
If the Milky Way was what?
Was your Earth.
So 100,000 light years in diameter.
Yeah. So a step would be how much? One step.
I don't know, but a light year is like 7 trillion miles.
Okay, let's say a step per light year. A human step is 1 light year.
So a human step is 1 light year. The Earth is approximately 7,000 miles in circumference.
Diameter.
In diameter, yeah. So a human takes what? About 2,000 steps per mile. So 2,000 times
100,000.
The speed of light. Like that's
yeah. I mean, so the speed of light traveling across 100,000 light years is like 7 trillion times 100,000, roughly.
Yeah.
That's how many miles it would be.
Man, for some reason, George Carlin keeps popping into my head as you were talking about that.
I love George Carlin.
Oh man. I'm not going to share with the class because it doesn't even make sense.
It's okay. It doesn't have to make sense.
It's like when he says he's talking about like super fat people. When you see them, the things you think about them. Like he's like, then you look at this woman and you think to yourself, how does this woman take a shit?
Yeah, I remember that one.
And he's like, did she even locate her asshole?
Yeah.
And then he's like,
doesn't seem
and then
to
her
be
husband,
structurally possible.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be structurally possible. Then
Yeah.
he's like, and then her husband comes along, who's the same size, and then you really start thinking, did they fuck? I mean, does he literally have the ability to fuck this woman?
George Carlin's just the old angry man by then, so it was really funny.
Yeah,
I fucking loved that stand-up he did at the end, like his last big hurrah.
That was the one before his big one. That was the 2005 one, is where he did that speech you were talking about. The 2008 one was his last one. Then he died like a week after that.
Dude, he was so mad in that last one too, dude.
Yeah, the 2008 one, he's pissed. He's just angry.
Yeah, but isn't that when he's super old? Like that's his last one.
Well, he had 2005 when he was really old, and that's where you're quoting all that stuff from, because I just watched it the other day.
Can you send me a clip then of which is his last one? Because I want to see it. If I've never
the 2008 one is him in like a library book setting. Do you remember, Scott?
That's what I'm
Could you
talking
look
about.
up
So he does that same. He does that same sketch about the fat woman in that one. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure he does it again. But
there you go.
Because he was old. Yeah, he's old, grumpy in the library set. Yeah.
Yeah, the 2005 one is where he ended with the really crazy abstraction, to the audience about the universe and shit. He also talked a lot about dumb Americans and all that kind of
We
stuff.
have
basically.
some dumb motherfucking people here. Some dumb motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck these.
He goes,
man.
I know that doesn't include this audience.
Yeah, he's like, and I know that excludes this audience. I know.
If you like Colin, you must like Hicks, surely.
God,
he goes, if God. Oh yeah, Bill Hicks is my favorite dude. I love his drug.
I've never really gotten into Bill Hicks. I should
He's
look at his
fucking
stuff.
hilarious, dude.
But it's also like for me as well. He's
fucking
not.
funny.
He actually got kind of quite a lot less funny in his, particularly at the end, because he became much more philosophical because he knew he was on the way out, right? And is that bit at the end of Revelations where he's literally talking about consciousness being, and all of that. And did we talk about this the other night? And now here's Tom with the news.
Yeah, that was close. That was
he wasn't that close to the end. Then,
like
was he?
10 years of him passing, but it wasn't. Yeah,
I think I watched Revelations.
Yeah, he wasn't. I don't think he had his diagnosis yet. Like you can see him on stage after he got his diagnosis. He's like, "Oh, fuck you, people!" Like, and he was just like angry. Like, dude, he would just go up on stage and just berate people.
Have you seen the footage? Have you seen the footage of him when he's mid career or something? I can't remember exactly, but where that woman he gets heckled by a woman, and he just goes fucking mental. Have you seen that? It's absolute hilarious.
Yes,
just anti-heckling thing. I'll stick a link in for those who haven't seen it. You'll love it.
Yep.
I won't spoil it, but it's very, very funny.
Yes.
Yeah, when hecklers get pwned, the one where Carlin loses it is that guy who keeps screaming at him while he's talking, and then Carlin actually stops. He's like, it's this motherfucker right in the front row, Jerry. Like he's talking to him. It's all audio. There's no video of it. And then he's like, I spent a lot of time. I worked really hard on this shit. I don't come in and interrupt you while you're pushing the broom. he just like it starts going after this guy. I mean, Norm Macdonald's one of my favorite too, man.
Yeah, dude.
It was sad to lose Norm. Like it felt so quickly.
fucking norm, dude. Like he laid down like breadcrumbs like throughout
Oh,
like, the last 10 years. He's like winning like beating cancer. That's not like winning a battle, right? I don't know if you've ever seen that skit. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, dude. It's so good.
This stuff is so relatable.
Yep.
You know, like I think he's such a universal comic.
Oh, dude. Yeah, fucking norm, man.
Well, you know that that Bill Cosby guy, you know, he's a good guy, you know. You know, Bill Cosby, they said he did all this terrible stuff to women, you know. He just like the way he talks about stuff, like even when he would bring it up when he was on the Letterman show, they knew that he didn't give a fuck. He would say anything.
Yeah.
So he would allude to anything. He would bring it. He brought the phone book on that time and was reading the phone book. Forget whose show that was. That one was pretty good. He's like, I've been thinking a lot about names. Like, where do they come up with these names? Like, and then he just starts like reading just fucking names from the phone book, and then it's with Conan, and the Conan's like, "Are you literally sitting here reading names from the phone book?" And then he's like, "Why? You got something to do?" Or it's like it's just so.
I got something to do. He's so fucking good.
And some of his, like, I also love, like, I think Howard Stern has some of the best interviews going, like, when it comes to any celebrity. Like, I really like, I know a lot of people don't. Well, I mean, very popular guy, but I know some people don't like his style, but I think he does get a lot out of his interviews that other people don't get. But yeah, he's had some good ones with Norm Macdonald as well. I don't think George Carlin ever went on his show. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, George Carlin never did much interview shit.
Yeah. But that would have been, I would have liked to see that. I mean, yeah, I like that. I think there is something special about, you know, Howard Stern and what him and his ragtag group did with radio. I always found it all that very interesting.
I'm just resting my eyes.
Just resting my eyes.
Oh, you got something better to do?
No, I was nodding a little bit.
Kidding. Shall we depart to the?
We shall adjourn to the
dirty old Discord.
I thank everyone for being here. Please subscribe to the Pangburn Hangout. Please come join us on Discord. Please go to Pangburn's YouTube
Thomas
channel and
is falling
subscribe.
asleep.
Yes. And love you, everybody. We're going to Discord. And good night.
Love you all. Good night.